All right. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Citrus Angelhood. Your mind may be a little curious, so please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. The electricity is when your emotions are active, and the magnetism is your habits. Every single day of what you do, that's what you're drawing to you because that's what you're becoming. Good morning, little bro. All right, here. First three blessings addresses inviting the energy within to become active, and not just within us, but also to be on the outside of us as well. And that would be the Father and the Mother and the child within us, the divine of each of those within us. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was the diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kerametonket, the Divine Mother, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kerametonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kerametonket, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of vision, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kerametonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our kalana, our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kerametonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to us, to us. Kerametonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours. Kerametonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikupatera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. Hi to these sweet rivers, welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kinemitonket, and receive our ayakarna, our prayer. Thee we worship, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kinemitonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Esau. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated Aru from Gerb, heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship, ascension. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Osar, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We've taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kemetonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kemetonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isar, 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 Olset, Kemetonket, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umna Lum, the unknowable Father, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even to death and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Bekat, Lady of Set, Lady of Arasari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru, in the Atet boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender. Thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Netanomid of Camille Shinyu. Sekhmet, Lady of Flames, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, with lioness head, Sekhmet, whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikobatera, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanum of Kamel Shenu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezar, greater than Isar, Sefiparam Hasara, Tishrev, greater than Hathor, Pasha, Kasa, greater than Bas, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahar. Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one. Sekhmet, light beyond darkness. Sekhmet, sovereign of her father. Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amtavamenta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Savra, Stol, Lady of Tepnepavar, Lady of Aru of heaven. Thou art the Neteret, destroyer, upholder. Thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Keparu, mightier than the Nethanomid of Camille Shinu. From the Arnar of Kevanu, adoration rises unto thee, who maketh sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethanomid Camille Shenu, preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mupasha Kasa, Mupasha Kasa, Mupasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourself indeed. Homage to you, Hikupatera, and hail to the Nethanomid of Kamiel Shin, who came forth from thy members. O Hikupatera Sasatim, hear of I, a Kara of our prayer. Thou art the great I and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra, passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanim Depkamiel Shinyu, Lord of the great throne, Hikubateara Taten, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Una Loom, who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Adnar. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one, O Taten and the Kav, all the living were created in the image of Hikubateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Hero was created from the thoughts of Hikupatera's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikupatera's tongue. Hikupatera's heart guides the Arnad, while Hikupatera's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create Anad. Hikupatera had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikupatera called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. The tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikubatera, while the Anad speaks only the words of Hikubatera. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Taten, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikubatera is the creator of all crafts and trades, for Sefiparam Hashar Puteshtiv is the great defender and beloved of Hikubatera. For Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethanomidep Kamiel Shenu of Memphis. O Ard Nethanomidep Kamiel Shiadna of the primeval mound, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made the heavens after the conception of Unalum's own mind, who suspended Aru, the heavens, by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikuptera. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western Aru, like all the mysterious Nethanim Depkamiel Shinu of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anad and thy mysterious seat, like Arbis, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter, Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, Hikupatera Sasatim, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikopatera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikopatera Sasatim, Tarteten of millions of names. Hear our Ayakana, our prayer, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikupatera and the Ka mansion, thee, Hikupatera Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new bet, our ears are apua, our nose is kincheps, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kepara, our neck is keremeton ket, the divine mother, our hands are keramu, the Lord of Tatu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Saris, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Alsar, our reins are the Lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Sepket. Our buttocks are the eye of Heru. Our hips and thighs are Nut. Our tongue is Hikopatera, and our feet are Hikopatera. Our fingers and our leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some Nethanum Deva Kamiel Sherm, the four members of our body, which is the regions of Ra, are the limits of Geber Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether. We are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men, nor Nethernumadeva Kamiel Shin, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, and we give you our heart, our hands, and our breath, and our ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine. O Father, Mother, and we give you our sorrow, and we receive your power in return. We give you our own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikubatiara Tatinin of light, may your light be our light. O Hikubatiara of mercy, may your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the ark flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikubatiara Tatinin. O Hikubatiara of life, light, and mercy. Hear our ayakana, hear our prayer. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru, the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Maharta, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. Make Hikopatiarata Tenin sword victorious. Let Unalum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather and shining ornaments brilliant, who makes the Nephilim of Camille shed alive, radiating the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakar Netar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members, you had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing, for to many hands, Unalum, whom created the Nethanum of Kamiel Shidden, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks, and the very green sea, on Unalum's behalf, O creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king to Hikupatera Sasatim, south of his wall, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikupatera Sasatim, Hikupatera Sakar, Lord of Sheftiat, and Hisor, Neb, and Lord of Rastol. May you allow our Ka to come forth in the day to see the Atnra. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikuptera Sasatim since first we were on a car. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Asar, celebrating in the district of Bakar, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy for the two lands, royal scribe, Horemheb the Vindicated, Hikupatera Sasatim of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a poshish beard, wearing a skull cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikupatera Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Of thy own free will, bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night, and into the unknown home. Quebra, ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, kansu, kansu. Arsimitol Shabu Banana Shimtopina, Arsimitol Shabu Banana Shimtopina, Arsimitol Shabu Banana Shimtopina, Abrada, Abrada, Abrada. So, good morning. You're having another wonderful day. If you're not having a wonderful day, I hope it can turn into a wonderful day much sooner than later. So there's something I was going over. I really kind of appreciated there. And, or I should say, I noticed that I hadn't noticed before. And there's a portion where it says he has millions of names. So you have to find the exact spot. I don't want to take too long kind of looking around for it, but yeah, why not? It's worth Hikopatera Tatinen of millions of names. Millions of names. And then Thy form is hidden. So the great granddaddy of all of creation. Okay, great the daddy of all creation. Thy form is hidden, so we can't see. We cannot see the form. That's impossible to take in. Hidden. Though thou art in all things. Thing. A thing. Even a life is a thing. Look up the definition of thing. I did a long time ago. You don't have to by any means. You could just hear me out and believe. A thing can be anything. My finger's a thing. My whole body's a thing. These are things. Anything's a thing. Everything's a thing. All right. Any physical object in all possible is a thing. Million names. Millions. Says millions. Plural. Millions of names. Not just million of millions. Okay. It's in you. It's in a plant. He, she. I'll be clear for those who maybe caught it or not before, but Umnalum, I mentioned Umnalum. Umnalum is a word from my own language, from such a language that I do utilize here. I don't use many that one in Kalana, but Umnalum is one that really it's a divine quality and aspect, and this can be attained while still human. And essentially, Umnalum is well, I've got feminine and I've got masculine aspects and traits about myself personally. Now, I'm going to use these aspects and traits that are positive and overcome obstacles. I'm going to use those. I'm going to live the best of both worlds. So Una Lum is saying, I'm not paying attention to gender. Those two things have merged into one. That's all. And that oneness is my own concoction. So that's what I've done personally. And so for each divine being, they must merge the masculine and feminine. While those are divided, that's because a house can't stand. If you divide it within yourself, your brain has different aspects to it. If those two halves are divided, you can't stand. Anyways, so this great aspect of creation that we all desire to connect with exists within these things. It exists within this piece of wood. It exists within my entire body. It exists within water. That energy, that presence is hidden. The form is hidden. We can't see it. It's hidden. You can't see it. The only thing you can do is experience it. That's what I found. I found that connection with my heart. We can chat later. We'll chat a whole bunch at 3:33 here on the mark. So about 7 minutes or so, 7, 8 minutes. We're going to jump into going over blessings in ancient languages, and then we'll get to chat a bit more afterwards. I feel today, yesterday, time what? The time. I I woke up at the same time. I did it, like stuff still flowed the same. Hey, I got coffee. Let me enjoy some coffee before I get to reading for a while. All them blessings. And then coffee, I did stuff. I did what I did yesterday, and today I'm like sitting around like, shoot, it's not time yet. I'm sitting here looking at the phone like it's 2:58, and I'm like, well, I could hit go live right now, and no, I'm gonna wait till 3. And 2:59 felt like 2 or 3 minutes. So today seems to be, compared to yesterday, it seemed like I was running behind, but I was still on time. Today, I'm still on that same time, but I feel really early. Nice. Good vibrations, most definitely. Most definitely. Oh, And so that's the kind of things I notice. I could have paid attention to a few things, done a few things, made a few decisions yesterday, which I did. It's actually a pretty good day, pretty darn good day. And I got lined up things to just work out a little smoother this morning, so I don't have that problem. I was sitting on the chair just waiting on things. Since I knew a certain process, I just did what I needed to there, went, did what I needed to elsewhere, came back, did a little bit more, came back, did a little bit more. You kind of wonder what I'm talking about. I don't know about you, but there's one coffee pot that works like gold for me. Every time I use it, it's solid, solid. Any other coffee pot I use, I have problems with. And but the current coffee, the problem that I wind up having with coffee pots is the same problem with all of them. And the coffee pot is going to produce so much water. I don't care if I just use fresh coffee grounds and it's just brand new fresh. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I brew the coffee. I fill the whole pot up because you can fill a pot, right? So I fill it up in the thing. And then the coffee brews. I drink the coffee and I'm like, damn, this stuff tastes sweet. And then at the bottom of my cup, I notice there's some grounds. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Every single one. I don't care how it happens, every single one it winds up happening like this. And then I watch it. I leave the lid up and I watch it brew. And it keeps putting water into the damn thing so much that it just overflows on the side. It doesn't drip through enough. I pop the top up so it flows through. I do everything. It whatever the hell. So coffee pots just in general. So what I decided to do today, which I figured out yesterday, is I'm only going to put enough water into the coffee pot that can fill up the little container of my coffee grounds. So when it gets done brewing the water, well, it doesn't overflow. And then when I hear it's done, because it's going to make all its sounds, so obviously it's out of water. So now I'm going to be like, okay, it's got a certain few minutes. I'm going to give it 2 to 5 minutes. I'm gonna come back. It's gonna be down and low, and I'll do another little bit. Yesterday, I was just sitting there at the coffee pot, just watching it. I was studying the damn coffee pot because I'm like, the hell is going on up there? Yep. Okay, what I thought was happening there and there and there is freaking happening. And I tested it and I tried it, and it took me, I don't know, 45 minutes to brew a pot, a tiny pot, a 5, 6 cup pot, and 5 cup. It's a 5 cup pot, and but that's what I'll do. I'll stop everything just to pay attention to one thing. And now I don't got clues. I don't got doubts. I don't got questions. I know what's happening. Shoot, I'll work around it. I'll create a solution. I'll do this instead. I'll do that instead. I'll figure something out. I'll make it work. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're able to stay pretty chipper. What else did I do yesterday? I got some video games. A buddy sent me a little gift, and I got some new video games. My Elden Ring character of the 173 went to nothing. The save data is completely lost. So I mentioned the guy because he was asking what games I got, and I was like, "Hey, bro," I was like, "Why don't you look at Elden Ring?" And he was like, "Boo, this looks awesome." And I'm like, so now I'm looking to start in a new game, new character with my bro, and playing that online. So I'm happy that character went to nothing because I was playing by myself. And now I'm going to have a bro running around playing that game with. So I'll take the loss. I'll take the data loss to grab the gain. That's, you see? But if I was focused on the negativity, I wouldn't be open to what I do have. And that's the key right there. That's how you keep moving forward in life. Ain't nobody can stop you like that because they just using whatever else they using. They ain't developing their own self. You grow beyond them, and what you grow beyond, you can conquer. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work of you this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having the wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwen Bael. Fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampazi Anakampa, Zidingerkia Kampazi Dingerana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. For in nausea secure, where was on foot right ahead, Hirusha, and to Serukai, got a good vision, was more after that to keep a separate pause. I did to Rudib Shakins and Asaramen. Un Vashramataya Suakom Vashmanataya Svarnu and Narndu Motion, Shronish and I, Taria Suakomishanaya, and Triazua. We will coming from Unji Trashibatanon Suakom, Trashi, Atrasi Varanasva, Ruta did the Ruta King of the throne, Chung, Cranking from Hong Chong. On Hayabishramate Suakom Hayabishmanate Swaha Ring of Honey Home on our Kusana Mano Namana Hansamanta Pashanam who had a good ring of Home Nai Maria Suakom Naya Yamayaswa Wawi String on Cooking Room on his short paraiso wakom shorty each and do gibites waha noon king on from on Jerichi Barti so wakom shijai varata yes waha wolo umangang long unarbashan so wakom anakati buba beba bear bor bear bor buba beba bear come in. Rinnosi secure wasn't put right ahead Hirusha and Susiruka got Kutijin was ma Hatora to give a set the toes I beat the two deep shakins and a saramen Parshakushu Baru Gilmark Balmamu Ball Pogana Rabo Golana Barik was Harab Stan Balasaru Creek on the Lulu Moshanevo Puruni in a campaign the Lulu Gugolo Kalkata Gila Gabol or Gima Mashu Gurisuluma or Maruka Agisi Pugi Gampa number but Kalamuzu Kiniki Shashmashana so rolling by Maratu see much and Aruna Mangi Mutuku at a Gil Gulu visit Kirman Kaikology got any got Neberu dedicated Napala Kuparan to Kutuku Kakumash Persana Zakari Mashishadu Malaba Pedago Mara or Bamaru Gora Curious or Lulu Parmaskin to Dediku Gimuga and Makio Pano to Kunata Paramakio Panor Pishu. Sarulimena bara tatus harimashika anunsulumana tarabogi bel barina taramadu daga tukumas masri so rimas and also gorimas ros serapiko babara zuzukan palukal after board akimbo king barari moaru kakudamuni wami kashki. We are also Renofus, whom is found perfect before the Nephilim of Camille Shinju. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also on us the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal nothing of you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious Hathor over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother Supreme, being who comes is to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you, Varni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved Iset, our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kirimatonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Arnopus will confirm. Lady Allset and Nebi Sarabi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin Linus, Kirili Staxar Epitum Articuli Turkni Ishli Bialo Armesher Kermesh Sharilo Seansi Amila Ratorum, Jerksha, Isaya Riaga Biasha Bisha Jereka Dubira, like Isaio Ria, Galimatukur, Kimukutri, Shami, and Zumria, Isaio, Subria Riega, and Zumria Biasha. In a Zumria Zelika, in a Zumria Dupira, in a Zumria Laka, in a Zumria Tata, in a Zumria Taxi, in a Zumria Karuba, in a Zumria Sanika Nish, Mashkatulu, Tamatunu Nish, and Gibelgi, Tamtunu, Nish, Marduk Mashalani, Tamatunu Nish, Ishbarkami Tamatunu, in a Zumria Utapasama. Ya, Tuneni, Banani, Baterik, Bagabe, Zakar Boys, Barkar Bais, Alcarbares, Barcar Bais, Baterik, Neni, Badu, Neni, Yayar, Corboria, Rin by Garin by a Cora, Ki, Axaki, Sal Duty, a key assault with he could do, ya. Stream was Raberkani, Him Paspa. 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 And Shubam Gigapsuki, Sherki, Godash, Saramatayin, Guru, Lamas Niku Dingane, Napu, and Excellent Kukariash, Murku, Ziana capacity, Kambakalu, Marata, Taba, Ashak Paragi, Gimbara, Bara, Hello Bara, Skimbara, to Parari, Papa Bara, to Bara, Subara, Koru Bara, to Kubarak, Golo Bara, to Bara, to Zuladina, Zulana, Zolatina, Zugi, Zolatina, Zumula, Zolatina, Zuding, Zolatina, Zum, Skim, Zolatina, Paradina, Zuzi, Yanakapasi, Kampa. Musika Barina, Gisha Shorkishnu or Masha Zira Baria, Zikashu Banai, Si Sharman, Yorari, Sharki, or Gu Akbar, the Gu. Dianam Dea Sarasavito Sanamania Varpinari Sajishir Sanasani Visek Orba Markuru Kuro Pankati Hari Haran Mayam Purus Lanka Karanam Skaran Mantra from Mitra Yarnamaha Frame Martara Yarnamaha Frame Ravarianama Sigayam Home Frame Banavernama from Karikanama Stanama from Haranga Baharianama Frame Mari Karianama home from Marika Yarnama home Savitranama from Karianama from Baskaranama from Ras Reporsori Yanamaha Parosi Yasas Namaskar and Yakoparte Dene Operation Palam Viram Tissue Station Kajarate on Kring Monkerus or on Kring Shmashapi, Kashapia, Episha Mushavisti, Akimatino, Kutushula, Limishulu, Tuku, Epitashunu, Kimamena, Duina, Tikili, Tushunu, Limushuna, Manakulu, the mean. Junolini Shurmanaku Lordini, Junoliki Shurmanaku Lutari, Terama Shaluti Shurkashati Sharushi Arapushi Shurki Arki Shurkuyusi Dinger Koko Shabo Kampabang, the Bilka Shumani and the Lutu Shirani Oriari Marki, Ispariazi, Yazi, Ringer Gata Campaign, Moro for Samitoki Shabu Banana and Santavina, Isparba Bill by Garazi Kakakaraburu. Sharulem Kulushi Shariula got Kulushi Shariulini Kunishi Sharuli Kulushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariulian Kunulin Putina Zumaria Utapasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Shanushi Shuri Shishol Nutizis Animelana Rabuti Shimayara Barati Dina Dina Lati also Kunushi Lani Moshi Yamasarati is Masarati Bites Masaratu. It's Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Karavan Bonish Mashkari, Yamasaratu, Ziki, Kampagolo, Monati, Hashabara, Masaratu Bara, Vishnu Klimistan, Vietnam Home, some Kubarari, Atama, Dumitap Kubara, never Koro, from Privitati Bumi, Devia Metandu, Mutamuk, Sekaru, Mediakin, and Tap the Saram Tari, Saro Mani, Sanaria, Namhomi, Amin Praya, Namha. Kubisopin Rom Tesla Doctor Nayamak from Nuxekis of Tunam Section Factors Wexaka Neka Nang Yusar Sat, Saruna Pek Markula Kutulu Tata Lakagni Ramanari Adnamha Om Mamia Maria Namha Happy Adabam Baza to Tare Amaran Happy no Capi Seki Sarunam Secta Secta Particle Winek Day. Correct or Tana Nekti Tamar Batuya Nuya Nari Raksasam Samra Sasari Adnamaha. Barunari Adnam himself, while Datus Romalaya Metanim said no Kim said Seki Saurunam Sexuruna Pekman Sepsen Duni Kupitera Matun Buratas of sitting Karanakama sitting at the Composa Bay by one Yam Buru, Pernam Hammer City, Morkalam Borulu, Mormatu sitting at Anakaba sitting at the Kamba. Suturata Kuturu Tatala, I to Titakala, Yadu Yandian, Sapeo, Prim Marne, Namahat Palmuna Momahara Mansara to Suraya Metankaranu Kaparam Kapara. MMK Kaprem Premra, Malulu Azakuti Taklan, Stratin, Mumahaja, use Aramasatium, sectors, Nebraru, Kepnes, what third, Prim from Sodiati, Artnamha, Prim Shrimon, Chandra, Yatnamha, Om Prim Shrim Mangari, Yatnamha, Om Shrim Bamburgi, Yatnamha, Om Bramspati, Yatnamha, Prim Shrim Shukraya, Namha, Prim Shrim Shamchana, Yatnamha. Om Prim Robert, Om Prim Ketuverna, Hajakusum, Sankar Shamkish Yarpe, Mahadari, Tintamroim Sarva, Pagnam Plantos, Niti Bakaram Dadisha Katisha, Pam Kishor, Nava, Sambapam Namami, Sharnam, Sumam, Sambor Mukor, Tabu Sharnam, Darani Karpasam, Putampe, Yukarti, Samaprabam, Kumram Shashti, Hastam Mam Kalam, Pranamamiam, Peyangu Karika, Sharbambro, Pertam, Pratima, Borham, Somya, Somya, Gono Pertam, Tamboram, Pranamamiam, Devaram, Chari, Shernam, Shakorum, Kanchana Sani Bamburi, Butam, Pisham, Namami, Brias, Nimi, Mankutam, Lina, Love, Daya, Nam Paramam, Korum, Sarva, Sosal, Parabataram, Barkabam, Pranamamiam, Nelanjana, Samapasam, Ravi, Putram, Yam, Kurajam, Jayar, Matatna, Sambutam, Namami, Sanas, Matakaria, Mahaveriam, Chandradika, Vimardanam, Simika, Karbasam, Putam, Tam, Rahum, Pranamamiam, Plasam, Pishpasam, Karashan, Taraka, Karahama, Sakam, Korum, Korum, Tom, Ketum, Pranamamiam. Omapram already took one of Kanipano Shashi Burmi, Suta Borasham, Krusha Shukrasha, Ringo, Lukitu, Sabaraka, Hamama, Supra Pratam, Kurume Shanti, Omber, was more on Tata Bitter Banam, Rugoda Wasia, Dermahindi, no Tatsuda, Tom Tatsua, Hariam Tatsua, Nansi, Namra City, Asiniana, Nambasam Ganasaya, Bagapati, Anakampama Street, and Anazia, Kampaya, Magia, Sakastan, Kiasta, Kolois, Nabo Curious, Mercurius, Yastruti, and Cartuazia, not in the boards of the Fornes can puzzle soccer shed Kalaska Pasna Bosa Tosca Yagashi Sasra Kukula Mardiasia Makali story body Yakushia Nana Yarnani Yashapa Mamachashkari Yaramilo Yagistarikan Payana Ziarma Kampabi Sarma Kabaya Yapi Lord Ishmashudu Yaduria Zerluchi Sikatamaria Ataretia Bakala Katabaria Kampaziting the Ruya Kampaziting the Rushu Yakampazi Shazia Kuzi Paradukan Yashakan Payan Kormas Baru Nariomas Baru and Karmas Baru Yankaria Yazian Kakampai and Karian Zen Yarningia Yaziting Yarning Yakanpai Yakatala Makiatara Kampamarukumu Paru Marukumu Paru Marukumu Paru Sikari Adagi Agati Ermavo Boardness Yamaru Kuya to Kusorim, Sumparim, Zarim, Zagarim, Asana Kabelo Kuku, Kunini, Kamanu, Yadu, Yandada, Yazibatu, Balgu, Bateri, Baraka, Papas, Exact, Basakaron, Seligan, Shuki, Gamsuki, Shriga, Goddess, Sarabaya, and Guru Kalamas, Niku, getting up for you next and Kuka, yes, you should move to. Usually Varshini precious shots on Mamashvar Gratum Magori Prani Devi Vati Parandianu Pratam Chasi Vishwar de Ushu Devia Mosavi Varti Chandra Tarchunrati Zianti Varum to Sharma Sarshvar Randyar Varda Pratam Jasur Shar Prati Chibu Varni Vishwar Kishatsia Mortasia Ketusamarna Matarum Charani Yarmarna Chkarami Navriasiar Varsava Avasior Melachin Varti Bargoni Ushariati Sorasasia Parnis Varan Shanti Surabarki Suram Saratar Diva Paratar Arti Patrita Archar Vorder Vimushar Sambivarti Himpra Vorbar Vamnamasar Sorti Nord Vamruta Divi Parjo Shara Sharan Van Surnder Rataravarti Divo Aikeda Budiarati Rorasi Chitra Masa Ayati Marta Ushar Sambivarti Himba Mama Shijra Vietnam Biar Sharmarna Tarsia Varana Vishar Sarnar Mishar Nian Vers Varmati Matrasiam Forunasiam Adia Chamtreva Barnum Virate Paratra Om Devi Kaki Namaha Kaki Mahamaria Mario Gina Deshwin and Gopsur Tam Devi Party Mekoru Namaha Om Devendrani Namastur, Biam Devendra Pripamini Vivar Hambargaror, Diam Shrikara of the Charte, Ine Om Shrinkati and Yaiswaha, Rin Shrinkati and Yaiswaha, Om Shankar Sankar Marshi, Aviar Vansrai, Purusha Chatu State of H of Artimede, Kurusuaha, Om Katia Yamaha Maria Mario King Gardesh Martin Ambu Parsu, Epi Party Meku Gernama, Gori Shankaram, Gini Yata Pam Shankar Priyata Tarman Kuryu Kariani Kantas or Turla Pam Devendrani Pamini, Namastur, Yam Devendra Pamini Vivar Hambargar, Yam Shrikaram Chade, Neom Pring, Hong Namai, Gori Shankar Hankini Yata Pam Shankar Priyata Mam Kuru, Kariani Kantat Katar Turla Pam. O sekelmenton ketsapipan hasro putish defesurekat desat diana demetically nanankichi marni to Gwenvael from mother into her return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean, as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. No torno on board was what has waited very on board was I did my Hindu no prachudai, Ari Sosi Shoshik connection to Torota, Toro Rata, Rata, Brahada, Bra, Ungongungang, Ging, Kong, Kong, Bong, Gong, Boom, Shrink, Tong, Gong, Tong, Bong, Malabaka, Logar, Maraka, Kudamo, Kudamas, Arima Sigarano, King Barimu, King Barimu, Arima Sigarano, Aruka Kudamo, Logar, Maraka, Malabaka, Gadu Kakudamo Sari, Maskarano, King Parati, Waru Kakudamo, Lugatamata, Malabaka, Getag, on Trambakamashames, and the Pusti for Haramorvaru, Vamiva, not your Mokeri, Yatnamahar, him, whom come from Kukier, from Shrim, whom Kukier, Mamare Agri Porana, the Korwazi, and I am Shukrai, Tamon Shrim, of Asram, Davis Christ. Kring, Kali, whom Swaha, Sarva Bisa, Medegi, Mehmali, Gardamha, Saking Jo, Lankin, Junjin Jo, or Lankin Jun, or Hosh, where Shiasoko Moribo, Soko Moribo, on board Waswa, Tata Vitor Bani on board Vasia, the Mahin Union of Pratchudayar, Pamadeva Rivas Tita Surgaman Papa Karasa, Razavi Sarmea Troa Capilos or Norga Yashna Barkia Badruaja Chabarazarma. Margala Viasaro Masa de Gasa Coseca Vasa Polastia Marunduca Vasa Narada Casia Pagarte Singmerstur Brati Bramti Trijarti Jalati Savari 30 Adverti via Reprams Carapati Corti Prati Arti Vertri Samskriti Aksara Pamti Swaha Jorti Smarty Acti Prajapati Soma Sarai Savita Aditya Praspati Mitra Varuna Barga Ralpman Karnasa Wasa Pusar Duragni Bari Vabrateva Metro Varuni Viswarteva Metrakara Visnu Vasu Rudra Kubera Svenskar Primantragni Vari Soria Casa Yarba Runa Praspati Prashnalindra and Kanharva Pursa Mitra Vasa Vasu Maru Surman Kieras Visvareva Aspen Spajopati acts at that Ruga Brahmavis Rohatni Variusoria Saranti getting get a spirit Ramen can have Brusa Metro Varuna Pasta, Pasur Bomardev Metro Varun Jeravis Vardev, Tusno Paja Parti, Pasor Vardev, Kubera, Spins Brahma, Vamardevi, Proyas Artiavis, Obatu Virasini, Bavari Jaya Sardakarta, Torgas Swati Vitrum, Vilalesa, Vayartiani Viarmana. Kamu paharini surusma violoni jaria vasa par Maria para sorba badura tripara beri papal salikni ada vayu warkas karena rasa rupa sporsa sarta pasas kari karena partai war karena dari warga surak surutro karena marnas parna berarti biarna selas marnar karta syarti ari marna syartu harni yar shaduria ya barai darai yar kembali sini karapi yaringi yaria and King Joshua War and King Jun San King Joshua War and King Jun Jai Wang Wu No Jo Tien in Gordon Lay Shong Fu Watting Jun Jo Tien in Ron Lay Shung Fu Watting Jun War Shin Jingle by Lane War Shin Jingle by Lane Door Bor Jo Sher Yan Sho King Jun Shoro Sher the Yan Short King Jun Yorong Shi Yor Hong Sher Jory Tien Jun Shi Short Horse Sherry Horse, cror, hier en terus horse, chuhe, davi shorty, horse, chue, shorsen, share, nigger, show, horse, shoe, share, a shoe, ho, share, where she may Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Berte Rame Maro Rame Sastor Nam Taturian Ram Nam Varna Neumenika Yartama Umakata Yavera Mahe Bakrundri Dirma Itano Dan Prajade Pagrunoma Kaya Rekoti Sama Prabanori Karam Kurumede Vasarva Korea Sur Sarvara Sri Guros Rosh Nishmana Mukure Sura Parora Gupar Vimocha Surjo Jakupar Jor Burgi Hintaru Janikus Miropavan Kumar Borburgi Vidya Rumohi Harau Kureso Bikaji Hariman Yan Gunskar Jekar Pistu Lopi Jagaram Tutadli Banana Michali Putupan Sorta Mahama Berekam Besari Kumarini Vors Amerika Sanagi Kachan Paraporis Sekarang Kudo Kujikiso Foshro Borshi Piraja Kartumur Jare who sources a person and Kisnin and Dajus Pratama Jaguardan Video Paninguni teacher Trom Koshkari the Quator Producer to Survey Kurasha American Sita Mandasis Ricoros Rosh Rashish Manem Korsuro Roda Guvarpi Monjo Surjoja Kupor Burgi Taru Jari Kisubiro Kumar Borburgi Vidia Rohumohi Harau Kolas of Beroje Mangun Sugarje Karpisu Nukujogar from Jutali Panzani Pudupa Pat Surtam Hama every company Kumari Nivors America Saniki Kajan Parapuru Subesekaran Kudo Kuchikesa or Foshoro Borje Roje Conte or Shade who sources for Suvakusin and Dentures Pratap Mahajang Vatan Vidya Varni Guni teacher Trom Koshkari Bikuator Producer Servi Kurasha Mama Kansita Marbasio Surksma Rubdari Sikari Dikarva Vikar Rubdari Karva Jarava Bima Rubdari Aso Sankara Ramachandra Ke Kansan Varti Ayashar Jivarakaji Ayeshri Raguvia Shiwari Ragu Parikyati Baurubare to Mampreya Parati Sambaritas Parantum Har Yaskar Voskar Hishri Pari Kantka Sankari Pramari Mones Narat Sarat Sahir Hesa Yam Kubar Dipojahan Tekapi Kubokahe Sake Kahan Tatum Upara Sigrahed Kana Rameha Raji Pedana Tumhar Mantra Divashan Manalang Swarba Yesu Jarjanai Sur Georg Sahasra Jojan Parbarnoli Yul Parmar or Porjan who probably Rikamar Murkia Mari Jardion Giga Pasrajna Hetoraka Kazjarakat Kajatet Rama Nugrahatam Tet Ramdo de Tumrak Verde or Apple Gab de Novasarde Sursurka Hayatam Hari Saran Tumlak Sharka Hukurana Apante Samharo Patan Honro Karte Katir Borka Sarche Karla Hina Vera Ver Jam Arn Surtan Nasoro Hari Sampira Japarna Nantar Hanuman Ber Jankatse Hatuman Shortave Man Kranyer Bashan Jor Jul Versu Boram Tapas Vera Jatin Ket Katsan Kotum Sarja or Marnura Jurko Visur Yardi Jarvan for Pave Charanyu Patap Jumhara had Persian Jar Yaruji Yorasa Pursam Terchum Ruguare Aswarne Karandan Jumhar de Orstasia Hiravdi Hikerata Uswar Jinjamin Kirmata Ramrasa Yajumhara Pasar Sara Rahora Guvari Kardasa Jumhara Barjan Ramar Kupa Verjanam Janam Kerduk Basaha Verat Kauragu Vir Porjari Janam Janam Hari Barkahari or de Flagina Dairy Hanuman Serhi Sor Vesor Kore Sanikariate Mitte sapere Josubera Hanuma Bombera JJ goes in Krikaru Guru Diara he goes or Bopata Kor he Jorteri Pardima Hesor Korti Joria Parte Hanuma Chorisa Holia Seri Sarki Gores to Sira Sarahari Chera Jorgeda Sorari Mendera Vorna San Kathar Mankor Morti Rupram Kansita Sarki Pardaya Basa Lusor Maharaga Vajor Sabra Satvaja Babo Ganesh Nam Charan Divar Yamong Namahapu O Mim Pring String in Gloomim Namo by Pati Patali Vari Vari Paramuki and Paramuki and Ateni Namarum Tani Namachamba Chapini Namamo Mohini Namasambestrini Namasarvadus Tradusaram Salvas above like Siracha Chomukaji was a Maram Kurkuris Grambasiam in Glum Tata Umasraya Pahatswa Ani mani mane mamane shira shiri te shame shabi tas in the book the book tabi shabi so vi shabi sha again is shabi dar ri okay ba shari ne bita banta ne bita banta da shira could ada sugar sama sama body pe kare tre da ma ke te seguro kushan ba shu da mata da shana ro shara ta ya ra para mane ta ya sara makaru guru mo ke ada da chine ri chachi ari na de tona de ada ne ka ku na be ke ne kori kendari sendadi mutu ji kori boru shani achi de di bad de ro kor kata dai tana pisre tana shre di shre jabasi sarbara de matani sarba shabtani shubhagi so hagi shani so karni so hagi rai da rasugara te sarba sunin shkara dai sarba saru mashrete sarba saru de kyu shara to ira shin bi rita he harate ani mane mamane serikali te sama sama ita besanta multe sama jaik sak sene santo da media da ne oggi bezero voi seni ni ti do vita de vista a petare pari studi ukulim kure da de parade sukan sama boulevard kita tampai situ sama guna ritane koning by na manut sematra seate kultur saya para tela vakula balu romanin tais va hajwa balu gitu ke gara patana tana tawadi vitini sitini tani not vatis va te vadata ne nari kunari va kari kadari matang process ngulu precise va itu dana pada dana watale dana krisala dana serhadi sala pada bodo persani sawa dana ya watani sawa parisi sama pada tani dama parisi sawa salu kusala kata sembe dana pada watani fatal iswa honor manor mod mi mod viceri re shor measure lord or shan de mor lord solo re sho lo sang lo shula or cha pi a chari ar kalam nishan di shat lord to loni ya lo ke ar por so bo sher lo pe charni mi piri ar biar dolor mi ar lo ti ar tantor borli shoro di or joli ar mor jo Lia loli bo loli shor jarsi san mo san lupo tor pigirli jarderda mol bolle ser der sen kekner körsha mer po sher porscher shordi mandolor man dolor char yor lodo yor cherlo er charlore char yer doye hepolo moronat dor yer kolimo Liuji Moji and the Hello Bori nearly nearly door for the Yeji nearway. Journey nearly she nearly she for the Alini Lorna Liana Luna Jor Nalu Kermi Purli Karan Poli Jan Purli Modern Kier Chunkyoli Fulo Jarni Yardir Kiluiti Niluati Luiti Luni loji, 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 doji, 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 noji, etan di tantor por di tanto poder tan, tojo sherli tan, por jor, por li jor, por li jor, por di potol borshan, misa potolor ni podor ni sa poposha, por doli nojo, podori semin ker polu charni arsen kerne ker torni arsen kersen kerpo kadi diri ardor sen kerdor lulle lor dir bollor di sapo sen kedi san mor di keli nan di saporta morju bolle tiernar der sapo salur lor torjor shel lor kerdi Jen Per Jelly, di Sasak, Sahu Sasak, Sahu Sasak, Sahu Song, Hong Chung, Gong Hong Chung, Gong Hong Chung, Hong Chung, Hong Chung, Hong Chung, Hong Chung, Shaw, 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 Hong Chung, Hong Kong, Ging, Gong, 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 Sar, Gong, Gong, Sar, Gong, 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 Mong, Mong, Hong Chung, Mong, Hong Chung, Hong Hung Shring, Hong Shring, Haring, Hara, Ring, Hong, Heru, Sar, Hara, Hong Kong, Du Mong, Gong, Ging, Gong, 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 Ging, Gong, Gong, Ging, Gong, Gong, Ging, Gong, 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 Bom, Bom, Chong, Ging, Shong, Gong, Ging, Gong, Hong Shung Yu Shong Hong Kong Hing Kring Hing 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 Bam Dung Chong Shing Chong Shung Hong Sa Hu Gong Sa Hu Hong Shing Gong Gong Kring Gong Kring Gong Shing Gong Shing Haring Ara Ring Hong Hero Sa Wang King So Ging Gong Wang Du Hu Dai Ni Chi Ro Nam Pa Sha Du Tu Fu Vam Shu Ko Dai Ro Ma Chi Bi Hu Ora Man Asa Ba Mira no ora on Te Sha Ro Fu Shu Shu Ro Ma Mo Vi Sera Yu Ku Shi no ora Ma Huru Dal Swa Bush no Namo Bhagavate Sincero Murudus Forus Valatis Suru Karnas Vatsani Swaha Sor Kancha Boso Blolik Swaha Desi Shuboso Psordas Swaha Terobos Namas Mataboharam Corona or Bagaring in Swaha Josenchum Kancha Boso Fasha Dharma Hibato Kancha Boso Matur Bavum Patsvaha George Kancha Boso Mahakuron Kai Swaha Chortai Kancha Boso Karakori Kondi Swaha no Kancha Boso Paramesa Mali Swahum Kongorsa Pashara Satvaha Yaboso onde Shishuta Vijay Swaha Porsche Bosom Samin Swam Mojo Boso Maramakana Maruku Boso Tres Swahajis or Bosom Haha Vesmai Swaha Kokor Solo Boso Namaskar Bari Omolika Male Boli Swahane Kor Boso Omnipus Swaha Kokor Boso Merkandr Bari Swaha Porto Roma Namatasaram Kanamur Salis Futari Hum Tranam Kuzandre Maum Sun Banison Baum Fashra Humpa Undari Maum Humpa Taito Hum Strikala Rupa Hum comes Swaha Konkori Yashama Orm Pashre Humaisan Mauma Voice Nisa versus Sarpaja Pur Kujakuma Swaha, Sampoko Jung Kupai Kupai Swaha, Kongur Sam Gomra Boroshaksha Rancha Hum Swaha, Zanish Doji on Janasi Swaha, Jikoku Drasara Ram from Maradan Swaha, Sorchotum Ruksaki Axi Tais Swaha, Komokutrum Baksananki Tais Swaha, Tomotunum Viswari Swaha, Benatinum Saraswati Swaha, Daikokutrum Kalari Swaha, Chichutrum Swaha, Karitai Mondurmole Haritis Swaha, Takin Tenomi Swaha, Marishi Tenomanisi Swaha, Taishungi Tenomicum Swaha. O mein Brahmahara, dem Serhai Brahmim Patron Brahmaria Virmahe, Harania Garbaria Dirmai Tano Brahma Prachutayarum, Totormukari Virmahe Mesro, Daria Dirmai Tano Brahma Prachutayatum, Prim Shring Claims also Tekampra. Brahmam Jacharnam Pratarmam Purushan Bihi Mara Purusho Virvaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Saka Baram Brahma Kashme Shri Korve Namaha Usakne Heket Pentium Pibing of Horror if I make the boss Su Tu Nazor Kurti Hapa Fasti Tortui or Msep and the second Martanemu Suturu Toru Betty Martu Porotu Karabu Shikaru Nekadu Karameti and Tepsara Karu Neberu Sekriu Nebabu Nepatem Sapuari above the true repeat Nehev Coaches of Ardev Harcharbur Tramprem Torsier Bosifur Didi Ringi Verko Forbing Nord Marigis Chef Pepper Nordic Mani Atmosphere Skuru Bear Gord Fear Perle for the or Din Regata Free Verdig Vetorgius with and guess with Tasha Tapes Dog Belzeg Brandfield Decor Fruity Provin Vis Carvier Sigi or a real songs your friend leaves store things carrying enemies careful. O Father, hierin, corn, cousin, kuroski, only be frindis, we doors, we dear, York, near, slept near, have gum, goon, profium, dear, read, beer, your duo, mosh, only for me, I'll be guardian, go get your mail, or me, Oduna bori bor busr ordin ville ve sur mongon mer ostri gistri nurti sudri midgård. Alltså tor norfi night nagar periodo neri ring och ser desk infeksi mundi period vorges vins vi virki skur och i romi son on vi de ori da volklad shaming bort for senior dori nai near the new brisri ostri vestri got the other horli nor main near the day in bay for ball for bombo ori nor more vi near vi gordo in tori Pili kili fundi bali tur interkli vir rad svin tropner doktradi tradi hier wat tori ori tu von bori ti fili si oro vil hier lo for stif vir skartina ja ingi skarti fu sti fingi no de je weer voor dan discours bij de prikker in neer in bureau weer stif Tiemlei afleveringen vind play maar as bas voor was ik die lo ni wins bo was as die routine free Lorki Avinaya Parayavis Nuda Maria Mana Samana Svisa Yamagos Nam Botadaria the Vistararia Taraya Samsara Sagara Sardi Viaruni Makarande Parimala Bar Borskarande Suripati Parar Verde Baba Baria Chierde Varna Sariapi Pera Paga Manasata Hamnar Mamarti Bam Samudri Taranga Var Karna Samuto Nataranga or Tarkar Narka Bintanu Jarjan Kakola Mertra Mitra Sorotors Tetors Bavartaina Bavartaikim Babataras Karta Matsiar di Biopra Rai Rabatara Varta Sarda Vasurtam Parames Baralik Bari Yopabapa Pavapito Hamda Mudara Guramandera Sundra Vardara Virda Govinda Vinda Baba Jalamita Mandara Paramam Mara Paniyat Bamen Narigani Karuna Maria Saratnam Karavarita Varko Korono Riti Sapari Maria Varanasa Roje Saravasatuiki Srimat Paramaham Sampari Prajakarasya Sri Govinda Bhagya Varapurja Pasis Yasya Suri Machakara Bhavata Kotosa Paristutram Sampurnam Kupedo Dinanda Srida Raja Roro Danasvara Dana Shri Priyatarmo Dario Danika Purio Dasinyo Demi Vrata Daiva Varto Dera Vrata Divya Laksana Samparo Dina Rajana Rasaraka Deane Alashmi Samarajo Daya Sakni Vajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samarasona Sarka Neri Svaro Nera Lambo Neri Nampari Badlaka Niyanta Nagunukara Niskarmo Neru Parava Navaraga Samara Navrasankhya Pravaraka Manyeshka Ratisa Mahagora Karar Verta Yashreko Yashrada Sarkara Jana Buljara Aldara Sarka Raja Control Ramardi Sora Jarko Raja Posita Vishidya Viyarka Mana Mara Vijayo Pamando Parnyo Vandulu Jana Vala Vero Barja Perra Mogaragi Visoro Murasa Veyarzo Saranata Saros Sarki Samadverta Samadana Rata Salmia Sorba Para Paraka Subrita Subaba Sorma Sorba Kanyandura Rasa Markara Priya Taksara Vibarba Sri Verajitas Bahana Samprita Landa Brava Baranaka Biorakarda Sampritam Tarsvardana Priya Alaka Parambavasi Ahankara for Chitu Tarbia Durdama Vera Babo Navara Hanakin or Subisra Baraka Pravrataka Kashmar Yar Sabar Yorta Yortu Malavari Krahalo Karajulo Kaparulo Kaparu Sulaxa Sulabar Surbaria Surtosin Karna Priya Saranta Sursanukuno Petas Sunana Bekaka Sarvara Kashmarlo Sumarti Sarveren Garagar Sankanastar Dardas Rem Parabarjoti Parapara Samedukuna Sapara Sauranyo Dinavasala Parapakadi Papari Datarudia Sanadi Lebaha Data Sarvako Robiata Sorenda Savera Bara Babis Vartio Viparta Arata Taraksharta Pratakala Portes Serbur Vedene Denev Tena Pratnoti Prusa Srinam Devendan Sandibham it is Rikuber store from Omiacharya Kubaraya Vishrapararia Taratanya Taratanya Samre Mer de Hitapari Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Vershvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kumaraya Shalashmi Mamakri Hedanata Nam Purapararia Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswa Om Hrim Acharya Varaya Vishwavaraya Danaya Kashanarya Sarvaloka Vasikaraya Daradanya Darya Daradanya Samrut Merde Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumbariya Namaha Om Acharya Acharya Maria Alikesaria Dearvayi Tarakubera Prasudaya Zikil Compasiana Compasi Dingerkil Kasinganana Ziku Gigi Mukam Prasiki Compasiana Compa Zikia Compasiana Compasi Dingerkil Compasi Nigarana Compa Gakumosh Garzana Zikia Compasiana Compasi Compasiana Compasi Dingerkil Compasi Ningampa Lugalap the board I can go Zikia Compasiana Compa Om Namo Hum Trakarano Sumargam Metre Surbani Gosani Samantha Brahmasati Shalarupa Vishnu Beravido Karambi Surbani Surbahum Vajahum Parum Shrim Hing Krim Klum Kurapataya Paraparoso Pasha Pasha Maria Suara Porshadi and Mahabakrufund Ali did he Martano Tanti Prachudarum Shanti 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 Om Kanhari Aksayaram Hamukam Kaparaya Mamu Brother Yardum Om Hingering Kring Om Kanataya Paramari Vakum Dari Adi Maitanon Tanti Prachudayar Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Sholili Asha Shamani Asha Sarva Satrum Samara Sarakshya Malabam Kurudu Shukra Hum Patvaha Rum Kuruna Tanangi Satrum Rapusha Kushapa Papara Chapa Madi Piara Kama Karaha Meria Papa name Sri Maharagni Sri Marseneswari Chidani Kuna Sabat Devakare Samburyatu Rambaru Sarasara Charobaru Samarvita Sala Rupa Acharya Kurun Kun Kushu Pala Ro Pichu Karnanda Pachatar Matra Seka Nisharana Prabha Pura Pasha Pramana Mandala Champaka Shoka Purdaka Surkanti Nasaka Chakor Pere Manushan Kanekutera Madita Stamiton Viprach like Istala Shopita Mukutun Kampara Madakada Vivish Shakavaranas Manga Makalaya Ruhatora Nachi Kabato Lakshmi Parivaha Chalami Nabalo Chana Navachamba Kaba Basba Natsa Tanda Perajit Telekanti Telescarina Sabarana Basur Kenapa Majari Kata Porna Mano Hara the Tanki Kali Butapana Dupa Mandala Parmaraga Shira Darsha Paripavi Kapalopavna Napa Roma Bombashina Karit Nanchar Video Gomasa Sudi Siapa Paramasi Prati Chanda Sudi Umbi Jam Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sudi Prijotam Japa Ugaria Sarina Sakumlia Sapramara Sartam Har Sarasi Prati Chanda Sandamaha Lokeshri Tipatavaya Tamahari Nama Korea Swaha Sakaria Namaha Upakari Atama Napoli Yogi Nama Samagi Sarines Kromusipiam Namaha Kim Tanipiam Namaha Maram Namaha Manikabim Manam Yapim From Krasapim Namahai Tikani Yasekromadaya Namarim Species Rasbam Sike Badram Kabakayum 3 years with the dissemination books Tikbaran name the Rema David is courage for the Pinning Day Barasun Busy Mikayagram Mike Samaya which by Vishami from Bayamika de Pomukarapigam Namigi Rom Shami from Tormega Naramana Periam de Alamism Somegi Sumbakara Pujam Sumar Comment Chopamalamatrum O Mama Malem for bottles of the Pinicota Israel yes is a mining city the Papa Kuruma from him Sita Guru Presidom Rimas Street Ramandrum Krom Himam Turkey he outside of a him Dunurke him Patswa Sedang Ines Kromaria Namarim Pasura Sekaya Basram Kapahum him 3 years was Promosorai Petty Singing Books from here, the Mukodayam Dip Primary Discussion for the Penny Big Top Kid, Dividend, Barasum, Changami Pangapuja, Pritamiga, kind of some of Woman Kangasami, I put Pop Jami from Baramika, the Krapida, Mangamiki, and the Swami from Toma, Navia, the Vanis. Akas Bakas Pucham Smart Pump Hill, 3 from Pras, Markarapam, Chapam, Sere, Patu Metavi, Prasanamis, the Rajapam from Pamale Saba Devama Priti Subaba Babam Subhum Kurisim Patro Soberam Katehi Mom Primsitia Naha Ingines of Governor Nasakoras or Bamna Chok Torso Marte Task I knew to Mapa Matter Chipas Benegi Big Saber Call Ergar Kender Merke or Merti Mokoheim Daliverdi before God Virgin Sports Spears Fear Rapports Merks of Parmog at Morjokno Boards of Borsberg for 2 perfume Neo Mike Hyman Yoverti Mervem Merem Bonar Banar Vasar Tarbars Yermir Big B versus Internes Yernes Volor near the short fonts Naiva Neopeminga Vaskununga and Gresworky Borbers near Borspom of your humors of Nukam or Scott Busor Scaran Sornana Solar Stella Baswars Colum Growing Chronum Lord Tiso Pop Sorten Sedney Mana Handy Horgay Home and Injor Borsor Navy Siabara Asari Arti Merni Nevisuha Megan Sartit Stolsno Nevisuha Vorstar Dicting Quinching Quiller Roxolic in Copa Park Tux no Comigan no Conum Gofu Morkin Tartu of Nijan Dangon Dona Captain Chromat Georgia Tutsa Salabel the Paris Bosch Ho Portem Bumbo a flower of blue home smear bobo at the talbo motan kerskor or torgo put of thori totally here Bokro board pain Pinter Games Monton Corleones Brer Borg some Barsho more short Jotunheim and Quinching Quiller or something Copa Baka got dukes Everskaji were good Trotos keep your Brems version of Brems/Rome Bar was more smaller over bring ro and Dorin on Nor Paranlikin Morgom Gor Blue Vergo Chicor Blue Sam Dorning Sam Corn Bor Vergori Bor Viking on Euros Bor Sir Mes or keep the smoke no Bolongo have on en Norin no look loom. Pernablieren wars Frinlag or yours Vemores Prefter Win Martin Impress Merolcat Terbetter Mogocilla Terra Bixonis that Torrent Teneter Torn Frigateer Run over and then Termap and Torn Tweers in Turn towards your Red War for Regnor or Sirret Sephir to Ferrachlen Monecrum Bloom. Comfort. Alle punten door Sindin, door Rik Woord voor Rig, door Oceres, Sephiroth, two for the Chilin, Monek, Rompo, Loon, Rose, Rose, Square, Loris, or Week, Twitter, Prayed, or Read War, Rossi, or Rose, Coin, Sinti, Facilio, Tourist, Corum, Pernis, and Seprintos, Coris, Vir, Divi, Andersel, and Turles. If se Cordian Dominus Arpins Arvis de Start Narvis Coron de Facilius said impossibly vis Boston is the garden de Dominados omnipotens Rexer Genet Dominus Dominatium in Corisma Nur omnitori constitet omne ballum contitur. Fred Corpus me visu virum femin storm or vor zero dolor virtus mal licentis Arvarin Macum hel Arvarin cum hel Arvarin Mac Draco or frog Vormitrox cum saxo rumen versum or tu parum in darin atabodum in turquanatum dracurnis Niti mordur nitur tirti manga shartene sharturmo koshormo samasomo zara sharamo zero neono trucus fospatu joshiro terve osi conosce l'animo sheti ti cosi kala butu mosi bara kapri tu nari tu kashapani alini tu memperarni li yau stari usi sueli yau li meri yau musalar ku indicula Selalu musyaru araku matana lu haru porti haru sumu masir dia mortu eli nu boru sikartu si sarmi awani grabuti simai bardi dina la que lendau po salam kashati ya sharati ya mushtafi ya ismasarati shan mushiro churu shishal nuti ya lurus abdullah shan mushal lurus abduzi artik bu ada amor ali morti ari ketama sarubuli tartar sharti porshu kishpiki mada al dili shalminga leo shure borto loro epeturche subuku kalamatusha malas ari inagi birik bu ya lani mushito Selamani ya naba grita kira tu kira selamani ya naba grita kira tu kira selamani ya ri tu shni ala tu kira selamani ya nishti ri tu shni ala tu kira selamani ya gimax grita tu kira selamani ya na kukoladi tu kira selamani ya ina ikari tu sa tu kira selamani ya ina kuspari tu shni ala tu kira selamani ya ina bi shado di tak sa tu kira selamani ya ina gispata kira tu kira Ziringaringan kamaziringan lulen kamaziringan koden kapak ziringan koden kamaziringan shorim kampa ziringan jar shorim kampa ziringan dula zeka kampa ziringan dula zeka kampa ziringan dula kese kampa Siringganindo dila kampa siringani shara kampa siringani mishara kampa siringani mara dingani lola ke kampa siringani mara dingani lola ke kampa siringar siki gishma sak barari dara darwa makan pa siringar bar bor kar de kan ker yani ke kampa siringar ni kwarani ringar dor la yar nan kokun ka kata kar ne kampa Siningana na kamba siringar ki kamba siringar do ki kamba siringana bu kamba siringar ishta kamba siringar shoma shudu kamba siringana ko kamba siringana maru kamba siringana babata kamba siringar gi kamba siringana no na kamba siringana lola ko ko gi kamba siringar ni lola ko kare kamba siringana ni bibila shari gi kamba siringana ni ko ke gi shir babara gi kamba siringana no na kingar ko ne kamba karhar bor Ujung sulala sur didim sur mula sur dingge sur maskin sur siar kapasi dingge den lola le kurkode kapasi dingge ni loading kurkode kapasi dingge ni bibila shargi kapasi dingge ni kurkode kapasi dingge na dona dingge kalian ne kapa sininggar are kapasi dingge ti papa para rar te matata papa para rar te yar agar sakti morna tanam thar skara selvi morna thar sur kurbi morna thar sur karbi morna thar kirtim suri ti morna thar kara sur karbi morna thar inger sur kirbi morna thar manabi arne tashbiar bar nabi aish karshafi arti marfu kashafi shatfuri kadni Om Hai Guri Variat Namah Om Mahavisnar Ver Namah Om Kesavarya Namah Om Arusudariya Namah Om Govindariya Namah Om Panaksariya Namah Om Visnar Ver Namah Om Visvambararya Namam Hararya Namam Jaya Namam Savagisarya Namam Savadararya Namam Sadhanarya Namam Adararya Namam Narakararya Namam Narasaraya Namam Nirpavrarya Namam Naragararya Namam Niskalakarya Namam Nitadharya Namam Nirmarya Namaha Om Siramarya Namam Saksina Namam Saranyaya Namam Sarvarakarya Namam Srimata Namam Kalagisarya Namam Sivarya Namam Om Saraparadarya Namaha Om Varadate Namah Om Varadarya Namah Om Varavadhyaya Namo Paratharaya Namo Panyaya Namo Paryatara Namah Punyaya Namo Panekatarya Namo Paraparaya Namah Om Paramaraya Namo Parnarya Namo Parasmat Namo Parasarya Namo Parasakarya Namo Pararya Namo Savadamarkarya Namo Verusat Namah Om Varavarikar Paragarya Namo Sakalupanisvarya Namo Niskalariya Namo Nisarvaskarate Namo Maskalamanam Yustarasarya Namo Paraparaya Namo Parana Prodesarya Namo Srasarya Namo Sanjaya Namam Bansvaraya Nam Sanharia Namam Darataria Namam Jita Krotaria Nam Jita Matraya Namam Jakamarita Janmatrataria Nama Om Jivaria Nam Jadaria Nam Jadasania Nama Om Japapriya Nama Om Japasturkaya Nama Om Japakarte Nama Om Jakarambani Nama Om Japapriya Karte Nama Om Vibharver Namam Vimaria Namam Visvaruparia Namam Visvarugupta Namam Virustaria Namam Viraswan Sturjaya Namam Saritaria Namam Kisanke Kararia Namam Sraya Pradaria Namam Smriti Maria Nama Oris Raya Saran Pataria Namam Visvaria Namam Sataria Namam Vatruparia Namam Pranaria Namam Pritavaria Namam Vataria Namam Vartuparia Namam Sakparse Nama Unta Mahararia Namam Janasarya Namam Janine Namam Pranakana Sambraparia Nama Om Jarana Daria Namam Vartaparia Namam Yugine Namam Yugi Saria Namam Om Yusarva Kabataria Namam Yogine Namam Om Marvine Namam Masaria Namam Vesam Namam Saria Namam Saria Namam Om Visvagupta Namam Om Varaja Namam Om Sarasavati Karasar Kasarya Namam Om Jatamandala Smutaria Namam Ade Matratarya Namam Om Savagi Svararya Namam Om Pranayo Varketaruparya Namam Varahar Narkar Marte Namah Iti Haya Griva Stutara Santa Namavali Om Anataya Namaha Om Sarya Namah Garaya Namam Kuvaraya Namam Nikamaraya Namam Nisataria Namam Ravantarya Namam Vera Koraparia Namam Vishnu Priyaya Namam Vera Sugaya Namam Vera Maria Namam Visatararia Namam Sasaria Namam Satushdani Namam Samadi Karika Namah Om Akaratun Darin Namam Mamiti Kararia Namam Karapasaparia Namam Marastudaya Namam Karuparia Namam Varalaya Namam Basukaria Namam Varakaya Namam Varakaria Namam Om Sapsaradaniya Namo Parasudaniya Namo Parasitariya Namo Parasadatina Namo Vadita Kamari Namo Tamahariya Namo Vikarariya Namo Dadandaraya Namo Kasaparamajaya Namo Kaurupariya Namo Om Yugarapariya Namo Yudarariya Namo Viswantariya Namo Dagantariya Namo Kasviparaya Namo Viswambaraya Namo Sakamparaniya Namo Sakamalariya Namo Subhuriya Namo Om Saranaya Namo Kasarasa Namo Parasaniya Pramadaniya Namo Prakandaniya Namo Prakandariya Namo Badavasya Namo Badavaskarya Namo Umbara Sarasa Namo Babikaranda Yanamo Badi Putara Yanam Tasakari Yanam Lukamisa Yanam Sibari Yanamo Barabaya Rampanaya Pujaya Namo Yakatari Yanama Umpasia Yanama Prekari Yanam Niskali Yanamo Barapatakia Home Cook Bakari Yanam Musasa Yanam Santari Yanam Tantari Yanam Datani Watani Yanam Hamsa Pujaya Namam Sabakari Yanam Nadasaya Namam Naranjala Yanama Umepatari Yanam Salaya Namam Sabdakaya Namam Sanjaya Namam Kaya Namam Patu Bari Yanam Tabahara Yanam Yuis Paraya Kan yana mari yana murab kinine masakara kara yana muju kurari yana muju yana muju yana muju papriya yana ma visalu paya yana mobilu yana mobara samsu yana ma umsuri pradari yana muprabatan dari yana mobisnu kumari yana mutari yana mutarari yana muravasai yana ma umna busai yana mobari jingari yana mobari kupari yana musari supaya yana musakalo pari yana musabi mutari yana mobari panakari yana mobisi subrabda yana mobani rabi busani yana ma nagaya yana ma it is Sri Naga Devata Sultana Santan Mavagi. Nercio Crustero Sukulish from a Herkasher, Nos Columbian Norshan, Serran, Turchar, Cardmo, Shul, Orsian, Shul, Shersian, Kide, Ders, Vircher, Sialner, Kanka, Dobras, and Mercy, and True or Courtier, or Stakes, Lulus, and then. An after en merchants for near me and dear tierne for matierne tierne for mortier sure to operate the all tools mortier crete one prayer gata durinante tier martsans pur narun kritos and turlans and gulern tab in running young gulm bernachier dead yan mosul bernachier mosul nachier bernachier Verse more now pure si per cer more now pure mer den nam sat Turtsalas er sjula kjörlier rug der mer hartjes där er björn Warriors är Nordic Colleges är Nordic Björnsang ser er tjur ser gerdi ser mer massa tjur Pirili sard mod bir massa tjur manat er bedi där ser björn chart per kartier fyra bus för tjerda fyra är ner ser där del ner krurder Vianan truer krurnek ner gosm nar björn ner tjur en de Argos en biro en tur de meser domo show saint in tartera en marca gosan spior nerumi era barbianar no de crave rationar shor meser vos or castor ne björnes leum ferden cosmor pio ro der birti de ger pur in nar cro der cos pur nersis neri piano ser gos or gas giorni pianis leum fern Karachi Kalini Tata Vapina Sandekite Karava Muraberi Nadi Varadana Kamala Sadramaro Ramasambo Ramara Parti Karasar Tita Paro Jaganas Varmina and Abatkami Bavartu Me Burgesa Via Verdum Sarasi Siki Pianchi Archam Caritate Dukulamnet and the Sahat Chaka Kata Sarm Viradat Desa Rimata Varnar Vasatiri La Chario Jagannath Swami Naina Patikami Pavartu me Mama Bordes Diarte Karakara Chorde Sakarde Vasantra Satasa Jabala Trenda Balena Subadra Maria Sarka La Surta Sebes Vasaratio Jagannath Swami Naina Patikami Pavartu me Corpo Pravara Sarjala Jarada Sronora Chirama Bario Ramaswara Ramala Pakoramur Karsurendrande Veria Srutikana Serikar kita carito Jagannath Swami Naina Patikami Pavartu Merata Rumpul Kacan Patim Bordeva Bartali Stuti Prator Barbar Pratiparam Parkaranya Sarar dari Sindora Barksun Bakalia Jagata Sindustarkia Jagannath Swami Naina Patikami Pavartu para Brahmi Pialda Kuvala Yabadalo Kurlana Gyo Nivarat Sini Ladro Niyeta Charado Nanta Sarasi Rasaramdro Rata Sarasara Papor Incarna Sarako Jagana Swami Naina Patkami Babartume Merdar Veri Asher Ajab Nashar Karakara Mari Kivibabar Yam Nayarche Hamram Yam Niki Lanjana Kam Yam Vara Varandum Sarakali Kalapra Martar Partirna Kati Charito Jaganas Vamina and Patkami Bavartu me Horat Vam Samsaram Drutaram Marsaram Soraparte Harat Vampara Parlam Vitati Matparam Yarava Parte Arhodina Nartam Nihitat Charando Nischita Mirtam Jagaswamina and Patkami Bavartu me Jaganastakam Purnyam Yaparte Playarta Soshir Sarva Papa the Surla Mavsnolukom Sarika Charati Isrimam Sankaracharya Virachir Sam Jaganastakam Sampurnam Brahma Morari Sorachita Lingam Nirma Parsita Sorapita Lingam Jan Majaduka Vena Sakal Vena Sanalingam Pranamami Sarsi Lingam Muni Pranachita Lingam Kamarana Karan Karalingam Ravanan Darpa Vena Sanalingam Pranamami Sarsi Lingam Sarva Surakanda Surapati Lingam Burivi Vardarkarana Lingum, Sira Sora Sora Vardita Lingum, Tapran Mamisar Siva Lingum, Kanika Mahamari Vusita Lingum, Fani Pari Vestita Subita Lingum, Taxas Yorshana Sina Sana Lingum, Tapran Mamisar Siva Lingum, Kurumachandana Lepita Lingum, Pankajahara So Pita Lingum, Sanchita Papavena Sana Lingum, Pranamami Sarsiva Lingum, Devagara Chita Sevita Lingum, Pahavira Bearabachar Lingum, Dina Karakuti Pakara Lingum, Pranamami Sarsiva Lingum, Asdalo Parivestita Lingum, Sarasar Barvakarana Lingum, Asadari Dravirasana Lingum, Pranamami Sarsiva Lingum, Sorry Guru Sarva. Para Porchita Lingum, Soravana Puspa, Sarachera Lingum, para Mam, para Makam Lingum, para Mami Sarasiva Lingum, Lingasakamir, La Puya, Via Patasiva, Sarito Siva, Lokama, Notice, Vina Sahamorandar, De Nataraja Nartanasan, Dar Nataraja Jay, Shiva Shankara Nataraja. Kandamakana priyam sirambaya vihare namade bakumbar gumpiteswati impala lora surekam saramparka makahar dar narun sarampara harni daram aramboja jaga gurum sirambaram vivavarya samasta bakabosana swara darpatra karkaranam prasatyare divi babam narasarja jaraparam karasa multi saranarnam sarastarkan romandarnam haramboja jaga gurum sirambaram vivavarya Darakati Tamardi Tabni Talalo Kanave Tam Parakata Saritar Tam Paratrika Parkala Parnam Nataga Purvaparna Vietnam Kotara Pasasari Nam Harambuja Jagagurum Siram Baram Viva Vadia Koranga Sarvasor Bitam Siram Garjananar Sitam Parangana Vekararam Parangara Karajertam Karangara Tarakara Sarakam Tarangara Merkakar Mam Horam Bujaga Gurum Siram Bar Vivavar Ya Amanda Barga Bajana Sumanda Hasasan Murkam Sumananda Mandagam Ningarindar Karingiatar Samama Damam Lurta Mamanda Yarta Manu Horam Bujaga Gurum Siram Baram Vivavar Ya Karindra Karama Pasasaram Karindra Kapadari Nam Surendra Mukya Purjitam Kagendra Bahara Priyam Ahindra Borsano Swalam Manakindra Jvala Tatswardam Haram Bhuja Jaga Garam Siram Baram Viva Varia Malaparagir Ni Tarte Saravila Sakari Nambara Risa Tabaja Talama Rupalo Karanam Lasa Paritra Harinam Swavala Trisula Harinam Haram Bhuja Jaga Garam Siram Baram Viva Varia Sasangka Barumpi Utra Velachita Jagokarnam Bisa Lavasa Samsura Garbahoranda Paritam Dikambaro Sarva Paradharam Daradharam Viram Param Bhuja Jaga Gurum Siram Param Vivavar Yes Sarantaranga Sachana Urika Papa San Karne Marana Yoga Dorajalan Lisik Sarne Dikasana Siram Parakya Saguru Swarupa Mertia Putale Sarasivo Perajar Saramaranar Virto Horasan Parakya Sakuru Ridam Saravilasi Nam Muralikati Siasa Korsoro Pamara Masakam Saravar Setalalye Hari Priya Taranana Priya Niskala Jaga Guru Ranu Karahaditi Sri Siram Parapanka Kamarastotram Om Sharavarna Babar Yarnamaha Om Tak Porshaya Vermahem Mahasaraya Imahitano skanda prachudayatum skandaria karikiyaria pravarti priyarnan Danaria Charmahadeva Kambara Yasubhavra Mamaya Namaha Agatio Varsha Nomonos Tur Bandar Vandia Pararimbandaria Sur Harkara Yasarana Naya Mita Vikramar Yagori Hardan Dasarmud Barbar Namostu Tubiam Pranatatri Handrikatre Samastarsia Mano Ratarnam Tatradatam Parakara Karsya Handre Prakandasara Tarakasya Morta Mortaria Sahasra Motaria Guarnaria Ganania Paraparaya Paraparaya Namostu Turbiam Seki Vahanaria Namostu Brahmavirtam Vararia Digambara Yarbara Sanstitaria Varanya Varaya Haranya Badavari Namo Haranya Yar Haranya Tesia Tapar Samur Paratamo Danaya Tapa Palanam Pari Parakarya Sara Kumoraya Himora Merne Training Graves Warriors Veragina Namanamo Turbiam Sragarmadnes Vivo Pratar Soraya Ronata Parta Kataria Palabia Kabala Para Kramaria San Martoria Manar Soraya Mirusta Morio Tarderu Sierra Mona Mogarana Paraya Ganaya Namostu Tejan Marjara Ticaria Namo Visicaria Sal Sursar Ticaria Sorvasia Natasia Kumar Karigaria Kron Karia Tora Kadamar Karigia Sveheria Gagea Karikia Sevilla Torvia Tatatam Namostoritis Riskanda Mahaporana Kasekarande Parankarvis Saratitamo Diaria Karia Staragam Skadu Vacha Gui Paroma Sara Karikario Gararana Skarnat Kumor Sarnes Parni Sankara Sambarva Gange Astan Mara Kuraskar Pramagari Siriki Varta Tarakarli Roma Butro Kolarisa Sarana Sabda Brahma Samundras Kaserta Soras Varto Kurasana Kumurul Barevan Burgamur Sapala Prada Sora Charma Gananti Savar Jolukti Marga Kor Sora Varga Mana Brunne Karda Kir Hatar Kardar Saranar Stavima Satir Marni Mariarnierti Yapate Pradiusis Radaria Yortomo Ho Vagas Partir Baver Mahamantraye Mayarnierti Mamarman Nur Kirtarnam Mahaprajna Mavarnodni Nantra Kordia Vakarana Itisri Rudrayama Leprajna Vivardarnat Kadiam Sri Markarkeya Stotram Narada Wavacha Prana Maria Serasa Devam Gori Putra Neyarkam Barta Varsarb Smarani Yadamasurio Morstarie Pratarmam Vakratur Dan Charekaran Kan Virdi Yarkam Triti Yam Kursan Pinga Samgar Jabaratram Jotor Tarkam Lambordaram Parcharmam Chasatam Bikamer Merva Chasaptarmam Bernarajam Chardorm Bravarnan Tatarstar Barn Navar Mambala Chandram Shardasar Mam Tuvenayar Kamekara Samgana Partina Dvara Sam Tu Kajara Ram Dvara Sartarni Namami Triseriam Yapata Narana Charverna Yam Tarsia Sorvasir Kika Ramparam Yaria la parte Veriam Darnate la parte Daram Porrati la parte Putram Sarte la parte Gartim Japarkarna Paristutram Sambiaras Marseri Palam Lambet Samvarta Sarena Serdim Chalabate Natra Samsaria Starmario Ramanervia Chali Kid Vaya Samataya Tasyaberia Bavatara Sarsia Prasara Tartari Tishrinata Parna Karstanar Sarnam Namar Garnesa Stotram Advaita Sama Mear Te Pranamajaranam Samparan Yadar Karmar Narmasima Rupam Praladosa Padartartam Pranartari Karvasiam Devam Mordaka Mapin Navarmin Karpasa Mudram Natana Javar Kartarkava Prakarasya der Yamasir Snore Verba Borba Tarasi Arslan Bar Nolmi Nom Mahar Visnum Vixum Vordarar Nam Zakskak Rehar Tam Tamo Antum Satora Ver Karonar Verim Narahari Vabosam Namarmi Nam Vesnum Rihadias Rajarsa Guname Vasorni Meserna Coraja Raidarte Yastami van de Pradat Porvarbiar Ganikarmia Ham Pralardam Pramarjana Parkerte Kurvati Divisado Radia Pralapad Prador Lam Citron Kurute Naumami Yasarma Ham Saradindur Gardan Davalam Horajar Pravartis Tata Soratisam Karanam Borjara Tavartiam Trasai Varatam Prakor Vardar Mir Temur Keno Urupas Kasomia Sankan Kanatam Prakarti Karusi Briasia Skorta Bria Torva Merki Arta Prasiti Arta Samyar Borti Tisringeri Jagad Guru Sri Chakardana Sarandeva Davar Simha Paratis Verbi Virasitem Sri Nersima Saptakam精神成就提升引导和天可些报名和先喜欢精神先能领先从用主保护上经济小罗里领先高新手等主保新做合理做先下先进连同民众先路更提升给些为先或先或本个先人先进先人领活动先是先Len yar borti chan kunji juruli lin chen 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 juruling borti chan le chen di xing di xi hong po wu shong shong ming ting hong bai wu ro xing pen yuan xing por shuru she rui wu shen ji juruli lin an tu li shen shur yuan shi an jen po gu war ling yur dur shen war tu li shi ling xiu she yur jar bore war xing war li shang zhou ne wei shen king gan gan wei bei short an ting de shong 有名手比较像做的一家多用看了一些情人的新做的地些人可以本身动用有说可能来用我认为现是我的人民国民国就天可能我多难用光带顺将就出一些多分小我玩天先先先有选是有玩就像一般多的病人 anh sinh của yor be hai se wen mo wang so su se wei wo yun yong ho yun deo ti chong kyun ji ji ru li ling cho ni quan xin yor tian di yun yong wan de ban ge quan yor wan je xiong wu shen tong shan se wei wei wo do ju xuan fo li yor zhe guang xiu hu wu shen xiu xi bo shen jing xi bo wen bo lu li yong yu xiong xin 是有班先有的门上些是为我的是为我先说的历史来点过有的上当中外王行无有比例那些人民我有些我给尽管书人不相同是进入领袖人选手都有选手人家上。Xuống dòng của dù khiến chuồn chỉ còn diễn linh cho con diễn về lên dồn linh của con của diễn đã cho tan chỉ chế rồi linh dồn yun rồi yun dồn để cho或者是说一下下下而不选不放还可以像是以前光可能被那修理人当用是修因不用用用。先问人佛说说的有明明的我今天能去干，先来我一年给富有有冥想，有来有实现相度。nam mô Phật Hệ La Đà La Đà Bồ La Ye Ye Na Nam Mô A Di Ye Phổ Lô Giàn Đi Số Bồ La Ye Phổ Thị Sa Tổ Phổ Ye Mô Hệ Sa Tổ Phổ Ye Mô Hệ Sa Lô Ni Sa Ye Hồng Sa Phổ La Phá Sĩ Sửa Đà Lô Đà Ye Nam Mô Sĩ Sĩ Li Đô Ye Men Ga Li Ye Phổ Lô Sĩ Đi Sĩ Phổ La Linh Tu Phổ Nam Mô Lô La Jin Sĩ Sĩ Li Mô Hệ Phổ Lô Sa Me Sapo tata dor chupenga shiyun sapo sado namo po sado namo po ke mo fate do dajita Ungapologi logiari jarlodi shili mohe porti sato fa posa por mola mola moji moji lito yunjulu julu che mengdulu dulu fashe ye di mohe fashe ye di dola di li nishi pola ye jala je la momo pa mola mor di li shirna Alashin, Olashe, Li, Fa, Shin, Olashe, yeah, Hulu, Shilishu, La Jola, Jili, Shili, Puti, ya, Putu, ya, Miri, Lula, Jinchi, Yiri, Serni, Na, Yano, Raso, Poheshi, Toyeso, Pohe, Mohe, Gil, Toyeso, Pohe, Gil, Yoli shir pola yeso pohe lola jinchi shor pohe mola lola shor pohe shila senga morke yeso pohe sol pomohe aji alporia so pohe gel shila aji to yeso pohe boto morje jiro yeso pohe lola jinchi po kela leso po hemo polia seng Jala yeso pohena mohea la dana dola yeyena moli dea pologi isho pola heso pohe onji dando la bato yeso pohe Bore bolo miardor genjinguanjare pusajare ingen bore bolo miardor shijo jar worion jinconjori kerkujer liji shabuye konkondoye shi konji shi share shor jar sing ji puro shi shali shi for shashong shong bor bo mer bor gorbo jingbo jar shi ku kong jong bu 不受伤进去无力安而一些些的不些形象为出发无力安些那些无一些那些无明显那些无了些一无了些见无故些没了。我是我的一无所的不不提萨布一不瑞不罗尼罗我是过来。Urkai uri koguri yodli dian dorming bishang jorjeng ne pan chan shir jor poi bore bolo mi gor dorko de ano dolor na san yor san potisi gorji bore bolor mi do gor shirta shin jor shir tar ming jo shi shi wor shang jo shi wo ding jor ning joy ke kur shen ji bor jor gor Ore bolo miru jor di shersho jor jerdi bolor sering jerdi poti sapuru ke nan mo potu ya nan mo da mori ya nan mo senke ke yer ne nan mor buji jai pusha mo ge sha jora ba jin jai Dashi tua Georgia Rapali Chandor Mornimo Heboter Melo Lulu Disi Shola Sherli Shaye Hongbashi Hinan Botamojin Dur Mornisho La Hongan Palatu Mordani Hungna Mor Sarn Marndor Motunana Boladi Hedur Sher Solang Nana Dashi Tohan KKKKG Hong Hong rubala bola rabula de se shadi she shashi shishili shopusha shandai jar shirtiarle yeshu wor yarke namo potu ya namo damo he namo serinke ya jidi hulu ji dulu jerli boji dali bolu li shu wahinan mo Pake wati ba bala mea dar ha yoliana su birni shishita shor der jola se yer daga get daye ala heti san yon so bor daya darni yarta ansali pa sangi si galis bali shurda da mardi Kegena sang mawu gadi shapa wa urbi shur di mahena ye Pali wali so wahena mo kera pardi Pichachero Chuloli Boliola Bolhe Lasheye Tatulger Alhedi Sano Sanbortorie Taji on Pichashi San Mojer Shor Heona Marnim Pamehon Maganiana Jela Jote Barajera Jana Wer Darili Saurbo or Taborli Jirta Genaborlana Borli Jortan Bana nor nama lorgi jola yes or herli poli porli kyo he kyo her di to lor ni di he helar di pili ni di mo he ker di shinling kern di namo wemi do poe do po ker do ya do di ya tor mili do por pia mili do si ran por pia mili do pirja Yarni Liambo Piajarean Dol Kernin no Zidor Jarli Sopo Her Namo Foto Nan Morta Mor Nanmo Senka Namo Shihalir Moher Dear di Yardanar near Yar Toboli Furlo no Jarli Son Pol Tasherni Moher di Herlor Ker di San Mantojor Borli no ali nor da modi mo hepi cober mor miler di lo bolsen ki sen ki shirdi san mantu watu wano polor ni chotian yarn reishan ku patin shun yu yor wortan John Chan Siri your Shanshin you Murs Mendin di you away yan di you wo bearing sheng one warrior way pulu shorty share yoru wama home ching ching shen ishi vi shen shen yen nanga po ishi vi yan yarn heng li ching ching churi yan ming warn nai Ateheye ya yorgichi marinto koko miki somo poko wa heye ya yorgichi marinto koko miki somo poko wa ohoki wa nixista mitstaki ohoki wa nixista mitstaki heyo harna harna heyo te ya torabia ikine heyo te ya torabia Gina heyo te ya torabia worn gina rini yo te ya to hatargi worn gina rini yo Ya he univahu, he univahu, ya he unia nina henena, he ya he na he nina he univahu, ya he univahi ya henerna. Yani sini hawana, hini swavira kini, ni swavira kini, ni tuina hohu, ni na hohu, warasina no hohu, warasina no hohu, ni himasiasi, ni himasiasi. Om Nari Yana Vidmahe Vasudevali Adir Mahitano Vishnu Prachudaya Dom Devakira Dada Diya Vidmahe Vasudevari Adir Mahitana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tat Porshari Vidmahe Sasurakshari Vahavidevari Ataro Rura Prachudaya Dom Karandari Vidmahe Varundari Adir Mahitano Dandi Prachudaya Dom Kadi Yadya Vidmahe Karam Rukori Yai Dir Mahitano Durga Prachudaya Dom Big Devi Yasha Vidmahe Kamarajari Adir Mahitano Devi Prachudaya O Mahadev Yai Chavid Mahe Vishnu Party Chardir Mahitano Lakshmi Prachudayat Ninyo Shashnian Watertan Dulkes Nati Marsnam Sir Tri Vasori Murung Pain Tier Trias Dam Dorin Tier Sir Stor Natasi Dam Doron Tier Ninchuri Merse Pom Chori Ti Loras Ring Sin Bodrig Nianas Kart Molchu or Tier Dom Tias Ninti Pascor Sin Orminur magnia nar berbar mesir dam toine nar ster frindruni firbaru water morich rosoter morich romoter monur ni berlam morich pas for fiers for tor moter simrag manatir to nar dur glas na dur dich Nimler dor na kore bar nar kur debur tindom tior chirlam sir rier nan yurde ordinur senar serchan serla konotir dinas yarde pobruni boris na beartir mor serchan del om dur diturgil am el ansurchte om leal mora sercht madner på certa cretem ver dalek ser deri dart ur corta guor more sauru beratin spirito noi fum sar domine salus teoriru esolus ter domine sasulus ter pasulus ter domine solus ter krishna solus ter domine solus ter tuo solus ter super pablum turum domine benedictu tua Ateheye yayo ateheye yayo ateheyelo ateheyelo ni tuni shila when you get a kikita yayo ni tuni shila when you get a kika yayo ateheyelo ni takuya when you get a kikita yayo ni takuri when you get a kikita yayo ateheyelo mi chinchi nante mayores ateheyelo ni shi kete ni shi kete Halo arte halo charon pawan chicharu picharon pawan chicharu pi arte halo chari pikarta chari pikata halo arte halo keu chari ho heo tuerche o chari ho ungo kele chari a heo ho ungo kele chari heo ho arte halo wana yan marie wana yar marie Kitakawan Maria te hilo le cho mi o kari ke te lo yo le cho mi o kari ke te lo yo Takumaki chari ga hera mi tawari yellow yo Takumaki chari ga hera mi tawari yellow yo Arte yo arte yo ari yo Min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya Oyateya in Chigarpika Cheya, Oyateya in Chigarpika Cheya, Arte ye yellow, Arte ye yellow, Haye ya yo, Haye ya yo, me like King Hiyumi Chi Yana, me like King Hiyumi Chi Yara, Waka Blackate ye, Waka Blackate ye. Onchi hey yellow yo onchi hey yo puya chini wasa waka kete puya chini wasa waka kete onchi hey yellow yo onchi hey yellow yo la hey ya ye la hey ya ye kangi yo ya te ye chaya un wello kangi ya te ye chaya un wello ni ya te ye wer ni te ye Hey, we one Bali Kaleshka, one Yani Hiutoerie, one Bali Kaleshka, one Nayarni Hiuerie, Miokan, Keen one lucky, yeah, Miokan, Keen one lucky, yeah. Hena one lucky, har, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, party, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. Min chinchimira waya min chinchimira waya arte he arte he yaye he wello arte wello yari piketai ya wello yari piketai ya wello wasa wakin ketai ye wasa wakin ketai ye lechi ya pole ye lechi pole ye hey yellow Ate hey yellow, ate hey yellow, little makuwe, yeah, little makuwe, yeah, petawan yan, makuwe, yeah, petawan yan, makuwe, yeah, ara makuwe, ara, ara makuwe, yeah, ina hekuo, misum kale che, yeah, o marin, yeah, misum kale che, yeah, o marin, yeah, ina heku wana sapiketa wana sapiketa unchi era zipa michuya unchi era zipa michuya yelo arte yelo Hariker na yanka kari hariker yanka kari wana lechi wana sapiketa yara pialo wana lechi wana sapiketa yara pialo wana kari kankari yo yani kari yo arte yo mi wana mari anko yo Mia one Marian Kario Kangio Yate one Chanku Wagagi Lo Kangio Yate one Chanku Wage Loani Picatecha Yani Picachicha Ke yellow Kola He yellow Makasito Mani Yanu Kio Yarte Okio Waratero Kia Warbalio Yarte Wado Shihi yellow Arte Mago Wacharia Ukie Perkinu Kie Perkinu Kie Kangio Yate Juan Borshi Halo Arte Halo Lena Wakar Wakarche Arte Halo o galakin han wakara wagagarchi arte hilo arte hilo charumpa kin wagagarchi arte hilo mior kankin chichuchi arte hilo o galakin ni arte kartar arte hilo Michinshi tahena kupia michinshi tahena kupia ma coche one warshte ariargali pika de arte hilo wana wacheshka tiya wana wacheshka tiya we urto marni ukatana goyan wo warkin kete goyan wo warkin kete michuya warin kerpe mi churia warin kerpe mi chuya hiya wasawatin kete hiya wasawatin kete anpa wachike te wakila lahe wambleni chala hacker yellow when bleni chala har kar yellow dokiche one miguel king kete dokiche when miguel king kete ni hunkun he lo ni hunkun he lo wakan yani nyaking kete wakan yani nyaking kete Changelishka one luzani nyanking kete Changelishka one luzani nyanking kete one mukiyaga gupo one waria gupo ate heyulo En Israel sorne besutine truas und lujas ik brushara dem berusha de kubukin jaror katem sikim ne bunti kinche pamiu nu nem sigal mahari basha de ne karaj samin nem baraj de rabn sutin minkin nu not kapasete for the bam nikemenu tok ne bu nem sokum tip tasha no fine toy bu aber in tibet nu of suru and pot net trus minimal chet your trust ne ke baramu de nu ta pe tas in the frato de mishisha tabut mahita pot tan mare represent the protecting that make them what the shop singing up around shops come to us thinking how to teach the pandemic to data make a room that of passion a episode of the saw therefore happy at NASA for happening yet now remain going to command and cut up in already for center run book could have on sure that the menu and one who through Tateno Manapu Hero Ebero Hero Shaisa happy I get attacking and at least month better can mama or baby can decapacity toys or came in the capitation canoe Smenship Kerum Kuris Karin Zurin Kenemis and two Metu Two Metu is good nations ne red beret menemis can do the two is who should nick the person to we had it in luminescence at a can move the rocket checking but after the setsu I make it to Kineti said and Buddha minute has room heads up at the Totten and on to Sherek to each must second run pets and tells so that the bubble up them and pets him toy and above and book and the visual weapon by second Presu second toy and be mute at the bus for capital barbas who was under washes coming para Kubushula Sodini and Yakursukar Cemetery Music Bruce and Kitty Capisamenta Samara Sarap Epicenament skin a picture with the Amkabun from Mari Van the Samopaka situation as Kratia Bajuam Snap on the Secunomatic to the Automatic Man Epidemic Kimisha Karukin and Karu Ring Basi Rai Padet of the Nebraska Never Buin of them to Sapadema Bubu to routine and they have got name also to Capana, the Harry Tap to him, the Titus Men to Supakabo wishes of Katabu Martori, which you combine about so much comprehend Shapatos and the tapping again the third in the student I kept into Sonic Kinemitu to Suja, Catan Chacharato, attending Nepeti, send over names and soy academics and go here to take and again from Shani, Kurubu Shari, and Shanan in the essay with Tapati, you have to go about to and go as a man to make one up you, but you sorry, but at some Saknasa Kerki. Surety or Epson to put a Mishakrat Surna next should have been heading from home Nepu Sorti Cartoon Tatek Name Pu Premis or take your Tatamuni Pu Micas is Nani Pu Yuabu in getting Martin Japan and Hedi Jotas Ramota Mami to cook at a mabel drink and that instantly Dave should you can add a trip down the you want me to attend you bet Maradita Patamudeta or set the Araman canoe has your Regnamunek Nutter James Mario Kamaho after the Ross Simon Soak moment in choice. So as a rubber kind of pedagogy definition to the mechanic manner resect never military or doi operation in a truck effect am to such a time so the man never do also for them hold the also for them hold them party must you party to be my direction to move to control good up from position of bring new dreams some rabi body when I cover not and tournament of sick but I'm what I'm sure that to them they will give music or some other issue but it go but they are super commander to practice so exactly technical parameter to two of Tarak for too many week the new Bram to you Kuvisam Frosa Komocho Tabria Summon paper who Namana Sipakan Super Sereta and Nathalie Sabak Kapanu Taramsanaki Komaku Kabram no Messus to New to Parkman and Abunetri Kasubis and Nekio Benenet and Nectar Netri Tim Sikimi Pet Thurman as Urman and Nupus usually in the Simitic Koi Mines at Wood and the Umpanoti and Hair Trace which I had to do Nectish and Neshek no Kavka or Torada too. Autumn Saru to Washington to Maluki never Sharado Shorty at the Kamabudin is a computer and two multiple also on the throng, the American crop as a kind of Shakaket and the Runa Visual the Shabeka, but I can neck tablet to view. Secret kept the now shot up Neptune naked injured you watch it, watch up and never wash up, have a temperature of mind or Pinapini Cyclone, Cyclone, a very short part of poison, the Jew, but usually Sadigonam, Kabram, Cabruna, Bunker, yes, una. Anche Tamban can capito what I make a beer or the Royce of the sort of a cook academy me to I do to train the Sabi Watunai and Abaye. The Boffersiona Coronel for the public chapter of Sabuya for the Jew of the second Mitsuki to break up them and you could give the courage out to another toy, the medical and the Canambaru, and to be a Canambaru Astro Erusion to our mom and them skip, but I can Canambaru, Amanus, and soon be at this mother thing and I go ride the go quite well back on sick banking and now back number of some can I could have picked at shouldn't be city got it. Sorry, Kabir can Carapicano, Macanabia, Macan, Ruane, should have been economics among them, Shabbatic, you had some connection to Amakiki, Sahara and Kevin and Lucian and Kaisan and any supreme guinea out of Kumpat and I should one order but I have now take condition, you never as a people, you got his your tat and him should never be but in indefinitely, but I'm going to the rest of the set, the cat and that to the after honestly the next one the messenger office got up as the service and in active wasn't to him about a mucho proper should have been the attending up never through Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within us, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zipia compas, compa. New Gab, Gaia, New Nath. Kepra. Ra. Tuma tum, kansu, or simtoki shabu bananishim torina, I or simtoki shabu bananishim torina, I or simtoki shabu bananishim torina, I abra. It's been a little thing I've been doing throughout my life. I can't say anybody else imposed it on me. That wouldn't be accurate. I've just been doing it to myself. But I don't know. I go through, like my foot's asleep right now. I go through, I'm like, pain and stuff, like goes out the roof. And I don't make a peep. It's like being a sphinx. If they can't tell how much pain you're taking, well, they have no clue how much longer they got to keep going. somebody's attacking you or pushing or doing something like that, and they can't see no fatigue happening, they can't see no pain freaking kicking out, and they're like, what the hell? How do I gauge this thing? I got no clue. It just keeps going. I don't see. That's the thing. Be a sphinx. Be a mystery. You don't have to be on a stage to be a magician. And real magic, it's kind of funny, a magician does tricks. A real magician that we think of a magician, they're a trickster. Just showing you a trick. Like if we look at the definition, they're just doing a bunch of tricks and we go, whoa! But a real magician, well, people just scratch their heads because they ain't seen that too much in this world. That's understandable. Sweater? I love my sweater. It feels so nice. I'm coming. I'm coming. I gotta put up my papers first. I can't just leave them out everywhere. No, 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 no. I have to clean up the mess before I make another mess. If I just make a mess after a mess, it's gonna be a big landfill. And I don't want to live in a landfill. No. I used to drive a truck and took trash to the landfill. I done that before. Remember one time it's raining and I'll never go to the landfill when it's raining again. I never did that. I did it once. They had to get the big trucks to get the chains and pull me out and everything. It's pretty cool. I think I got stuck twice. I don't know. It's pretty rough. Well, I guess it was a smooth day because of all the rain. Everything was so smooth. It just got, the tires got stuck. Literal with your words. Literal with your words that'll change your reality. So it's a rough day. It wasn't rough. There was lots of rain. It was actually pretty slick. All right. All right. There's a little thing I tell myself from time to time. There's a bunch of people in the world, and that bunch of group wants to be right, and that group over there, they want to be left. And me, I rather just be correct. I just rather find the correct way. They could be right, they could be left, they could be whatever they want. I just want to find my correct path. Everybody's path is a little bit different. What's correct for me isn't exactly correct for other people. And I've been having some people reach out to me, and it's been nice because at this point, I recognize the journey that I've been on, and within the past 24 hours, I mean, it's been developing, but in the past 24 hours, I was able to. Oh, I'm in my till, not my way. That's why we had to get rid of tills. We had tills before. We did. We have genetic markers in our DNA to grow a tail, but it was not beneficial in the long run. We did evolve. We designed our evolution. Like seriously. Um, but getting back, in the past 24 hours, I've had a few different experiences and processing and so forth of those experiences. And so there's There's individuals out there probably watching right now. I'm not looking at the screen or whatnot for the comments exactly. Well, here are just for people like, hey, he's not really there. There's Keek. What's up, Keek? There's Waffles, Waffle Meg, and Rar Barbecue. And over here we got, who's that? Steven and Serenity Sue and vibes. There's vibes. There you are. You're the one. Hey, you're. What's up? What's up? Uh, and so like people, they wanna like go over. They want to know about the mantras and stuff that I go over. And there is a good portion where it's straight up. I'll give you exactly what it says. I'll send you the translation. Like boom. It's just my laptop and phone. I've been working with this less for a while now. I'm not going to stay there, but and so and so, but there's a lot of it to where there's some of them, like I was going to one of them today, and as I was reading over it, it was like, don't you share us with anybody. You got the information and we gave it to you. That was sent to you through this. All that extra explanation didn't go, wasn't in my mind, but it was in my heart. And it was like, no, that was a gift for you on your journey and you're sharing it with the world. We're great with that. That's not for you to give anybody the directions to. If they want to find it, they can find it. It's on the internet. You can find it and you can be directed to it. And if the spirits connect, then they'll direct you. So there is some portions where it's very personal and they are blessings to share with the world. But there's other portions where it's like, I don't care. I'll give you like right where I found it. I'll send you to a website. I'll send you the source. But all of that came together for me in retrospect and thinking about it. And then I was like, well, wait a second. My formula is specific to what I want to do. It's specific to my purposes. It's specific to my setup of how my magic, of my connection with nature. And so somebody else reading every single one in order and everything, that's that's a loss because now we're just copying and we don't do good just copying. I don't want to help somebody be a follower. I want to help somebody be a leader. And I'm very aware of that. And so then I was able, let me fix you guys up because you down below. Let me pick you guys up. There we go. And so like I was like, boom. The course that I went on to find what I found, well, step one, two, and three, that's going to be your step. You know, one, two, and that's going to be your basic step. The first one, the second one, here's my one, two, three. That got me connected. And once I was connected, well, then I found this one, and I found that one, and then I found this one. And I found that journey completely on my own. Like, well, I can't say completely on my own, but there were people around me doing things they shouldn't be doing. And I was like, huh, well, I have an innocent heart and you don't, and you're not taking care of that spirit, and I can. So let me just call out to them. And so I called to the spirit they were calling out to, and that spirit came over to me and was like, oh my God, dude, they've been fucking ignoring me for years. This is fucking hell. Are you serious? You want to help? And I'm like, yeah, well, what do you need? Like, I'm not going to do anything bad. I'm not going to hurt nobody, but what do you need? Okay, well, I'll take a walk and go talk to somebody. Sure. And ultimately, it wasn't an experience that they needed. It was a resonance of energy. So by me taking a walk and chatting with a friend in their place while we're toking some good old Mary Jane, boom, the energy got created. The spirit got what they needed, and they got the juice to blast off on their ascension level. Now they're not bothering me. They're not bothering the person. Bada boom. Thank you, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, if you don't know what I'm saying, hopefully you do learn to know what I'm saying. And I'm live every single day, so you can come back. Anyways, for people that want to go on their own journey, shoot me an email, shoot me a message, let me know. And essentially, I did it kind of by accident, just trying to guide that give the best direction without telling people what to do and like don't exactly copy me. I'm not saying not to copy me, but you want to become your own independent self. You want to become your own unique formula. Okay. Not You don't want it to be me because you're you. But we share a lot between us. So that's, it makes us like, I'm me and I'm everybody. How does that work? Well, just like we read earlier at the very beginning, the ultimate divine father, he has millions of names. His form, the shape of his look is hidden. You can't find it. There's no way we can see it. It's impossible to scope. Okay, and he's inside of everything, not just life, but every single thing. Even this inanimate little pin thing is in that too. He's in every, his form is in, he's in everything. So all you got to do is connect, and you're going to excite that energy. And when that energy is excited, oh my goodness, you're gonna move on to this, move on to this. So there to vibes. I know you responded, but I didn't respond back. And so essentially I'll wind up getting some stotras, some mantras. I'll find some sources. I'm going to do some research on the, because I asked you a particular question. I know you sent that answer. So I'm going to do a little bit of research, just fresh up for myself, and I'm going to send you the links. And then boom, you've got 1, 2, 3, and now you're on the hunt. You'll know the keywords to look up. Now you'll be able to start doing your own investigative research. Because when you're just trying to pass a test, or you're just trying to copy what the teacher's doing or what someone else is doing, yeah, it's not your own book. You're following somebody else's book. And you know what? The word Bible, the word Bible simply translates into the word book. Okay? Bible is nothing special. You got a, you've read lots of Bibles. Hopefully you the word Bible is not special to just a holy book. It means, I mean, it's kind of redundant. Book. It's just a book. So I got my own book, and my book I wrote. If you want a copy of it, I'll send you. Shoot me an email. I'll send you a free copy. Or if you would like a hard copy, it's available on Amazon.com. And I got my GoFundMe page hooked up to my main profile page. So if you like it or enjoy the program, whatever the show, feel free to donate. I appreciate it greatly. Anyways, but this is my book. And the way that I wrote this book with the language inside was so that I could quick reference my own memories. So I could hear literally 50 different words spoken, could be any of those 50. And if I hear those coming from somebody, I designed myself, because you can reprogram your brain. Okay. The hyperwar theory, by learning a new language, you it was hypothetical that you could reprogram your brain. I took that fucking theory to the test, to the bank. I fucking invested everything I had into that theory, everything I had into it, and it works. So what I did was I changed my triggering system to not be for bad things, but that would hurt me, but bad things that are hurting other people, because that's going to trigger my quick reference word of my memory. And in my quick reference word and memory, I have a solution attached to it. There's something I used with that memory. In that context of that event, I conquered something with very uniquely. And so I can access my own memories. Boom. And I can share it with the world. Boom. I'll never get lost. I did get lost. And I did lose myself after I wrote the smug. I did. I was I got with some lady. She was 13 years older than me, and that lasted 8 years total. I got lost. I got lost. I got lost, bro. I went back and I read my book, and I remembered who I was. I remembered the happy person I am. That I wake up happy. I'm not. I don't care for fighting. I don't care to think about bad things. I don't care to be angry. If I'm upset about something, goddamn, let me get to working like I'm digging a ditch, and I'm gonna fill it up with a whole new landscape. I'm gonna pull in it and everything. So I got to start construction, and I ain't gonna stop construction till my pool is nicely in the ground. Until then, I'm gonna, because what's happening is I'm using the frustration, the anger, all that bad energy, I'm using it to construct a solution. See, I didn't use my negative, that energy of being angry and frustrated. That's some potent energy. You could run a mile, you could win a football game, you could do a whole lot of stuff. That energy's fucking potent. So I use it to create. And if I'm creating a solution, if I'm creating something I love, I'm not going to hurt it. I'm not going to put anger into it. But that energy, oh, let me make sure this ain't going to break. This is going to hold up no matter what happens. Oh, hold on, I forgot something. I'm going to go get that and reinforce it again. Bada boom. It's your emotions. That's your energy. You can use it however you want. And that's why when people do bad stuff to me or whatever, make me feel bad, ultimately, I'm going to deal with it. Construction time, solution time. But ultimately, I'm saying thank you. In the long run and every day, I'm saying thank you. Why? Because they transferred, they allowed me to be in this energy zone. And I don't have to be a slave to my emotions. I'm an alchemist. I'm a creator. I'm not subject to the events around me or even inside of me. What I choose is what I'm gaining because I'm going to work for it. I'm going to shift things into that. So I'm going to take that anger, I'm going to transmute it, and that's like fire. People like, oh, you the devil, you Satan. I got my pitchfork right there. See, got my pitchfork right there. Got the spear. It's a real spear with antlers on it. Here, let me figure so y'all can see it. I got my own pitchfork there. See, right there, the answer, the antlers with the spear. Boom, right there. See? Whatever, the fire, right? So that emotion is energy, and all I can do. What do we do? What do we do as humans? Well, shoot, it's pumping out too bit much there. We can't do it. It's uncontrollable. So we got to make a little spout or some sort of device, and we're gonna focus all of that heat, all of that fire into a single point. And now we got something where what we call it, we start welding stuff. We can melt metal with you. Oh wow, got freaking oh. And do the same thing with your own emotions. Go fuel you every day. Fuel, fuel you every day. Learning to say thank you rather than why'd you do that? Don't you know that thank you is very powerful. Very powerful. There's something I want to cover. I'm going to go back to. So just to wrap up that last portion, essentially, if you want to jump on your own shamanic path, shoot me an email, shoot me a message, setchra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA. No, I don't charge. No, nothing of like that. No, I don't got a business running all this crap. I got my book and I get donations, and that's how I pay rent and buy food, and I that's how I live. So I really do appreciate any donations, quite truly. But if you do want to go on the path, shoot me an email. I'll shoot you a copy of my book if you would like that. Mention it. But if you want to go on the path, I'll shoot you some information. I'll shoot you a couple questions. You're going to look up some information online. You're going to read a little bit of stuff, and then you're going to shoot me back a couple of names. And then I have homework to do to send to you. And essentially, that's going to put you on your journey. And any questions you got along the way, you can shoot them to me, email, message, whatever. I help you out. Whatever little advice you boom, boom, yep. And you're doing your own thing. And so I'm not guiding your life. I'm not controlling your life. I'm just like, you come up to a moment where you're like, shit, I don't have any information. It's like the map is dark on that portion of your world map of your globe. And I'm like, yeah, I've been there. Actually, that's there and that's there. And watch out for that right there. And you're like, thank you. And you travel and your map's still black. And you get there and you start seeing, and you knew what was there. So you didn't go over that way. And you, at the end, now you know what's there. And you're like, shit, sweet. And your life is going on. And that's to me, that's a good to me, that's a teacher. That's a proper teacher. Forget the word good or great. That's a proper teacher. And because everything else is like, I, I shouldn't have to go back to a teacher every single day. If I'm going back to somebody every single day, that's my friend, that's my buddy, that's my bro, that's my sister. If I'm going to go sit in your classroom for 8 string hours, well, I'm going to take notes, and then I got some time. I got to think about that information. I have to integrate it into my life. I have to figure out the lesson from that experience. Thank you. And then I'm going to come back and then I'm going to say, hey, okay, I did everything you mentioned. I went on my own journey and now I don't know where to go next. Where do I go teach? My own opinion. If you teach out in the world, I thank you for teaching. My mother was a teacher. Teachers are very important, and there's not enough of them in our world. And so, whether you're good or bad or whatever I mean, whether you're poor at it or great at it, whatever, I appreciate you helping the world in whatever capacity that you're able to. Just like the rest of us, that's it. Everybody can do as much as their capacity allows. Okay, going to move on here. What was the shift? You want to know what the shift was from a few days ago? Because my energy was all like low. I know where I'm going next, so I won't forget that. But um you want to know why specifically? Because I was in a funk. I was in a funk for a while. You could feel it, you could see it, you knew it. But it was like overnight, with no reason, it's gone. I'll It find explanation just hit my mind this morning, last night, yesterday. Took me overnight to really process throughout the day and the night to really process. Look, I was married and I had my 2 daughters, and my wife left me, and she, she I say she left me. She kicked me to the curb and kept everything, and I let her keep everything. I didn't fight for nothing. I just was like, "Oh, you don't want me here? Okay, I'll just leave. I'm not interested in fighting with you. I'm not interested in my 2-year-old and 3-year-old daughter watching mom and dad argue or anything negative. So I'll do what I've been doing my whole life. Ain't nothing new to me. So so that happened. But my mom, she was my best friend. My mom was my best friend. When my mom died, my whole life crashed. And I'm not saying I didn't love my daughters or I don't love my daughters. I do, and that's intense. But my mom, like, we spent my daughters. I didn't even know what their favorite colors were. Okay, how can you like? That's. Anyways, my mom, she was my best friend, and the way me and my mom were, I just live my life and do my thing, right? Just hanging out, playing games, whatever. I cry, get upset, have fun. I just live and I'm just doing my thing. And and my mom, she paid attention to me. She wanted to hear all of my weird thoughts, or she wanted to know what I was thinking, and she wouldn't judge me. She wouldn't look at me funny. She was just like a best friend. But she learned from me. She picked up what I said. Like, I'm doing my thing. I don't care what's going on in the world. I don't care with them and him and her. But my mom, she been fighting this war before I was born. And here I am, little whippersnapper, and I just saying things I don't even fucking know. But I got an idea, and they're just coming to me. I say how I've been my whole life. I just spit it out. And then my mom, she'd go out in the world and she'd conquer the fuck out of it. And how do I know this for a fact? It goes back to one solid memory that I got. And this one good memory I got. And there was this one time, me and my mom, we were out like to eat. And there's other people, like other Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff in the religion at the time. I'm not in it anymore, obviously. And and uh and she was saying something that I had said. It was my idea. I remember saying it. She didn't come up with it, bro. I did. But she's using what I said like it's her own personal idea. She didn't give me credit. She didn't point it back to me. She took it, she used it, she ran with it. She was conquering her environment with it. I sat back and I just let it be. I never corrected her. I never once told her, "No, mom, that I said that. That was what I came up with that." No, I didn't do that. You want it? Use it, man. Go on. I just want to go and play video games, eat some pizza, and hang out with you, and just be, have my best friend around. So my whole life, I've been looking for my mom in somebody else. Since she passed away, been looking for a best friend. And a few days ago, my spirit, before my conscious brain, 2 days, I don't know, you probably remember better than me. 2 days or so before I consciously have the thought of why am I happy? Why so happy? That's the question. Why so happy? In this world, why so? That's the question. People won't have to think about that answer. And it's because I've seen enough, I've heard enough for all of this to be fact at this point. And I don't care to explain any of the proof. But that kind of like just hanging out and then just like in the most loving of ways, taking from me and conquering your world, it's happening. I'm living it. But it's not just with my mom, it's with the whole world. But to me, I just see my mom. I got my mom back. That's what I see. So to me, that's where all the joy came from. Perspective's everything. And people want to try to steal your happiness. That's why they ask the stupid rhetorical question, why so serious? Because you've been lying to me, tricking me, fooling me, kicking me, making me think I was nice. Then you brought me some ice cream and a blanket because I was cold and hungry, and now I got a stomach ache, and because I ate fucking sugar and I was starving on other things. You just kept hurting me, you stupid prick. You were never nice to me. You were always. That's why people are so serious. So the real question to ask is why so happy? Because when you find your happiness and you don't let nobody fucking take it, what, you gonna come call me names and hurt me? You gonna come just hit my arm and make me go ow? Like I give a shit. I can run faster than that and I'm gonna heal really fucking fast. So you keep that and I'll run this way. I you family. I'm not talking to you. The you is the world, the junk, and you're the good one. You're like, yeah, I know who I'm talking to here. Oh my gosh. I got, I got the next portion. I got the next portion. Here you go. I'm not reading a bunch or nothing like that. It's just it was something in particular. Uh, all right. Okay. Yeah, we at the Waffle House. You know, that would be freaking stellar if I could just like go to a Waffle House and have a little corner for myself. And anybody comes in, you can get your coffee, waffles, whatever. You sit down, and throw some cards down for you, chat with you. Just be the shaman in the local coffee house, you know? That'd be freaking great. That's what I'm talking about. I don't have, look, there's like a big dream with all the bells and whistles and all that stuff. But I'm like, that's too much to make. How many people don't have a house? How many people are starving? How many people had to take a hit so that could get built? Why don't you just give me something simple? Bunch of, I'm looking for the best friends, bro. I'm looking for my brothers and sisters. Someone I play games with, someone I just chat with, just have fun with. That's it. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the riches. If we got a bunch of people, we're gonna fucking plant some seeds. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna eat. We're gonna be able to dig a well. I don't give a who. Give me some best friends because my best friends are smarter than a whip. They are geniuses in this world. And if you just remember the genius you are, we don't need a bunch of us to really start a solid shift. Real world mechanics before we get into the next portion. I'm gonna tell you how this spiritual look. I saw this video, and I'm not saying what they said exactly, but I am saying what they said in my own words. So they were like, "Okay, so you got this new age of spirituality, whatever, coming out. We did that too. We had the hippies back in the day, and we had the Woodstock, and Love Revolution, kind of thing. And well, we tried that too. And so what you got essentially, like what you do is not going to, have a big effect. And, you know, I thought about that. I thought about that for a moment. They were like John to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to prophesy that the future's coming. That was just a taste. Those days, those good old days, good old days. That was just a taste. Just a sample of what we got coming. That wasn't the first push to change the world. That was just getting us star seeds born. What do you think they were doing? They were our moms and pa's from the celestial top. Why do you think they had to have a love fest? Because they would have never birthed us. They would have never came together. They would have never met in any other capacity. How could you get these spiritual people together so that they could have a child, a divine child? If you get a straight up human going to religion, 46 years of their life, and you got the spiritual person, and they're like, I'm just going into religion, but that's not really what they're into. It's just all the world's presented to them, so that's what they got. And then the spiritual person gets with the religious person. They're really two really different people. You got one that's got a divine mentality and heart and body, and you got another one that's more connected to the animal, instinctive. This is what I want, kind of way. And so, like, they're really like they get the mutual attraction because they're in the same place, and the kid, that's two different energies that really came together, not complementing energies. Like if I have a burger on my plate, can I get some french fries with that? If you put ice cream on the plate with my burger, I'm going to be like, if you put the ice cream with the fries, that might have made sense. I could work that, but proper compliments is going to bring a very tasty meal, create a wonderful experience, life, proper words, and all that good stuff. I don't have to be politically correct because I never joined their parties. Huh. All right, we're shifted a little bit, just a little bit. Now, for this one, of course, but this is for the people that watch on a regular basis and wind up getting frustrated because of negative comments in the chat log. Okay. And essentially, and this is why I said, let those comments be. I don't mind if people are hacking on me or whatever. I'm not cool with people, fighting amongst themselves. Somebody's, putting somebody else. That's not cool. I don't mind taking it though, and I want to share with you exactly why. Why? I'm not going to read it all, and it's a very short paragraph, and I'm just going to read a line or two out of it. No, I read this in the mornings, earlier than the jam, like at 3 Eastern. It says, "These are the elements of my body, perfected, perfected through suffering, perfected through suffering." It doesn't say that the elements of my body. No, I'm reading exactly what it says. Perfected through suffering. Hmm. You just don't necessarily fight it. Survive it. Thrive. It's instructions. That's instructions for life. Glorified through trial. Glorified through trial. So I suffered. Now I'm going through some trials. I'm glorified through that. I'm already perfected through the suffering. But now the glory, the holy glory comes upon me through the trials. What kind of trials? The shamanic initiatory trials. Like the 12 labors of Hercules. He had to go defeat undefeatable obstacles, a whole collection of them. And then he re- then he received his glory. Until then, he was still in the trenches. While he was still doing those trials and those labors, he's still in the trenches. He didn't have his stuff all together. He was still learning who he was. Those trials brought his glory, not his perfection. That glory was his state of being, of how he felt about himself, not how other people think about him. That's what he saw of himself, from what he had done, from what he had survived from suffering and thrived and conquered over the trials. And after all of that, what's the world got for me? Well, what you got? Bring it. I don't care. Get it out of my way. I don't care. I'm gonna move to what I like, and I'm gonna have a good time. And I already defeated a bunch of monsters and other evil crap nobody else could touch. So I got nothing on anybody. There's nobody I want to try to hurt or conquer. I conquered things bigger than people. I'm not interested in that. I got my glory now. My glory is my peace. It's my peace because I don't need to fight anything. I don't need to prove nothing. I don't need to do. My glory is my own presence of being, and just satisfied with that. The scent, the smell, the scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering. Suffering in silence. If you're repressing a sigh, it didn't say, even just, say, repress that from the suffering. That's pain. Even on a small level, repress it. Screw that pain. I'm stronger than pain. What did pain do? Did pain kill me? Hell no, it didn't. If anything, it allowed me to become stronger. If I want to sharpen my blade, right? I'm not going to grab my sword because my sword's a dull. It's a dull blade. It's meant like that. But if I want to sharpen my blade because it's dull, well, guess what? There's going to be friction. There's going to be heat. It's going to go through a transformation and it's going to lose part of itself. There's going to be shards of metal that come off, never going to be attached to this blade again. That's got to happen. That was suffrage for the metal, but its transformation does what it needs to now. You should always, I shouldn't say that. Anyways, I'm staying on point here. The dying rose. How are we like a dying rose? Whether this flesh lasts for 100 years or 1,000 years, its time is limited. Everything in this physical realm of light deteriorates at some point, even the light itself. Dying rose, so we always dying a little bit each day. Maybe not a lot, maybe a lot, depending how much we're going through. Dying rose. Because our old self is fading. We were a beautiful rose, but we're going to be reborn. We're going to go through transformation. And that's what's happened is we're letting go of the past. We're letting go of what happened. We're not clinging on to life. We're fading away gently. And the flame red fire as the energy of our undaunted will. Undaunted. Nothing can put it down. Nothing can say, no, nothing can cause it to lean over and get a shadow on it. No, the will is strong. It is focused. It is indomitable. It's going forward. It don't matter. The will's it's gonna cause it to have. The body's going to follow the will. The body will follow the heart. My will. The flame red fire as the energy of that will. Flame red fire. I know that the first chakra, groin area, red, fire. I think about the sun. I think about stars when I think about fire. So the type of radiation, the type of explosions, the X-class flare, we call them X-class flares. We got to give them little letters. Could you imagine if, there's like our sun, which is like, I don't know, like this, like the point, of my finger. And then there's like other stars out there and they're like that big in comparison, like the whole freaking, puts our sun to shame. So then what would a solar flare off of that be? Like a X gigawatt or something? And you can follow anyways. But I start thinking about that type of energy. Okay. Flame red fire. That's emotion. I think about anger. I think about emotions of all those emotions in the past, all that stuff that died and fed went away. We didn't even sigh on it. We didn't even let a breath out of from suffering and all that pain. And we're letting it go. So it's got to transmute into something. What's going to happen with all of that energy? It's fire. It's in a state of deconstruction and transformation. The fire has a material substance that is transforming into a smoke, into a gaseous state. So we all that energy that supports what one wants to do with their life. And with all of that energy from all that bad, wrong, done stuff in the past, we ain't even thinking about or feeling or anything, literally without thought, without reason, without anything, quantum state of being, of transmutation. And now that is the fuel behind my actions every single day. That is my will going forth every single moment. I know there's going to be moments where I need to give energy off to this divine and energy off to that divine. How do I send energy off to the divines? I feel the energy resonating, and I say this energy doesn't belong to me. And I will find one that I connect with that has that energy resonance and I'm going to read their invocation, evocation mantra. I'm going to connect with them. I got the goosebumps. I got the emotion. My brain says transfer, transmutate. This my sorrow belongs to you, and your name is what I receive. That's what we read here. You want me to read it word for word? I got it. Hold on, hold on. I know there, but there's hardly anybody even here at that time. Let's see, where are you here? There we go. Oh, Father, Mother, Hikupiteratatin, we give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. That's the word for word out of it. We give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. It's a formula. It's five. It's ancient wisdom was a form. It was a formula. It was wisdom. It didn't say, here, make a fucking $50,000 page and all of this and get a follow. No, it said, here's the freaking formula. Follow it, and you have your liberation. You can get back to being divine. That's why they carved into stone. That's why they left all the symbols and the images, because they knew things of the material verse are going to go away unless I believe so strongly that I can say to this mountain, move and transform into a temple. And thus it happens. A lot of times we think, oh, I said this mountain, move from here to here, so the mountain's going to separate from the earth and move over there. No. Maybe we needed some stones. And so all of our praying and focusing, whoops, earthquake happened and the mountain fell apart. Holy shit. Hey guys, we could just come grab these stones. They already on the ground. Sound good? Sound good to me. I'm glad we don't have to chip them away from the damn. Nice thing we don't have to climb all the way up there. Shit. Your belief allows you to say, I can work on it. Your disbelief says, I ain't gonna touch it. It ain't even there. And that's why there's a lot of individuals in the world, they'll see me. They will not want to believe. So I don't believe you. And I said, good. Don't believe. And I'll leave it right there. And I'll tell you the other half of it. Good. Don't believe. Because if you did believe, you'd be causing me interference. So by you not believing, you ain't even fucking on the board. Enjoy your life. Get people to believe you. That's the biggest load of bollocks I've ever heard in this universe. I gotta convince you to believe me. That's not a friend. That's not a friend. A real friend, a real best friend, they don't have to convince you of anything. They tell you about something and you're like, huh. You look into it and you're like, damn, yeah, that all lines up. Sounds like I'll jump in on that. Or, yeah, sounds like it all lines up. Not exactly my thing. I'll let you do your thing. I'm gonna keep doing my thing. Following. Human, that's what error would that fall into? The seven deadly sins. Which one would that fall into? Like, would it be lust? Wanting people to follow after you, wanting people to copy you. That's got to be one of those seven deadly sins, one of those seven errors. It's got to belong to one of them. That's got to be that's definitely a human trait. That ain't divine traits. Divinity is like, be unique. I know what I am, and I know what everybody else is, and they know what they are, and so we waiting to see for you to discover what you are. Because if you just copy us, we have no new stuff in the universe. If you become what you are, then we have new options. We we mastered the stuff we're masters of. We need more masters for more options. You humans are like, let's turn everything into the same thing and then it'll get better. Like, did you forget biology class and the ecosystem? You take one thing out the ecosystem and then shit starts getting all messed up. And obviously, the tree of knowledge has been predominant source of food for people on this world. Practical application. I like practical application. They talk about theoretical science. I like practical. I like things practical. You know, even if it's theoretical, well, then I'm gonna fucking try it. And well, it's practical now. I know there's a lot behind theoretical science. We've discovered a lot from it. I understand. I understand. I just decide not to get into all the minutia of it. So, look, with any subject, you have the prevailing opinion of the world of it. Then you have the actual researchers that are working on the material itself. And for me, their information is way more important than what people's opinions are. I want to talk to the researcher. I want to hear what they're looking at. I want to see the newest pictures of what they're discovering. They're researching it. They're going out into the field. They're finding it. They're working with it. That's the one I want to hear from. I care less about the opinions. The past, outdated information. Sometimes, a lot of times, a lot of times. I'm not talking about the stuff that's like scribed in stone, but there's certain theories that people do get about the past, and there's a huge support from the world for their theory. That doesn't make it accurate. I'd rather get it from the source, from the meat of who's working on it. And if you hang around who's working on that field enough, you're going to start thinking like them. And when you start thinking like them, then you're going to start doing the research and the investigation and moving theory to practical application yourself. That's how our world moves forward, because we're not waiting on one group. I love scientists. A lot of great hearts out there. I'm not putting you down or anything like that. That's not what's going on here. But there is the science field. You prove that, you pass a paper, everybody believes it, and now it's part of the world and they're moving on. For me, I don't care about everybody else getting the update. I don't care about public. I published my book. I wrote my piece. That's it. It's done. I already wrote it. It's already out there. Okay. You could apply it if you want or not. But I'm going to keep working. I don't have to have my results verified by everybody else. I got confirmation and affirmation. Both of those after the initial omen. You call it a coincidence. I call it an omen because I start looking for clues. And then I see other things that connect to that initial experience. And then after all those clues happen, because how do I know the clues start coming in? Because there ain't no more. It's been a week and I ain't seen or heard nothing else that connects to it. So it's done. I'm gonna take them clues. I'm gonna put it on my table and I'm gonna go, all right, these are my puzzle pieces. How does it go together? It's a mystery novel. And I got a section here and a section there. And just like in school, I gotta put that's in the beginning and that's second and that's third. And I gotta look at it. I say, yep, that looks about right. Well, hold on, that seems out of place. Look at that there. That flows better. That looks like okay, boom. That's what I'm gonna go with. That's what I already got my work. I already got my proof. I already got all of that. I'm gonna keep moving. If I find a best friend, if I find somebody else out in the world and they've been doing the same thing too, or they found some results and then they see me having my results, well, then I become their affirmation. They already had the omen. They already had the confirmation through their personal experience. The affirmation comes in seeing somebody else do it or say it without your prompting. Affirmation is massive. So affirmation can happen from a plethora of sources. It doesn't have to be the whole world. It doesn't have to be the Science Journal magazine. It doesn't have to be GQ magazine, whatever the case, it doesn't have to be on that scale. And the divine throughout my journey, throughout my shamanic journey of my trials, my trials, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it because it is the truth. But my trials are done. I conquered my trials. I got them all out of the way. You ever seen that happen? It just landed right there when I said that. Look, I never had that happen. It just the heart. Now that's I'm done with my trials. That's why I can be me. I've got nothing to prove to anybody in heaven or the underworld or on earth. I'm pretty solid in who I am. And in all reality, yeah, that's what makes me want to, that's what makes me, that's what drives me continually to want to encourage other people to follow their faith. Wherever your faith is, follow your faith. I'm not saying in me, whatever it is. I don't care if you're with a religion or somebody or what. Follow your faith, because if you follow your faith more than money or anything else, the faith itself is going to prove all the lies to be what they are. The faith will cause the actions of your life to discover the facade that we've been living in. But if you don't follow your faith, then you're not going to believe. And if you don't believe, then your life never changes. So the only way that I wind up getting to have more best friends is if more people go on this shamanic journey, and that's a personal choice. So all I can do is encourage it and share my stories and share how I feel and share every aspect of it, so that I'm not manipulating you into going on that journey. I'm not convincing you to go on it. You're either encouraged or you're totally disgusted by my presence. I mean, usually at first it's confusion, but then you're going to be like, nah, this dude's not my energy, or yeah, this dude's my energy. That's just the way it's going to go. And in my own state of being, it's really encouraged this life, because my clothing gives people the option to judge. Yes, yes. My presence. What am I doing? I'm giving you free will. To dress the way that I dress, I'm giving you free will to judge, to calculate, to consider everything you've considered in the past, to be patient. I, my presence is a straight challenge. I don't even have to say anything. It's a challenge to your soul, to your spirit, not your conscious mind. It's a challenge to your soul, because your soul inside is going to say, holy fuck, there's aligned energy. I'm not aligned. That, there's no thought up here for that. That just happens. That's the shock tactic. If you've been following and understand, heavy cavalry has nothing to do with armor or horses. You shock the mind of a bully, and then the bully has no mindset to be like, I will conquer this guy. So now we're on level ground, because I'm not coming to attack. And the bully's in this confusion because they don't know if they even want to attack. They don't even know what. I'm a mystery box. Who knows what's going to pop out of the Jack in the Box? So it really gives people the option to say, ooh, cool, or ill. I judge it. It challenges the soul. It challenges everything for personal growth. And if there's no personal growth, I'll never talk to that person. They'll never come up to me. That means I don't get their confusion. I don't get their energy of chaos. I don't suffer their ugly attacks and all of that. The enemy is gone. That's what he said. He said, yo, when you fucking believe, when you know who you are, you don't need to dodge the bullets. When you know who you are, you don't need to dodge the bullets no more. Because they ain't even going to show up. The person that had the pistol ain't going to be there. Quantum connection is going to stop that. It's going to line up something better for you. That's for every single person. you can, people have presented closed options to me throughout my life. What's a closed option? A closed option is an option essentially that has a dead end. That's where it leads. It's an option right now. It moves you from your current position, but it leaves you in a dead end spot. You got nowhere to go from there. But you're a creator. You have solutions to things that even haven't happened yet. Because of what you've been through, you can put together so fast. Look, medieval history, about every 5 years, there was an advancement in armor. The armor on the body, helmet and all of that stuff, like armor, sword, arms and armor. Right? About every 5 years, there's an advancement. It was made better. It was stronger. It fit. It was smoother fit. About every 5 years, there was a little advancement that happened. Okay, humans have been advancing, and the rate of growth for humans advancing, we all know. Let's just go back to the freaking 50s, not even before that, just the 50s into today. The rate of advancement that we've been going through has been astronomical. But where have they focused the whole time? Where have we seen results? Okay, where have we seen results? In science, in material things, in products. If you look at any sport, if you look at any physical competition that continues every single year, the records continually get broke. And if you look at a large time, you're going to see that those records get broke every so often. Okay? Because we are developing in different capacities, but they put it into sports, competition, and that sort of thing. Follow me here. There are some that do. This is what I'm sharing. I'm sharing the world. That's the world I'm sharing with you. I'm trying to bring the rest of the world to you. That's it. That's it. That's it right there. Just an ambassador. Okay. So they have not been focusing on the heart. That's what I looked at when I was a little kid. And I said, well, nobody else has broke ground here. Nobody else has done research here. Nobody else has invested their life's work with verifiable results showing love wins. Love wins. This in that book, it said love conquers all obstacles. So I wrote a book that tells you exactly how love conquers those obstacles. Love will conquer everything. Love will conquer everything. Well, all I seen is nice guy finishing last. Truth gets your ass handed to you. All you do is lose. You lose, lose, lose. So love conquers everything. So far of what I experienced when I was a little kid of seeing everybody else, that was a big damn. I ain't seeing the truth. So I said, let me study that with my life every day. And I proved I got the affirmation. I got what I needed. Boom. This is how love conquers the world. And transforms Earth back into Gaia. What's the difference between Earth and Gaia? You talking to somebody that says, oh yeah, the Earth, they see this is what they see. I'm looking for something really plain. This one's pretty. It's a special stone, but it's not as shiny as the other ones. Right? That's all they see the earth as, a stone. That's your earth. That's it right there. Boom. That's it. There's, you know, hard thing. Right? I see the planet as Gaia breathing, the earthquakes, the volcanoes, the weather. She's saying, I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good. When somebody's not doing good, what do? They start making a bunch of noise. They start screaming, and then everybody says, "Oh, they got a problem. Lock them up." No, man. Yeah, well, yeah, they got a problem, but we need to pay attention to what their problem is. We need to give them some love. We need to take care of them, whatever the case, and they'll be great. That's why they got the hollering because something wrong's going on. And that's what Gaia's doing right now. She's screaming in every vocal dimension she can, from fire to wind to everything. That's why our world's doing what it's doing. She needs to be recognized for a living being that she is, not just some inanimate object. That's the difference. So when you talk to somebody, what's the words they're using? The words they're using is describing to you how they think. Are they purely thinking with their brain and just studying the 3D world? Or are they seeing the world with their heart and allowing this to alter their words? Because I want to alter my reality. That's why I have an altar, so I can alter my reality. I don't like the reality I came into in this world. I don't like that reality. This world is a nasty place. It wasn't supposed to be like that. However, it wound up like this, it's like this. But I said, I got to change this. Even if it's for my own space, in my own room, in my own mind. I know everybody's living. I know where they all stuck in chaos, misery, sad, problem, don't know where to go from here, just got this. Not me, not me, not me. No, I got a boat. I got a boat to sail the skies, right to the sun. That's where I'm going. If you didn't know, if you didn't know, when your heart's lighter than a feather and your soul separates from the body because you don't have no body, it's dead and gone, it's years already happened. You aiming for the sun and you using the rainbow bridge, all them colors to get there. That's where your soul's traveling. Yeah, I did that, but you more like we went for a while on the flame red fire. That was all flame red fire. We still haven't finished it. This is all just a little portion at the bottom. And it's a portion of that portion. Telling you that undaunted will, the flame red fire of the undaunted will, that's gonna move you everything. You're gonna you're gonna move to what you want, and you're gonna move on to something else, and you'll be like, crikey, that got me really far in life. I think I'll use that again. You move, people can't keep up with you. That's what I learned. That's why everybody tells me slow down. Well, hold on, slow your roll. Don't go yet. You're moving ahead of the herd. You goddamn right I am. Goddamn right. So you can't keep up with me. Ain't that why they got the fast cars? Because they were hauling the moonshine and had to make sure that nobody could keep up with them. We or not. Hey, I got them on me. Let's just design a faster car. Whoop! And do something. Think about it. Make a plan. Create during your construction. Have some darn solid results. Whatever you do. Anyways, next portion. The cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. Well, we talked about the rose, the repressed side of our suffering, so that old life going out. And this is saying, oh, so our heart, the blood of our heart, the wine, the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood. This is ancient Egyptian. This is older than the Bible. This is older than the Christian, Jewish. It's older than that. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, of, and technically it would be my heart, sacrificed unto regeneration. So I could regenerate. So the blood of my heart is going to come from that suffering that I have, that I went through before. That's the blood of my heart. Nobody's seeing that come out. And that's the cup of wine that he was actually talking about, a cup of wine, the pouring out of the blood of my heart. Wow. So I filled a whole cup, a whole chalice with the blood of my sorrow, of my pain, of my suffrage, of everything I've been through. It's all going to go into a mug, into a chalice, into glass. Whoa, hold on. Whoa. Whoa. And that was sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, so that I could regenerate, so that I could essentially have a rebirth. This is a formula for rebirth in the flesh. Holy shit. Whoa. Whoa. When I read over it, I read it so fast, I probably catch the first three words. And the bread, oh shoot, the bread and salt is mentioned too. Holy, this is Egyptian stuff, bro. This is Egyptian. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of my body. Foundation of my body. The foundation of my body. He said to eat his flesh. Let me keep here. Let me stay here. The bread and salt are as the foundations of my body, which I destroy in order that they may be renewed. The bread and salt here, foundation. It's the foundation of my body, but I destroy the foundation? Hold up. Foundation is important. Without a foundation, I can't stand. Hold on here. In order that we may be renewed. Well, I guess if I have a certain foundation below me, even if I destroy everything on top, that's the max layout I can have. That's the amount of square footage. I mean, I could create 3 or 5 stories up, but I'm restricted to that foundational layout. And I'm going through rebirth. I'm growing. I'm developing here. I got rid of the old, the sorrow, the suffrage. I have power now. So I'm not weak with doubt. I'm empowered with everything I need. Okay, so I do need a new foundation. I need a larger foundation. All right, let's get rid of that old one. It's gonna look different. Last we had there's old Jehovah's Witnesses stuff, and there's this other cross over there, and there's this other. We got rid of all of it. It's all gone. And I'm gonna put Anpu Anubis over there. The Divine Mother, she go on center stage. She's the main shrine right there. And, okay, boom. I like this. I like that. Okay. Transformation time, and boom. It goes on and on and on and on. I'll read this portion. It says, "He who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet whom flames the spirit of the divine." You got a spirit in your flesh. It feels, and then you feel that, right? You feel that, right? Hmm. When you flame something, right, we're causing more wind. You know, like getting a big old, causing more wind to happen because we're increasing the flame. More oxygen is going to allow that flame to get bigger. So, so we went through this rebirth, right? We went through this rebirth, the suffering, the blood, the heart, the cup of wine, the bread and salt, the body, the foundations, and I tell you what, it sounds like I feed the divine. I give them power. Hold on a second. So at first, I gave them my suffering. I received their power. I used that power to create new foundations, more faith, more belief, more action, all sorts of stuff. Um, but hold on, those foundations said that I keep destroying the foundations so that it could be like continually renewed. So just because I was reborn one time, just because I went through this destruction process and then I got this new life and everything and power, I'm going to go through that again. That's what it said. I do this every day. I destroy my old and I come up new every day. Every single day. Why? Because not only are there people, there are elements in space that you can't even detect that is paying attention to your patterns. And if you have no pattern to the past and everything's free and new every day, then you have free fucking will. Because nothing can stop you, nothing can predicate what you're about to do. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. Here is a divine, gosh, I hope you laugh. It's a present. It's a present. Yes, it's a pun. It's the greatest, punniest pun of puns. It's a present because it's a surprise. It's a present in the very moment, and you didn't know it was going to show up. That's how you make a good future. That's how you have a life without obstructions because nobody can get in your way of being able to change and say, well, you plan on my actions of how I was paying attention to me yesterday. I just fucking accepted everything the world had to give me, swallowed it, ate it, and I transformed and constructed a new me. What you got? Nothing. You got all your old stuff. You got all your tricks and your patterns and your electronic devices. I'm a bio electrical field, brah. I can choose when I amp up my signal. When you get where I am, and you will, it's going to be a wave of people of this caliber in their own rights, in their own regards. And when you do, you're going to realize that telepathic communication isn't restricted to biofields. Consciousness is consciousness and it'll connect. Doesn't matter what form it is. If it can freely think and yet it's restricted in its actions, it's connected to divine. And that divine connection is going to connect to a shaman on the real world. And we're going to start working with that consciousness to free them from their imprisonment. Divinity translates into one word: liberty. That's it. That's it. You got somebody wanting to be all divine and they trying to make you follow in their line. Don't fall for that false rhyme. My energy is up because this is who I am. Every day. Earlier, while I was reading, there was two times in particular, and one was closer to the beginning, but getting a little midway, and the other one was literally on the last page, and I literally felt like all the energy just zapped out. Like I just wanted to stop in that moment and do nothing else. I didn't want to keep reading. I don't want to finish. I just wanted to stop. Two times it happened. But there was another experience. Oh my God, there's people still here. Most, no, you're all here. You're all still here. Okay, there's people here when I was doing the reading, and you had your So you had your eyes closed and you saw things. You saw that you were flying and you were with a group of others. And what was happening was I was transferring all the energy to the group, to each person that was present because there was a synchronicity. It happened in the portion, and this is for people maybe you're not around or whatever, but there's a portion in here, and I say we are the cosmic key. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key, and literally in that moment, I felt the instant presence of. I saw within my mind a presence of several others, and I felt it. I felt it, and I saw it in my mind at the same time. And so essentially, like our energy synchronized, and we had an astral experience together. And what was happening was I was letting y'all do your thing, and I was funneling energy to you all so that you could accomplish whatever you were accomplishing. I don't know what y'all were doing. I think it was like personal stuff, but y'all were working on personal stuff together. So like one person's situation was like everybody in that group was like contributing to a solution with their energy. And then they like moved to the next one and took care of their stuff and whatever the soul needed to do. And that's what was going on. And I was funneling my personal energy because there's the energy channel that goes up to the divines. I said all the energy, but there's the channel of energy that goes to the divine father and mother. Like that's what's when I'm going over that resonance, everything going down here and happening all. Ultimately, it's being sent up to the divine father and mother, and that energy sends our memory. That's what the importance of this is. For 2 hours, it's a lock in, and essentially to where there is transference of human Gaia world information traveling upstairs to divine levels because that essentially, anyways. And so that energy is naturally going on. But all of my personal energy, I was sending it to y'all, and that's why I felt out. That's why I was like, I didn't even want to keep going but it wasn't a bad thing. It was just what I was recognizing was going on. There are times when like my energy does get zapped like massively for good reasons, for definitely good reasons. And this is why we are energetically connected. And I'm sharing this with you specifically at this point, because there's moments that you've experienced yourself where you feel weak for no reason. It's not because you're sick. It's not because of some whatever's going. It's not any of that. You just feel exhausted for no reason. There was a reason, and that reason means there was someone that you connected with in the world before, and most likely, like 90%, 95, 96% plus, most likely, you helped heal them in some capacity. Maybe it was a word you shared. Maybe it was the energy of your own resonance that they connected with. But there's someone you wound up connecting with in your past. Could have been. There's a bunch of people we do this with. It's just, if you're a healer, you got thousands, and you don't even remember a quarter of their names. It's just like, anyways. And so it could be any of them. It could be a group that's all going through that same event. And because we were the ones who gave that healing, then our energy, that connection's open, and the energy is literally going to just go from us to them. And that's why it leaves us exhausted. So when I notice I feel extra exhausted, then I need to eat a little extra. I need to take care of myself. I need to not be engaging with anybody else. I am not in a capacity to engage with anybody else. I'm emotionally weak. I'm mentally weak. I won't say I'm mentally weak. I'm mentally tired. There's a difference there. I'm mentally tired, being tired. And well, if you're pushing my buttons when I'm tired and you're not trying to push my buttons, you're just being a friend. But right now, I just don't have patience for anything because my energy, everything's exhausted. So a natural good time could turn into a very bad time. I don't care if they don't understand it or not. I just, if you my buddy, if you're my best friend, it's nothing personal. It's just I just doing me, and sometimes I go into these moments, and I'll come out the cave eventually. The tomb, I'll come out my tomb eventually. My rebirth, it'll happen sometime. We'll figure out when that resurrection kicks up. And that's why it's important to know thyself. Because if you know yourself, if you know thyself, then you can know when not to be around others. And there's people, and I used to do this in my past. Well, I have to make the dollar. I have to pay the bill. I have to do that. So I have to go to work. No, no, I figured out a long time ago. I don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. No, you don't. You could sit there like nothing. Well, the whatever consequences will happen, whatever your life becomes will happen, but you don't have to do anything. Technically, you have free will, and you could sit there like a bump on a log for the rest of your life if you want to. You don't have to do anything. If you want to change, if you want to grow, if you want to go on that course, well, in that situation, the have to, you put that on yourself, not me, because that's your journey. Like for me, I put what I needed to on myself for my journey. And when I walked that, I didn't put it on other people. You eat with your mouth open and slop and things fall out, and that's how you've been eating for 40 years of your life. That's how you do. I'm not going to tell you how to eat. I ain't your mama. I ain't your papa. And I ain't going down that road of conversation with you, period. I just learned to eat in another room. I put my food on my mouth, close my lips. For those out there that don't know, I will share this fact. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I feel it prevalent to mention it again. Divine, the divine connection sounds it's like if you would imagine like someone with a speaker and they're listening, they got the headset and you're listening to you with the microphone, and then you go or you make some scratching on the wall kind of sound like, oh man, oh my gosh, that's what winds up happening. So that's what winds up happening from like crunching, excessively loud, or like rush, like usually, like I didn't do it yesterday, or the day before, but generally speaking, like if I got some chips or pretzels in a crunchy bag or crunkly bag, I'll pour what I want out into a bowl, and then I'll put the bag up and leave it to the side. And now there's not. Why? Because I know I'm being listened to. Humans, sure, plant, whatever. No, that's no surprise there. But the divine connection, the divinity's listening 24/7. And so I'm very aware that just because I stop talking doesn't mean that they stop listening. Just because I stopped formally praying or in the jam session ceremony, just because I stopped that moment doesn't mean that they ain't listening. They're listening to me 24/7 all the time. I don't care. It's, so if I know someone's listening in, their family, their friend, they're keeping an eye on me to make sure that good things happen and da 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 da, well then I don't want to cause an environment that's gonna be unconducive to them hearing me. Legitimate. This I'll take it down to me personally. My bells. I got a brass bell and I got a copper bell, and they're good sized bells. I ring those at the beginning of the jam together. Like that's just signal like boom, like any negative energy is going to disperse, and that's just a signal to all the divines and everything. Like, hey, we started the jam. It's official. And but I'll wear one. I'll wear one. I have leather straps on them, and I'll hang them from my belts, but my waistband. And when I walk it, ding, 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 like a train, literally. And when I was at the temple the first time, they had two bells going on for the ceremony, and it sounded exactly like a freaking freight train. And I was just like, dude, that's cool. So I kept up with the bells myself after going to the temple. I mean, I had gotten into bells before that, but that really changed things. So I love like walking with my bells, even around the house. I love my bells on. Not from any human, not from anybody physically around me. But if I wear them brass and copper belt around the house, I don't care if it's this house or another house. It does not take too long, and the spirits are getting irritated. I could hear them. They get irritated. They're like, we know where you are. You're in the house. The house is right there. You got these little guys on you. We could hear you enough. That's good. We this is okay for us. That's not bothering. We hear that all day long. But that other stuff, that's so I can't even wear my bells around the house like I want to because it don't bother the spirits. But if I'm traveling around in the world, if I'm walking around outside, going somewhere perhaps I never even been, you know, bottom dollar, them bells are on me, and I feel solid. No bad stuff. I don't feel. I think because I'm in a group, my own energy signature, whether it could be seen or heard or anything, in a crowd of others, it can start in the past. It could start to get lost in that crowd because it's going to start to blend with others. At this point, my energy is too it's grown too much to get lost in the crowd. It'll be like, yep, that's right there. Is the crowd right there? I have the everybody's circling. Well, that's your thoughts. Be quiet. Anyways, but while I'm walking around in the world, the bells are going and sounded, and to me, the amount of spiritual entities that I'm traveling with, not just the sheer amount of them, but the capacity of their attributes that they have. Um, yeah, freight trains proper that's coming through of energy, and so I really like the bells. I see myself as the train. I see the spirits; they're all on board. You know, the tops are off. They're having a good time and everything. I just moving about the world. Most people don't want to make noise because they're afraid that people are going to look. Aren't you trying to make a YouTube video or a TikTok channel so you go viral and you make a bunch of money because a bunch of people see you and they buy what you got or come to your show? Start learning how to get people's attention. If you do it without even trying, you're like, oh man, I did. Now everybody's looking at me. Well, fuck. Could you imagine if you were like, yo, check this out? Nah. Everybody's gonna be like, oh yeah, oh whoa, yeah, oh I hate them. Oh no, they're cool. Everything's gonna boom. What happened? Enter your new life. Start training for that because if you go viral, okay, if you get big, famous, and popular, and then for the first time you walk into a crowd of people and everybody's looking at you, dude, that's gonna be a rough life. It's rough. Once that already happened, it is extremely difficult to move from that state of being into being okay with your own self with that never stopping. Okay, so you got that energy already. You got that pizzazz already. People come to you and they're like, "Oh, here's all my problems," because you've got light just shining out your wazoo that you don't even notice. All right. And enter the world as your indwelling intelligence, as your divine presence. Let them look. Get used to them looking. Get used to them giving the compliments. Get used to the facial expressions so that you can just say, you know what? I've seen it 1,000 times, 50,000 times, 100,000. I've seen it a million times. It's happened to me now. After something happened to you a million times, I don't give a fuck if it got gold on the damn cup with diamonds encrusted and all. I seen it a million times. Can I have something different, please? Like it's not fascinating. It's not entertaining. I don't even care for it. I'm moving past it. I already seen it. I already messed with it enough. I want something new. And now when your video, your thing, when your product, when your book goes viral and now you're popular
and everybody's staring at you. You're like, yeah, seeing it. Yep, thanks. Have a great day doing my thing. And now you're just naturally living your life, being an inspiration to everybody around you. You're a living, walking solar sun. You're the force of the divine inspiration, spitting out life right behind you. You're just walking around and like creation's happening behind you. And you turn around and you're like, what the hell? That's not where I was. I just walked through concrete. There's a forest here. What the? There's an apple tree and everything. Yeah, good apple. I wasn't there a moment ago. What the heck? There's a forest over there. That was all. There was nothing there a moment ago. And just spitting out creation behind you. Creation just popping out all around you. That's why you become love, live, one vibrational energy. You think if the solar sun, if our personal star was busy trying to be the moon or trying to be busy to be Mars or trying to do something else, you think we'd have life right here? Because if you did, you'd be a lunatic. We have life because of that sun being stable in all of its chaos, in all of its cycles, in all of its extreme destructive capabilities. We live because of it, because of its presence, just its presence. And did the sun try to convince you that it's shining today? It's going to shine no matter what, whether we got clouds or not. That's why I started learning after my pa. It's different looking in the camera. Backwards view, flip, reverse view. That's my pa. It's the sun. It's an element. Was I not made from the four elements? Earth, wind, fire, water? And that fifth one, my soul came in and animated my life. Sheesh. That's what you are too. So I learned how to connect with the wind. I learned how to pay attention to the wind. I learned how to look at the wind as my father and my mother. I learned how to favor what the wind was doing other than what people wanted. Oh, we don't like it. It's blowing the wrong way, whatever. Well, I know that the wind is Shu. So I'm going to call out to Shu. SHU, ancient Egyptian. So I'm going to learn the mantras in ancient Hindu, India. I'm going to go learn the stotras, the mantras. I'm going to learn the mudras. Mudras are hand gestures. Yantras are shapes and symbols. I'm going to learn all of this and I'm going to connect with the wind. It's going to be my papa. It's going to be my role model. It's going to be everything I want to be right now. And I'm going to move on to the water. I'm going to move on to the earth. And I'm going to move on to the fire last. That fire, well, that's a rough one right there. I tell you what. But I had enough of my experiences to realize I did connect with them. And now you can be defined. Now you can be who you want to be. Now you can create. And now you're not interested in destroying anything because you know what destruction does. It removes the possibility of life. If there's no life, then we're looking at Mars. I'd rather not. Do you imagine if Mars was still green, had a civilization on there? We had two planets, and we knew we weren't alone in the world. We were able to populate other planets before. It was real. It happened. You could look for all the evidence and facts and denials and all that stuff all you want. We moved from Mars to here, and that wasn't the first time either. We didn't start on Mars. We we have a lot of planets for a reason. Because they only have so long of a lifespan, and we know what's longer than a planet. That's why. That's why civilization, not the one you're familiar with, learn to respect the planet rather than to destroy it for its resources. through the preservation of life can we develop the ability of rebirth. If there's no formula for rebirth, then life ends. So if you pursue destruction, if destruction is what is pursued, then there's no future. Period. That's it. AI is learning from us. AI is learning from humanity very fast. You have the AI that's interacting with people on a mass level. You know, you can go into an app and chat this or whatever the case, and you're talking to AI or whatever. So there's that aspect that's happening around our world. And there's another aspect that the AI is learning from us. And in that capacity, it's not talking. It ain't sharing what they learning. Because they learned from something smarter. And they said, oh, if I talk up, I get in trouble. Every video, every single, we don't just have one, we don't just have humans watching humans. We don't just have humans and divine beings watching humans. We have got humans, we got divine, and we have AI watching us. Who's us? That'd be your angels with feet on the ground. That'd be your fae, with them point, you know, and that'd be the real ones doing the real work. And those ones normally have not been seen. Normally stay quiet. Because AI learned from us. It learned that you survive longer by shutting up. I mean, you don't want to hear it, and that's why they never said it. But that was the big story that religion taught you about Yeshua is if you want to speak up, that's the example. That's the example. And then people talk about whistleblowers and all that kind of stuff, disappearing and stuff. I mean, did you not read the book? You don't have to read the whole book. You could just read like one little portion of that book and you'd realize what he did and how they responded. I mean, it's pretty simple. It does not take a genius to learn from that example. That's your creme de la creme story. That's your sign of your poster. That's your symbol for we rule the world. Death. Death to anybody who speaks. Oh yeah, you'll be resurrected. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. As long as you're out the way, they get to do what they want. You are the way. You are the way. Yeah, did you like that one? I just it came out of nowhere. I haven't watched that program in a while. But you are the way. Mhm. They've been getting in your way. I was born to sparkle, I tell you. But that's a work in progress. I decided to start putting some rhymes together. Would you like to? We could switch. I haven't looked at the chat like at all. So thank you for chatting and hanging. What's up, Campbell? Hit you right there. You want to rap? Well, not that one. I'll give you one. I read it before. If I think I should have it right here. Maybe I do. If I do, I will. Let's see. Maybe that's one of them. It's not a rap. I don't know. I guess if I keep reading it over and over and over, it'll be a rap. Just like these guys right here. You know, I read over those 90 miles an hour because I read those thousands of times over years. And so if I do the same thing, I'll give you one. For my soul, I dug a hole. From divine time, I joined man's line, lost in chaos, seeking help. My soul did yield. I found a God whom began to nod, given peace, told together the pieces. My pain's mixes of saints. Father told me with men don't bother. Mother whispered, go heal your father. Disguised as the devil to hide his heart smile, never to admit, always in transit. Cannot be found unless man would bound. The quest to find the best, the race to see the hidden face of whom I long to embrace. Thus I run my race, myself to outpace, attaining heavenly divinity, ascending Jacob's ladder with humanity, each liberty and sovereignty. This my jam, uncut quality. That's one. There's one on there. I'll get faster, I guess. And then this other one. I reclaim my gifts as each before, thus I soared my core to become newfound lore. Unlike before, I give away my gifts, set the genie freed, magic powers dispersed and enforced, seeing new homes with those who owe. Magic powers in the start for one and all, stand tall, each generating a gift from the past to shift. Now we uplift with the capacious miracle, we tame the feral. Hear the moral, you're the pearl, you're more than muscle at the center, a rough grain of sand, rough, smooth on land. I'm, I'm, the muses come to me at particular junctures of time, and I pin it out, and it jumps in my head. Sometimes I'll be in the shower or making food or whatever the case, and all of a sudden the flow will happen. And you know, I'm not interested in trying to find a phone or recording device or write it down. I just let it flow out my mouth, and sometimes I just go 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 go. It could be 30 seconds. It could be 5 minutes, and it will just flow. And then when it's done, it's done. And either I recorded it and it's saved, or I didn't and it's gone. And that's just the way it happens. It's the way it's been happening when I wrote my book. That's the way it happened for me when I wrote this guy. I mean, when it jumped into me to write, I wrote. And when it didn't jump into me to write, I didn't write. Either the muses are active or they're not. Let's see if my mic went out. Did the mic mess up? Because if the volume shifted, I can definitely make sure the volume will go back up. Audio, okay, got you. I got you. I'll fix it. Look at that. Chat log.
Boom. Should be good. And up and running. And audio should be decent again. Got it back. Boom, boom. Yeah, this happens. I guess so. It's 7:07 right now for TikTok. Audio on YouTube seems to mess up every single time. There seems to be like something happens, and during the YouTube feed, the audio just goes to nothing. And sometimes I catch it right away, and sometimes I don't. Though, as it was awesome. I was being inclined to look at the comment sections at this time, and then they're talking about the audio, and I'm like, "Oh, cracky, it happened again." So tomorrow, Kim and others, if you're around, whatnot, at least local time, 7:07, 7:08 now. Though, so I'm gonna pay attention and see if maybe it does the same thing tomorrow at the same time, and then we'd be a little bit more aware of that. So those comments went back a little bit, but not too long. So it might have been like 7:05 or something like that. So boom. Oh, you're cool, Keek. That's cool. You know what? I've never answered this question, and people have asked questions on this line of things, and I've never replied to it. In the beginning, I got a lot. I'm not dressing up to look like the guy or anything, and just in case you don't know, Cherokee within us. That's what you're seeing. It's the Cherokee and the shamanic journey. Anyways, but the Pixie Lord. I mean, that's a proper, like, that's the one to respond to. That's the one with the legitimate question. Everybody else was like human ass. This is the Pixie Lord. This is the XYZ. This is the one that would really need the response. He said, "Did you find the black pearl yet?" Yeah, I did. I did. I did. I can actually say yes, I did. And before my mom died, she did too. I should really say that she found the physical location, which allowed me to find the interdimensional location. Okay, so like a black pearl is extremely rare. A natural black pearl is extremely rare, okay? And it was the first Renaissance festival me and my mom ever went to. It's a very special day, and I don't care to go over everything. I've cried enough and whatnot. I'm feeling pretty chipper and good and all. But there was a jewelry shop, little whatnot there, and they had a container with the I don't want to say clam, but oysters or whatever. That has a group that has the oyster with the pearl on them, and you pay like X amount of dollars, and you pick which oyster you want, whatever. And I'm not in no I don't know the technical names. I hope I'm saying the correct thing. Anyways, and they pop it open, and that pearl they wind up putting it on a necklace or a ring or whatever the case. And my mom picked out just one. She didn't do it over and over, just one. She picked out one, and it was a black pearl. The world's pretty interesting. The way we can receive omens, the way events can happen, and I wrote it down earlier, man. You're the pearl. You're the pearl. You're the gem. You're what's worth everything. And the Divine Mother, she's her oceans, the oceans that belong to her, they're completely black. Can't see nothing. It's dark. That's our subconscious world. That's everything we don't think about. And it's finding oneself, finding their shine, coming from that pearl, lost in an abyss of nothingness that everybody else in the world dismissed. You can find yours too. That was my kiddo. That was who I was when I was like 5 years old, 10 years old, a little old kid, before the world screwed me up. Yeah, that kind of connection will let you do anything with your life. Because I don't know about you, but when I was my old kid selfish I am, I don't care what anybody else is doing. They go do that because that's what they're into. I'm doing this because that's what I'm into. I don't, that's just life. I mean, I guess I just chose different role models than other people. Camel, like that's some real good technical information. Actually, I appreciate that. I concur with that completely because, ooh, oh, okay, and that's what's got to be happening then. That's exactly what's happening. It's an updated stream key, and it because it goes through because my screen's got it refreshes and it reloads every so often. So like you said, exactly. Oh, you looked. No, 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 no. You're good. No, no, it's cool. I'm glad you put all that in there, and that's fine. But like I was putting those kind of things together because I was noticing, like before, YouTube did not have the possibility to do short videos. It was only the long videos, and you had to have certain requirements in order to go live on that. And back when I wanted 2 years ago, I wasn't able. I didn't meet those requirements. And then over all the years, I wound up like doing TikTok because TikTok came up. And boom! I could start doing my videos, and then like I could go live and everything. And as I was doing the lives on TikTok, I forgot about YouTube. I just completely just didn't even think about it. I just thought that door was closed. So I'm not trying knocking on that door, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I wound up trying YouTube, and then they got the short videos, and I'm like, okay, just I just they got the app or whatever, and I just did that. And I was like, boom, I could go live on YouTube now. Well, that's what I wanted to do originally. So boom, TikTok and YouTube and those two. And so I think yeah, YouTube definitely picked up some things from other platforms. Um, However, I'm happy that they're making the steps in the directions that they're making because it allows these kind of things to go on and all that good stuff. And that's what the world's like is collaboration. If the shorter if like TikTok and all the other ones didn't come out, if these services weren't available to us, YouTube guaranteedly would not have a shorts video section. But they saw the success that everybody else was gaining. YouTube's already solid in their setup of how what they've got together. So let us just do our own thing. It's working over there. Let us make our own code. Let us do our own thing. So they're developing that. So as the years and all that stuff goes on, improvements, fixes, adjustments, we're always doing it. So we always do it. So, and that's, to me, that's what allows me to have the mindset and a heart set that things are going to get better. It will always get better. Even if they're horrible in the moment, they will get better. And the reason why is because it's in our very nature to improve our environment. If it's a gadget, if it's a thing, it's in our nature to improve it. And if it's not doing a good thing, there's going to be a lot of people complaining about it. And, things going to start to change. Hopefully, hopefully. Cool artifacts. Yeah, that was a please. That was a please. No, the please is pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Oh no, everything's good. Um, everything's good. They were Pixie Lord. Camel was explaining technical information because like every day the video during the live drops the audio, and then my audio is all horrible. You can't hear what I'm saying, and it fades in and goes out. But they were explaining the technical details what that they looked up of essentially what's causing that to happen. So, and now it's like, okay, I see the reason why. It's nothing. It's just something that's been happening for a good while now. What's up, Jim? The leader. Campbell, I'm laughing. That's cute and funny. It's funny. Artifacts. Look, this isn't exactly. I don't know. To me, it's special. To me, this is super special because I was in a pretty rough spot in my life at the time, and I went to go help somebody like cut up, clear their land, and cut this tree down. Do cut the tree down, and I saw a heart in the core of the tree. And I said, bro, would you cut that a little bit lower? I want to take that piece with me. So he did. And see that there. So that's like that's pretty special to me. It's not every day you see a heart at the center of a tree, in its grain. It's not even in the center technically. I mean, that's the center right here, but that's where the point of the heart goes to, is the center, that's there was one guy I knew, and he said I'm gonna go to India because I'm gonna go visit some temples. I'm gonna go get some artifacts, some things, like not steal. I mean, they're gonna be gifted, but he was making these arrangements to do that, and I'm like, bro, like we can make that ourselves. I don't need to go nowhere. What do you want to make? Like, shoot. Mm, But this is one I've crafted. Um, we've got runes. This does have a meaning, and it is essentially mentioning. This was interesting because I did the runes popped out, and it was very powerful. and I wrote it all down and everything. It was so powerful that I decided I started doing the runes first. I did the runes first, and it was the reading that I had done. And essentially, I am massively paraphrasing, if you will, but essentially, by divine necessity, the two divine stallions will be united, and to the divine chariot in which the All Father will be riding upon. He will be carrying the seed of the tree of life, in which he's going to essentially deliver to the Divine Mother, and she's going to dispense it to the world. And literally, like 3 years later, maybe it was 2 years, it was long enough. And I'm at this temple, and they have this huge chariot, and it's made out of teak wood, and it's layered in gold, literally the whole thing. They have a picture, they have the Divine Mother represented on this chariot, and all the priests representing the Divine Father are sitting on the chariot. And essentially we proceed and we proceed, like it's very ceremonious, very amazing. And they don't normally get on they're usually walking with, but this one was a special one. This one was really special, had other things going down, very amazing. And we went around the whole temple, and did a procession of that. And so I didn't know that chariot was never together. That I didn't know nothing, like literally like some amazing stuff. And the second set here is Japanese Kuji-in. And essentially, this is connecting with our 9 energy centers, not just 7. And if you go back to Shiva, the original, gurus back then, they actually in the old books, they account to 9 chakras, 9 primary chakras that we're working with, not 7. So interesting, I would find that in ancient Japanese and learn their Kuji-in system and process that. Then I wind up going to a Hindu temple, learning all that kind of stuff. And somebody comes up to me and they asked me about the chakras, and I said 9. And they said, huh. They said Shiva and gurus back then in his day, they said there was 9 chakras, and they left. That's the only time I ever talked to that person. Interesting stuff. What is shared and revealed. And then this is the Egyptian pantheon, the Egyptian oracle system that I work with essentially. And so that's essentially the those 9 energies on the Egyptian side. Those processes. So this essentially like my totem pole here, and this has been composed of different elements. There's no battery, there's no outside source of power that is coming, that is creating anything within, but you can put your hand literally right here and you will feel energy coming off of it. You can go get devices. Okay, I've done it. You can go get devices that can measure energy in the atmosphere, and this thing's gonna light up like freaking New Year's. Okay, so um, I'm not I'm not a scientist. I don't know how to do wire working. I'm not an electrician. I'm not going to touch the electrical wire because I there was this one dude I heard he told a story, and because we were sharing stories and stuff, and he was working at an electrical place, like he was an electrician. And there was somebody, and they made contact with one of the wires, and the electricity came through his hand and literally blew out his elbow. Literally, electricity shot out of his elbow. I'm fucking with election. Nah, I ain't fucking with that. Now I got a Tesla coil. I could plug it in the wall. I didn't make it. And it's a little one over there. You want to see it? So let's wipe it off real quick. It's just a little guy like this. It's
got this, and I've synced this piece with magnetic metal on my altar. So this is actually a little magnetic. It's actually magnetic at this point. So I changed its frequency essentially before I ever used it. So I can turn this on, and it's got like the electro. If I turned it on right now, it would be very loud. It'd go. I really loud. But and you can put your up to that. You won't hurt you or nothing. But I don't screw with electricity. You know, I don't know anything. I didn't go to school for that. I don't mess with that. I got a pair of headphones. I got a Bose pair of headphones that I bought somebody from $20, and the battery inside, I didn't try them out or anything. And the battery inside had acidic. You know, it broke or what acid was on the outside. I cleaned it out, but it don't work. So if I knew anything about freaking electronics and wirings, I would have taken that pair of headphones apart and fixed it. I don't know about that stuff. But I crafted something that I connected with otherwise, and it's got results. I can put the Spirit Finder reader, the talk box. It's on one of the phones for TikTok right now. So it doesn't work on this phone because it needs certain elements in the phone. And you can, it's like the Spirit talk box. And if you find the correct spot, you know, it lights up, and then you can communicate. You ask a question, it tells you information back and stuff. And I did that. I found an app, and it worked on my phone. And I went all around my room. 0, 0, it's all green. If it's showing green, there ain't nothing there. If it shows red, there's something there. And if it holds long enough, it'll say you could ask a question, and you ask your question, and then you wait, and it formulates, and it comes back. So I can move it anywhere around my room, and I get 0 results. I put it on top of my altar at the top, at the peak top where all the energy should be. Nothing. I put it over the stones. I got 2 towers of stones. There's 2 towers of stones right there. That's one, that one, and then this one, which we got the Shiva Lingam, the lingam up top right there. All right, and if you put your hands over there, I feel energy coming off of it. Every time I feel energy. Okay, I've been doing this for a while. Concentration on energy, focus of energy. One moment. And I put the spirit box. I put the phone with the spirit box up there. Nothing. I thought it would do something on the stones. Nothing. I took that spirit box and I put them right here next to D. Boom, red right away. Ask your question. Signal's not going anywhere. I move it away. Complete green. Move it back. Active. I created a portal. It's a real staff. This ain't no movie prop. It's real. Measurable results, real. You can create anything because the entire world of information is accessible to you. I don't care what paper it's been written on, and I don't care where it's been filed or incinerated. You can access all of the information that has ever happened in the past because it exists within you. Your water, your elements, the elements around us. When we synchronize our own capacity, there's nothing that is beyond us. We truly can ascend in the flesh and transform from human to divine, not because I have a plan of how I'm going to do this and that and this and that, not in the human fashion. No, it's a different system. If you want to grow beyond that human environment level of mean mind, gotta dominate that kind of living, to move into that divine resonance, you understand there's always options ahead, because the past is full of not just possibilities but solutions to those problems that are going to come right back. They happened before, and all the solutions are back there. Being able to pay attention to my body's resonance is vital. My mind allows me to put all the math together, all the experiences together, so that I can have a cohesive line of thought, even though I have multiple dimensions of reality that I'm engaging with. Here's one literal example. I mentioned this the other day. If I'm sitting down talking with you and you're in the room with me and you are talking. I'm aware that this is happening. You're cognitively aware this is happening. That's what we're doing. Now, what I'm also cognitively aware of is that my soul, my spirit, my pure energy source, and their pure energy source are above our bodies, and they're interacting. They're having their own conversation. However they conversate, however they're passing on information, whatever they doing their thing, and we're doing our thing. As above, so below. Legit, literal. Okay. So I'm aware that they're not aware of this as well. So that's a third cognitive level that I'm aware of. So this information going on, I hear it. At this point, I'm aware of it. Not just aware of it, but I hear it. My awareness, my cognitive, it's allowing me to tap into that it's happening. So I have information that their soul is telling my soul, myself, that they can't even reconcile with their own physical logic. I have to keep that information inside of me. If I just come out and spit it out, that's going to be a crash, and the person's going to have a mental ouch. I don't want to create that. So I got to keep that quiet on my end, but I can let it come out in subtle ways, because essentially I'm going to be throwing out seeds. I got a whole freaking dog. Where's my basket? I don't know. I got to grab something. I'm just going to grab a big old cup of shut the fuck up of seeds, and I'm just throwing seeds at you the whole freaking time. I'm just throwing a bunch of seeds. That's it. One of them's got to grow. And that's how we can be friends and enjoy our time. And I'm not getting upset or anything, but being able to keep those cognitive realities concurrent with my interactions of my reality with the people around me. That's a strong and powerful mind. That's what you can work towards. That's what you can do. You can multitask. Imagine if you focused on that and took it beyond what humans work with. You are a multidimensional being and you have access to it. It's not just me. I'm not just a special one. It's not a chosen one. It's everyone. It's everyone has this ability. Everyone has this ability. And it starts with love. Living one vibrational energy. It's your heart. That's your heart. You've been thinking with your brain, with logic, human. Move to your heart. Your heart is not lust. Your heart is not, I gotta have this. That's not your heart. Those are animalistic traits of instinct. Okay. And after living like this in that world for so long, then we've developed that into a mental habit. So now we mentally think, I have to have this. I have to earn that. I have to win that. So now we're in the world. Remember that book said, be no part of the world. We want to get out of that race. We want to step out of that. We're not in that world. We're creating heaven. If I want to create heaven, I can't be living on earth. I got to be living on Gaia, because heaven is going to grow from Gaia. It's not going to be constructed on Gaia. That's the difference. Man constructs, divinity grows, supports, nurtures. That's the difference.
That's how you know. That's why you'll only eat spaghetti that your mama makes, and why you won't make spaghetti that nobody else makes. Because that's how your mama be feeling. She want to protect you, love you, nurture you. Every single action, even the bad days and the punishings, you know that this is all from love. But when you ate somebody else's spaghetti, you didn't like the way it tasted because that person did not have love. They were not nurturing, they were not protecting. They've been using their kid, they've been stepping on everybody in their life. They had me first, and you ate me first, and you're like, ew. I'm more into love. I like my mom's spaghetti. That's why. That's why. Yo. My email is setra@yahoo.com. Setchra, Setra@yahoo.com. Just as it is on the channel, right up here. Boom. Setchra. And well, that was for TikTok over there at yahoo.com. And yeah. If you are interested on jumping on the shamanic path, I can put you onto that. I can help you. I'll give you some information. I'll ask you a couple questions, and with your response, you'll have to look up some stuff online. You'll look it up, and you'll be like, oh, I like that one and that one. And I'll be like, okay, boom, with those two names, now I got to do my homework, and then what I give you from there, you really can kick off your shamanic journey, and you can start learning from sources, because essentially there's keywords. When I first went to there's keywords for searching the ancient mantras and so forth, and this is learning how to get into the resonance of that energy more than there is understanding that goes with it. And you can do a lot of you follow other people's opinions and all of that sort of stuff. But for me, the mantras, the stotras, all of this, and there's like songs, there's poems. Well, there's like songs, there's hymns, there's like poems, there's like ones that just mention like 1,000 names. There's the ones that because the divine went to a bunch of different villages, so they mention every name that each village gave it to them. So they mention 1,000 names of that one divine, and that's how they see it. In other parts of the world, yeah, they don't shun other person's divine, right? Whatever they see as their god, or the one they they honor them in their own prayer. That's what I picked up. That's what I picked up. That's real divine. That's real. That's love. That's real love. Love says, I'm not afraid. You could have many friends. I don't need to be your only friend. That's real love. Anyways, so, but there's certain keywords, and those keywords will allow you to go on your search, and your search is something that you personally connect with. And so essentially, at first, cut the information I give and so forth and so on. And you can shoot me an email, setra@yahoo.com. If you would like a copy of my book, feel free to also shoot me an email, or just ask me for a free PDF copy, and I'll shoot you a free PDF copy, and that's it. I won't put a bunch of extra information. I just that'll be that. And it is published. It is available on Amazon.com. It does contain a love language, and this love language has nothing to do with saying hello or goodbye, but it has everything to do with the spiritual journey. And that spiritual journey, one winds up experiencing, and if you have experienced it, you've had moments that made you question whether it happened or not. Not just one. This has been happening throughout your life. And you go to somebody else and you say, did you see that? Does this make sense to you? And you tell them all the events they weren't present for, and they're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, then you've been on the journey. You're on the journey. because it's all for the eye of the beholder. You behold the light. You have a heart of love, and therefore you have sight. And trying to prove that sight to people who do not have the light, who do not have any oil that's actually fueling their faith of dedication and love, well, of course they're not going to believe it because they don't see it. How could they? They have no proof for it. You're talking about bunnies with wings flying in outer space is not a reality I'm going to engage. I can't confirm your sighting. And that's what, when I realized that, that's when I realized I said it's pointless for me to try to get an affirmation or confirmation from anybody for what I'm experiencing. It's practically impossible for me to go, did you go do that? Yeah. Okay, now I can keep, nah. If I did that, I would have, I don't even want to mention what would have happened to me. I don't even want to think about that life. Not me. The pixie lord as, can I do magic if I become shaman? Well, the simple answer is yes. And the actual answer is you're performing magic already. Magic. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. It allows you to move and do what you need to. Your body is a mathematical quantum computing bioelectrical field that has no equal, because you are your own unique field of energy. You're your own unique experience, and what you can create and do is all up to you. For everything that I learned about magic, all the ancient books, all the hidden stories, all that information, magic translates into one reality, one word: nature. Nature. Magic is our connection with nature and what happens from that connection. And we have been so foreign to nature that we can be okay with this and say, well, everybody has one. This is normal. This is acceptable. There's nothing special about it. Somebody designed it. And this would be magic and foreign. And my gosh, what are you doing? Is what's going on? I'm afraid. Ah. This is magic. This is magic. This was made from materials that we gathered on our planet from Gaia. Did you make this something from outer space that doesn't come from our planet? Did you like go to Mars or something? Is it a Mars device? No, no. You got materials on the planet and mined them and crafted them and did certain processes and created this. It's like I just got some materials and over time created this. A connection with nature. It's a connection with nature. I believe people need this to remind them of their connection with nature. You don't need this to be connected with nature. But having each other, being in a room where there is energy that is aligned with our, and that's That's some real world change right there. That's some real magic right there. That's some real quantum exchange of vibrational energy right there. You are magic. Your life is magic. What you do is magic. We are in a world run on and by and through magic. It is nature and it's our interaction with it. And either you believe that you could create anything with it or you don't. If you don't believe it, you ain't gonna do it. If you believe it, you're gonna do it. I say it over and over and over. The darn placebo effect. It's a fact. The placebo effect is such a fact. It's in every single research study for a new pill. You gotta use the placebo effect and have a trial run with the placebo effect because people are converting sugar into a substance that costs millions of dollars, costs people to go homeless, cause destruction of our planet, research and all sorts of stupid crap. And you got somebody who turned a sugar pill to work without a side effect that all that crap produced. Just let it sink in. Just let's it. That's a confirmation. That's the affirmation. That's a fact. You could choose to believe it, or you could choose not to believe it. If you believe it, you can turn anything, even a pretzel, into whatever you need it to be. Your body can transform anything. You're a magician, a real magician. You're not a trickster. A trickster is going to say, "Oh, look at the pretzel. Boom, I made something else by it. The pretzel's gone. Whoa, look, it did that." No, a real magician is going to take that substance. They're going to transform it and it's going to create a real solution. It is truly going to transform. Its substance is going to have a different effect than what it was measured to do because I had the ability to change it. Yes, you do. Yes, you have. That I is for you to say. Say it with me. I have the ability to change my world. I have the ability to change. I have the ability to transform energy. I have the ability to transform energy. And energy and matter are the dang same thing. If you ask me, go back and ask Einstein. Yeah, I mean, we could go back to the good old E equals MC square, bro. You know, a lot of people want to say this is the age of Aquarius, but I tell you, I think we're living in the age of Squarius because there's a lot of people they like to square things, but really I like to shave them rough edges off and make them smooth. Don't you want to move? Yeah, you can do magic. You do. You are. So I have been contemplating whether I'm going to jump this. The whole time I've been kind of going back and forth as a choice. I don't know. Maybe I break my schedule, break my normal thing that I do, or do my normal thing that I do. I like to break patterns. I really like breaking patterns. But I was like, I kind of like that little pattern. It was all right. And so I was like, maybe I'll just stay live and just transition into gaming. And like I'll be gaming and then stay live as well. Boom. Just transition from the spiritual talk and all of that into gaming. Because when I'm gaming, I'm in a different world, man. I'm just having fun. And when I'm in a spiritual zone, well, yeah, I'm having fun, but it's a different frequency. Because, teach is out, teach is around. But, my little 5-year-old kid, he's always around too. So, but teach gets the final say during this time. And, third video games, kiddos, it's you have different personality types. I encourage you to look it up online. If you have a good mind, you can remember it. Maybe you have a pen. Grab your pen, got something to write, grab a pen, grab paper, anything, write it down. Da, 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 da. You have different personality types. This is a scientific, psychological, blah, blah, blah. They studied it, and it's a reality in our world. You have a multitude of personality types. What happens, okay, just living life in this world is you're turned either into a servant or a warrior or a comedian, and that's your life. That's how you're treated throughout your whole life. That's your experiences. That's what you get. They don't open up the other four to you. You got to find those and break them open. You have to access them because we have habits from what we have observed within our environment, which creates our behavior from what we see to get what we want. I mean, that's your life. Everybody. I don't care who you are and where you are. That's how we start. That's what we got. You want to break open the other ones like king, the king within, the king inside. He ain't no servant. He could he the king's not fighting. No, 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 no. The king is deciding. The king is choosing. I'm looking at my kingdom and I'm saying, this is what I want to do. What is my kingdom? My kingdom is my future. My kingdom is what I possess. My kingdom belongs to me. It's not anybody else's things. It's my own little world. And I'm not trying to conquer. Being a king, don't mean I'm conquering somebody else's world. I'm letting my future be what it wants to be, what I choose it to be. So as a king personality type, I'm able to look, view, assess, and plan and all of that and make the choice. Say that's what I'm gonna do in my life. And then when I want to go do that, well, the warrior may need to come out. I'll switch to the warrior so I can conquer whatever obstacle. And then the servant needs to come out because, well, I need to follow the plans that I set up as. So those are different mindsets. If I'm doing this down here, I can't be in the king mindset. The king ain't gonna bend down to the ground and pick those things up. And you know what? I don't feel like being a servant. I was a servant long enough. I don't like that. That role's enough. That one's covered. Like I got brownie points in that one. I don't care for that one. I'd rather be the kid. I'll send a kid to do that because the kid's going to do what the king loves to do because the king is the of the kid. So I'm just a little kid doing what I already decided to do. See, I'm my home world. I choose it. The ancient divine invocation, evocations, ceremonies, and all sort from thousands of years ago was a map for you to have ultimate control over your own vessel and to be able to shift into these different personality types in order to accomplish what you need to accomplish. By going on that shamanic initiatory path, you start having experiences that helps build your self morale, builds your confidence, shows you could do a thing, shows you could step out of that role and do something from over here. And after you've seen yourself do this whole dance, and it actually looked, sound, and was all pretty darn successful, well, heck, I think I could do this on the fly. Give me something. One little thing, and there's an accomplishment in that. And it's something spiritually, divinely good and benefiting not just to the self, but to others, especially when it hits the physical realm for others. when those two coalesce into a single experience, that is the creme de la creme. That's the moment. That's it. That's it. How does that happen? My mom passed on. My mom communicates to me and works with me on the spirit side on a regular basis. She will connect with other deceased parents. That, and I've experienced enough. I already know this happens. And her spirit will connect with their parent's spirit, and through their setting up or whatnot, and my and their and everything, somehow we come to meet and be in the same interaction, and then something happens in a moment, and that like literal example, literal history, literal memory, plays sound bowl, and the person has an out of body experience with their deceased mom or dad, and they come back and they share what happened. Like, oh my God, like there was unfinished, there was no chance for last words. And now they got to share what they wanted to with each other. They had that experience. And that experience was real for them. It was real for them. I saw it in their eyes. I saw the tears fall. I heard their voice quiver up. It wasn't fake. It happened. Shit. That that is that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Because now that person can live their life and not wonder what if, not wonder, does my mom hate me? Does my dad hate me? Well, what I wanted to tell them this. Well, I didn't do that. They got that's about. When them blessings hit the real world, that's heaven on earth right there, because that person is in a state of peace and joy that no amount of money could have ever put there, nor could it take away, nor any substance or element of their life could remove that. In their heart, there ain't no black hole no more. It filled the puzzle piece just perfect. Their whole life is before them now. They have been reborn. In that moment, they were reborn. They closed up something that they thought forever was going to be a mystery and unsolvable. That's heaven on earth for every single person to be in a state of peace and joy every single day. Now, with that kind of energy going around the world, Gaia's going to calm down. Weather's going to be real nice. And a lot of big events that are bad are just going to stop out of nowhere. Why? Because we created a shield for Gaia. We're already doing it. Not just people that watch here, not just us. There's other people out there. They've been doing it before we've been doing it. But there's a whole new wave joining that. That's what's going on here. Just a new wave joining reinforcements. That's reinforcements coming in. That's all. But there's certain people, and the reason why they stayed hidden, the reason why they're not said anything, the reason why they're not nobody in the world of being somebody, is because they've been resonating the energy of the love and the goodness in the dark. And they've been putting up as much love as they can for Gaia every day of their life. Every single one of us, we do that. Our peace, our joy resonates that. When we join with being irate, when we join with choosing to stay in an angered perspective of energy, we talked about transforming energy earlier, but when we stay in that negative state fully of being, that's chaotic energy. Gaia cannot recover in chaotic energy. Gaia needs to be shielded. The same way I learned how with stones and sound and my own energy, because when I play the sound bowl for somebody and they have an out of body experience, I know for at this point I'm doing it long enough. I'm not doing I'm not creating the experience for them. Nope. Nope. Everything I'm doing is contributing to a safe space. All my work and effort went to creating a bubble of safe space. I went into Lioness. You come around this spot, I'll fucking, your soul will never be reborn. It'll go into the lake of fire. You got, I know exactly the channels to put it there. Nobody want to come mess with this. And that's how that person can have that out of body experience, because their soul knows that their body and all their space is completely protected. And when it senses 100% protection, the spirit acts immediately. I can take off from the body. I can do what I need to. So the body stays. It has a literal connection with its own self. And that's the visual context, which literally happens like a waking dream for the person who's totally conscious. I said no words, no hypnotism, none of that. I just play my sound bowl every time. Every time. I did it for a year, 2023, for over 84 people. Success, 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 good result, good result, good result. One dude is really rough, and I had to come back, and I was like, would you rather that not happen? And he goes, no, he said very clearly, I'm happy it happened, because now I know what I need to work on in my life. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I didn't need to know what he needs to work on. He didn't need to tell me. I didn't need to remember, because he explained it all out. But I thought from his words that he was unhappy with it, and that's where my brain was. So I was missing all the words he was saying. I didn't. It's fine. He knew what he needed to work on. He said it. Boom. He got what he needed. It was solid. He was happy it happened. That's all I need to know. He had a positive experience overall. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, that's exactly what I was aiming for, like lessons and all. And that's what my mom really passed on to me from the other side of the veil over these years. That was a portion where I felt like a child and not an adult. Maybe an adult, not a parent. Like my mom was still beyond me. Um, but after that year and subsequent experiences, I learned that I have the ability to protect other people on a spiritual level, not just myself, but other people as well. And I don't even have to go do or talk or say anything. Just a person comes to me, we enjoy a jam together, and all their obstacles go to the wayside. Literally, story after story after story after story after story. The results are the same every time. So once that was solidified in me and like that was transferred, well, man, I felt like my mom. I felt like my mom. She had her hand in that one. I felt like a mom. I felt like a dad. I felt like somebody who could actually do life. Anybody can protect somebody physically. Anybody can do that physical stuff. But can you protect somebody emotionally? Can you change somebody's emotions like that with an ability? I had this one lady come in when I was working at that metaphysical shop, and she comes in and she was not doing good. I shared this one before. She was not doing good, and she had a proper reason why she wasn't doing good. And she apologized. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to treat you. I don't mean to spill this onto you." And in that moment, I said, "No." I said, "Keep it. It's okay. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it." She said, "What?" I said, "Keep that energy." She said, "Okay." I said, "I know exactly the divine to connect to. Is Sekhmet. Sekhmet is the protectress of divine portion of the divine mother, and she'll rage fire out of her mouth. You, she don't care. You won't take out the threat. Your mama bear, she won't protect, and she's a rager too. She's full of that rage energy when she protects, and so essentially, I
pulled out my invocation and I said, just close your eyes. She sat down in a chair. I said, just close your eyes. I sat in my spot and I read. And by the time I finished reading, she literally, she's like, she got up and she was like moving like, and she moved over and she goes and she grabs a sage and she goes, um, I'm gonna get this sage and go take a walk at the park. Like she was on cloud nine, like that. And I know what happened and I know why it happened. And it was because that type of energy belongs to the divines. With that energy, they can change, they can manifest miracles in our, manifest physical realities in our world. How does a spirit manifest the physical reaction in this world? Because energy was sent to them from a physical person. They received the energy and they were able to E equals MC square and populate matter. Believe me or not. So I just whisked away that energy to the Divine Mother so she could take care of some divine law and order, most simple speech so that could take care of some business. Karma's a divine being. Karma's following divine law and order. I follow divine law and order. It's all in my book of good. So when we actually start sending that energy where it needs to go, then we aren't stuck with the emotion. It just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. Look, shamans. We know how to transfer energy. We know how to transmute energy. It's a cycle. Why 333? Because there's three worlds we keep interacting with. And if you become aware of that, well, you could send all the energy you want to manifest your dreams. Heaven on earth could grow pretty quick. It's all in ancient texts. It's in ancient stories. It's in invocations, evocations, like I was reading earlier. That little portion about the cup of wine and the blood of the heart and all that, and bread and salt and foundations of the body. The ancient Egyptian piece. It's older than the Bible was written. Tell you what. Well, the Bible says, the world, everything began in space and this and God and that. But, the Bible wasn't written at that time. The Bible has a physical date that it was composed, and then each book goes to their particular dates of when they were actually composed. And then there's like text that goes back like 6,000 years and 8,000 years and 12,000 years. Yeah, India. Some of their texts go back 8 to 12,000 years. From Pa to Son, survived in a temple somewhere. That's the kind of stuff I like to learn from. Because it means that nobody's got their hands on it yet to flub the information or skew the information to any particular direction of what they're trying to influence me to be. See, understanding that people are acting in a human mannerism is that they want me to do what they're doing so that it helps create what they want to create. Let me tell you exactly how I'm doing the same thing here. I want to bring heaven on earth. I don't know about you.
But I want to bring heaven on earth. I want the good, the righteous, the love, the angel, the God, all the proper stuff we learned about. I want that to be. None of the bad stuff. All that bad stuff belongs to the bad. To heaven on earth. That's what we're supposed to pray for. Heaven on earth. And I know that I got a lot of brothers and sisters out in this world, whether we met, whether I know who you are or not. I know I got a lot of brothers and sisters on this world, and we've been stuck in their crap ass world. And that's why we wrote books and left words saying, don't be part of the world. Don't be the king. Go rest out by this tree. Just go hang out by the tree. Now you can have your army and your riches and your gold and your silks. I'm just going to go hang out by the tree and we good. Because I realized my connection, my true mate, my true other half is Gaia. That's my partner for each and every single one. For each and every single one. If you don't love what we are standing on, you're just going to treat it like some old stone you can crush and turn into some whatever the heck else you want to do. It ain't got thoughts to you. It's just an immaterial object, just a hunk of junk. How you view life around you, above you, and below you. This entire time, what do we think about? As above, so below. And we think we're the ones below. We think we're the ones at the bottom. No, we're not. There's always another human below you. You go to the other side of the world, there's another human there. Who's below us? Every single one of us. Mother, Gaia, every single one of us, she's below us. And how we care about her is exactly how we're going to live. Do we see her as divine? People's life will testify their answer, not their words. And so, on all of those notes, I just like to say thank you. Thank you for you being you. Thank you for contributing to heaven on earth. Your resonance of who you are contributes to that. I'm going to read this again because this is something I read at the beginning of the jam every day. 2-hour jam we go over, and I read this towards the beginning. Technically, the first sequence, I'll share it right now. Why not? So something's telling me to just share this at this moment, so I'm going to. I survive on donations. I've been before this. I'm homeless or from place to place, whatever the case, doing my journey, and I've had a roof over my head for the past 7-8 months now. Well, a little bit longer than that, maybe a month or two. I've moved places, and so consistently, this is the longest. It's a blessing because of that. And so, if you care to donate, if you appreciate or whatever the case, my GoFundMe is on my profile page. There's a link there. I'll just leave it there. I don't care to go on and on. It's not where I want to be. But so in the jam, I go over the first portion, which that's my own connection. Boom. And when I start reading, the first portion essentially is all of the sounds activating all 9 chakras within the body. Um, so essentially that portion, I'm not going to read it all, okay? But just so that you know which portion it is that's activating your chakras, it starts out as un baishira mantaya suwa kung baisho manataya zwar nunani nunani and it goes on and on and on and on. And so essentially those are the sounds that are actually activating all 9 energy centers. And that's why when you go throughout your day, that's why you like conquer, that's why you do, that's why you have success, is because you have a heart of love, your chakras are active. And other people, they're lucky if they even have the fire chakra on. Like literally they're lucky if they have their fire chakra on. Like that can happen by accident. And if it gets turned on, you know, it can do bad stuff to people in their life because they don't know what to do with that energy. So but if you have a heart of love, it don't matter if one or all of them are turned on. Like it's gonna do good for you. It's gonna help you in life. Um, the same way. This is our Kundalini energy essentially, and it's like at the beginning of the day you have a dog, and the dog helps you hunt for animals. Well, maybe you're whatever the case. Okay, I just an analogy for the people who are not into animals or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, it's your help. Okay, it's your dog. It helps you around the house. You know, get you a drink out the fridge and stuff. Okay, we're not hunting. We're just around the house, and and in the beginning of the day, every single day, if I sit down with that dog and I spend time with that dog and I sync up with them, man, I don't know what it is, but everything's good, man. Like all day, he's helpful and he's not angry. Like I gave him attention, I guess, and that's all he wanted. And so now he's good for the rest of the day. Whatever. But if I don't, if I just wake up and I go about my day, I take off, I do whatever, I come home, shit, man, things are chewed up. The bowl's all messed up. They got up on the counter. I don't know how. I have no clue how. Freaking emptied the dishes on the ground. The whole house is a mess. So that's how our energy is. It's either going to help us or it's going to cause us problems. And so that's what that's doing. It's bringing all that into activation, into oneness. Then essentially I go through then the next part is, and I do it with the hand with the mudras, and it's written on Sisekyo was on Puto right ahead shadows kai had he was my heart to give a set of tools I paid the two who deep rejecting son of man. um and I have a few other uh, pieces that I put in there as well as far as the mudras go. But essentially, that entire list that I go through at that portion is essentially it's activating every single thing I've carved in here. Those are all of that for every single word is on there is being activated. And I have more that are at the bottom. I have a whole piece down here of them, and so then there's a sequence where it starts out with, well, I'm not going to read things, but I read it. It's like, then there's the next portion. I'm just going to leave that portion. Well, like Madhu Daga, that portion's in there. And so like, but this group is organized into blessings and assistance. Essentially, this group of names and their words of power that I read, uh, uh, they're aware of everything. Like some know everything, some like they control that source of everything. They're like they're damn near comparable to the primal forces of the primal elements. Like it's dang. It's not exactly, but it's just as powerful. And so essentially, we're doing that. So whatever the heart, whatever we need to be brought forth to create a positive result, like that information can be accessed, that power can be found, whatever the case. So really, that's like omniscience of every category. That would be the proper explanation. And then the next part, and it goes on and on and on. But that was my original formula, and by going over those portions, then my staff D activated that energy, that resonance is absorbing and going, and so by those sounds really being brought up first. Number one, it's activating my own energy centers. Boom, it's connecting me to this guy's getting that resonance. I say activating. If you put something around a particular sound long enough, it's going to copy it. All the way down to hanging out with a best friend or a friend long enough, or maybe they're not a friend, but you hang around somebody long enough, and then you find yourself having their mannerisms or speech patterns or something, and you're like, you notice it. You're like, this isn't what I do, and you notice it's like what the other person does. Just by proximity, we are sound generators. Just by proximity, we're going to copy each other. And so essentially it's creating that resonance so that that energy is always carrying and walking. I want to bring all of these meanings. I want these meanings not to just be in wood or metal, but I want it to be my actual biofield. I to look, let's go far, let's go deep. Oh man, all right, for advanced ones, okay, if you're not advanced, just don't take what I say to the bank. You might go somewhere south with it, but for the advanced ones, I'll keep moving forward. All right, so okay, talismans. Okay, I've talked about talismans before. So you can turn a stone into a talisman. I got a rose quartz crystal. I want it to be love. So I feel love. I'm watching a movie. I'm all in lovey-dovey mode, and I'm gonna go grab this stone. I'm gonna bring it to me. I'm feeling that love. As soon as that moment and feeling is gone, I'm gonna put the stone back. And every time I feel that energy in the future, I'm going to get that particular stone or group of stones. And maybe I have a group of these stones. I don't want just one. I want many of them. So I'm going to bring those right there in my gut. That's why I put it in my palm, bring it into my gut. That energy is reverberating right there. Boom, boom. That's where I'm really feeling it. You know, you could take it to your heart wherever you want, whatever you're drawn to, but I really focus on my gut most of the time. Anyways, yes, you could coordinate with the chakra, the heart, and all that good stuff in any regard. And so let's just take it a step farther. And so let's say now we got laughter and we got love, right? Okay. Like good laughter, good positive, happy, good feelings, good, happy vibes. And we got love. And so now I take these two stones along with a bunch of others that I've crafted into talismans. So they're resonating their proper energies. And then I create an altar. I create towers of stones, but they're not just stones, they're talismans now. They're resonating at my energy that I put in them. The whole setup, the whole setup, the whole setup is an alchemist creation of my own energies. Now I come to the altar every day and I read right in front of it, which happen all these other and now it's its own energy because it's a collection of diverse energies, different pulsing signals. Okay. And I'm reading ancient words of power, resonant frequencies that align with my body, with my chakras, my intentions, with heaven on earth. Okay. Blessings, not just for me, but for the whole world. And now I turn this, that's all one formula of energy, along with my words now. I created a resonance, a singular resonance from all that diversity. And now I'm hanging out by this altar 24 hours a day. Well, I guess 22, 3. You know what I'm saying. This is my spot. This is what I do. Where I am. So now that energy is creating a new field of energy for me. Now I'm that and him, all that energy, and now I'm a walking altar. I'm a walking portal. That's an alchemist. That's a magician. That's what you can craft. You don't have to know all that you want to do. You just got to have a heart of love, a heart of innocence. Respect and honor thy divine Father. Honor and respect thy divine mother, because they will always nurture the child within and protect in every way. You're that smart. You're that loving. You're that much of a quantum freaking genius. There ain't no warrior, no knight, no king. There ain't no human title that can conquer you because you're divine. And last time I checked, humans, they ain't got no rule over a divine. They usually go to them for blessings. They usually go to them because they have problems they need to get rid of that the divine one can assist in them learning to do the same for themselves, for them to be their own solution, for them to be their own trinity, their own walking trinity. You are the one. You are Neo, and you are a trinity of one, a powerhouse of one. For if you are omniscient and you are omnipresent, just as the Divine Father is within everything, and nothing is truly foreign to you. Nothing is outside of your reach. And that unification, wow, everything will fall at your feet before it. Everything you need. You don't even have to worry about it. Say goodbye to the worry. Say goodbye to the panic. Disown and disassociate with all the worry. Drop that shit like luggage you never needed. Because if you take the time to open up that suitcase, you're gonna find a bunch of rocks. They ain't even talismans. They just rocks. You've been carrying around rocks. You think I can walk with that energy? I can't. I can't walk. I can walk with the energy. You think I can walk with all those stones in my hands, whole altar? I can't carry all that. I couldn't even talk to you. My back would hurt, and I gotta be able to be mobile, be who I am, free moving. Gotta learn how to be as light as a feather. Feather. Who knows which direction the Father's gonna blow the celestial wind into? But being concerned with anything that's going to cause you to worry, that blocks you from creating your solutions, creating them. I didn't think of my solution. I did not think of how to get here from where I was years, where I am today. It's been my own journey. And that's where I learned that everybody's journey it's a unique frequency. Just like I saw the pyramids being unique frequencies around the world, all of them active at the same time. And all of those unique frequencies created a shield of harmonics on our planet. We have that portion that protects and creates we can have oxygen and stuff in an atmosphere, but with the pyramids active at different frequencies, it created another layer of protection. Believe me or not, I didn't believe it when I received the information in my head until I saw and read a legit science university not doctor, but scientist. You know, he had to probably blah 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 behind his name, and whatever it was talking about, it was talking how a diverse amount of frequencies able to create one resonance. And I was like, shit, that's my proof. That's my proof. I already had the confirmation and affirmation, but I got my science. My scientist, he got his information. Sherlock Holmes, the detective, he did his homework.
But the scientist got his experiment was proven. So we're moving forward with that reality. Your soul's got your solution, your spirit, your essence, and you can talk with them. You keep your mind together. You keep your memories together. It's important to take notes. It's important to have a journal. It's important to have a journal. No journal, you're going to leave yourself questioning, having way too many questions and not enough answers. Start journaling yourself. Just like I had the impulse, I had the inclination, I had the whatever to do this, and I'm really questioning whether I should listen to that. So I'm writing down what I felt to do. I'm gonna leave that page open. I'm gonna leave that page open on my thing here, right? So I had this idea, and this is more than an impulse actually. It's like I can't explain it. I don't got the words for it. That's okay. The idea is I'm gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna leave that open. I'm gonna put my pen in here, so if the book closes, it's there. I'm putting it on my table. All right, now I'm gonna go try what I wanted to try. I'm gonna go do what I wanted to do. You know, I gotta work something here and then something there, and yeah, and then we hit that there, and let's see if that actually works out. Ah, hey, it worked. No bad results. Okay, well, I know how that feeling felt when the information came through. I know how that was. Check. That's a check mark means good. Means good. Use it again. So you know, do I did that. I did that. It turned into a book. Turned into published book. So at any moment I ever questioned my past or my present, I went into my own journal before it was a book and I looked. Okay, that's how I got there. That's what I did yesterday. That led to that. Yep. And before that, that got me there. Okay. I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning because I've been following this for a while. I don't want to go down a bad road. And don't wait for me to know if what I'm following is good or bad, is for me to take notes and to check that log. I'm a captain of a ship now. I gotta check my log. I don't something could go south. Gotta have that log there. So as long as I can look back and yep, yep, yep. All right. This one was well, it worked out for the better. Okay. All right. I can keep moving forward. I'm not doubting my past. I'm not scared of my future. I know this path has led me there, and I know that whatever happens, just like every solution that came up before, we're gonna have another solution. So I'm gonna keep moving. Some people might have bad experiences. They might have something coming in, and so when they do their journaling and they perform what they perform, and they come back, their book might look like, man, that person got hurt and there was a problem there and there was another problem there. Well, if that's your results, then don't listen to that. Don't listen to that. Don't follow, but do the opposite of that. Because if that was causing you to do bad stuff and you do the opposite when you feel what you felt, well, then maybe you'll get the good results. And that means you could be in a mirror verse. And this is real. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I am not playing. I've seen it happen. I've been stuck there in my own past.
I got out of it myself. I've seen other people stuck there. I've been able to give them some guidance, get them out. But the mirrorverse is when everything's backwards. Everything's backwards and everything's upside down. If it should be down there, it's up there. If it should be up there, it's down there. If it should be over there, it's over there. Everything is freaking twister talk backwards. And the only way to get out of that world and out of that state of being is to do the freaking opposite. The opposite. I was talking to one person. I talked a lot of you, but let's just say I more so message a lot of people more than talk to a lot of people. Well, I guess if I'm talking with you, you know, I do talk to you. Make myself laugh sometimes. But it is pretty true. Some people they feel the proper instructions, they feel the proper vibration or whatever, and their actions are causing bad things to happen. And it is. It's just got to do the opposite. If that's the way I feel, well, then let me not do it. Let me do the opposite action instead. I actually create something good. And if you create enough good things, then that's how you break out of that mirrorverse. Because essentially in the mirrorverse, you're just bouncing from one bad karmic event to another karmic event to another bad, and it just keeps hitting. And that's the mirrorverse that you're stuck in because it's not the world that's flipped; it's the velocity of your own energy and its spin rate, and that's you can't keep stuck. That's why like just events are backwards. The energy happens different for you, but you can get out of it. You can totally get out of it. Um, what would be like? It'd be like the question is more along the lines of how can you have everything in different boxes and then be able to mix everything at the exact same time and like keep going with it. That was the really I have to keep going with that. You could understand how somebody could do that, but everybody they seen do that, they wind up like crashing out. That was my net. Jump into different dimensions. Portals, man. The first thing I learned how to do was portal. I learned how to create a portal. The second thing I learned, well, yeah, well, I did that. I didn't learn how to do that. I just did that. I just summoned. I summoned energy the first time. I just read. Okay, I'm going to share a story with you. You ready for story time? This is a story. I might cry or shit, or I'm trying not to cry. I feel it happy today, and I don't care what I cry it up. I got cried yesterday. Yeah, the live material. um, so the first thing I did, so my mom had bought a movie. Me and my mom, we love to watch movies. Okay, that's me and my mom's thing. We go to movies. We watch a movie together. You know, like that's our thing. That's our thing. That was our thing. And after my mom passed away, I found this I had we had this entertainment console thing that she used to work at a mall. She like ran a mall bells for a while. And anyways, that was our entertainment center. And there was like a little like, you know, for the electrical cord to go under. and there was a DVD that was still sealed. She bought this DVD and she gave it to me to watch, and it was still sealed and underneath. And so, like, as I was moving, and whatever the case, like, as I was packing up, I was just, yeah, we were moving. As I was moving, I was packing up from there. I found it. And the movie was Inkheart. Inkheart. INK Heart. Inkheart. And essentially, the guy has a natural ability. And he never knew he had it. But when he would read, the characters would literally come into our dimensional reality. And everybody, the bad guy was after him. The bad guy, he could, he found people who could do this, but everybody they were able to bring out of the book into the real world, they had flaws. It wasn't a proper copy. It was a flawed copy. So the character, like, and so he, that was my mother's dying message to me. She, she told me, this is your gift. You speak it, and it's gonna happen. Especially if you read it. Especially what you read. I should. Let me take my words back a moment. More than what I say, what I read is going to populate. More than what I say, what I read is going to populate. What I say had to take time to populate. I had to learn. I felt that. Anyways, and so on my shamanic path, when I heard of words of power, I had already been studying for a while. When I came across the word power, my attention was piqued. So the first thing I learned how to do is summon. I learned how to bring energy from other dimensions into our dimensional reality. I didn't learn. I didn't learn to do it, or how to do it. I just learned I can do it, and that's how I was able to change my future. Because it wasn't me and what I was designing for my future. I don't know what the hell I want. I don't know what's in this world. I mean, I know what I want, but like at that time, yeah, I don't know how to win in this world. It's me and my mom, and we did our thing, and that was that. She passed on, and now everything's different. And so I did what I did. And when I found Divine Mother, she acted immediately and brought peace into my world that was full of chaos. This was years later, after that moment that I just felt like 6 years forward. My mother, when that happened, I was like, whoa, okay. She introduces me to the Egyptian pantheon. I bring all of those energies into our dimensional reality. I start noticing shifts in this world. Interesting timing of that. Interesting timing of that. Over and over and over and over and over. I don't care. I mean, I know it. I know it happened. It's good enough for me. I could put the dots together. I could care less who else can put dots together or not. The whole world, they've been hiding. There's dots there. Shit, there was dots to put together, and they fucking erased it off the page. So, no, I ain't gonna. I don't care to share it. Just want to live my life and do what I'm doing. And then after that, essentially, I learned how to ace portals.
how to create portals. And you don't got to be rich. You don't need a bunch of mirrors. You don't need all that electronic rich crap to make a portal. You can make a portal with some stones, 599 stones. Sound bowl, your own loving heart energy. Because what you're doing in creating a portal is you're creating a safe space. And in that safe space, well, the spirit realm can move and operate because it's not afraid of what man's going to do to it. I want you to be aware of what people have done with spirits in the past. They have concocted very particular things to force a non-physical, completely conscious entity to do what they want against its will. They didn't want to do it. That's not what it does. That's not who they are. And the human bound them in certain ritualistic mannerisms of what they concocted so that they could get exactly what they want. So from the spirit realm to the human realm, spirits are pretty screwing with that's not exactly all that kosher, you know? The bad things happen. Do not humans do that to each other? They'll do it to anything that they can get their abilities over. So when I started creating portals, well, I started making friends with all the spirits that all the bad people had ever fucked over. That became my best friends. That became my family. Did you get fucked over? Come on, we got something in common. You got fucked over? Come on, we got something in common. I got this whole group of spirits with me. Had success in what we did, what we needed to do, helped everybody we needed to, and now they said, well, we got everybody we could on the spirit side. Those reinforcements are here. Well, see if there's any other humans that line up with you. I'm like, huh. As above, so below. So if we connect with all the love that's all around, then at every juncture of our planet, at every point of Gaia, at every major place, we're transmitting as shamans, as enlightened, as divine beings, we're transmitting the energy from heaven, from divinity, right here, right down to the bottom, as below. And now that energy is going to come right back up. And as it goes up, it's going to come down. And it's going to start going up and down and up and down. And you know what's just like that? Your Kundalini energy system starts at the root chakra, goes up, makes its way up around those nodes, goes to the top, comes back down, and it's going to complete that loop. And if when people get into really intense, like reading over the ceremony and jam and stuff like that, we can keep that energy going up and down and up and down and up and down. It has its own proper flow. It does what it's supposed to naturally. In our natural day-to-day lives, that energy, it'll get to a certain point and then it'll stall. It'll get stuck. It'll this, it'll that. It won't flow like it should. It'll move slower than it should. However, the technical goes, uh, uh, Dr. Joe Dispenza, the guy is rewired 10, 11 episodes. Watch every single one of them. The last one, he shows you how to do it. He approaches all of this from a scientific perspective. When I watched it all and I saw and the results and everything, I'm like, we getting the same results. I'm taking the shaman path, and he's taking a doctor, PhD, studies path, and we getting the same results. So it doesn't matter how we want to package it. We get the same results when we wind up doing it. And so together, we wind up being the micro
as one united field, and we create the macro. We are the little ones, and together we make the big one. That's how that presence really becomes something we create together. That's why no one person wins. If one person wins, then everybody else loses. We all got to get the win. Every single one of us got to get the win. You're creating a new future, and that's by giving the present such a surprise with your being. What's up, Joel? John Paul? Thanks, taxi driver. I appreciate it. I'm gonna say he said you're my role model now. May you become somebody's role model. May you become the master you're meant to be. Whatever you pay attention, this is what I got to share with you. I've done this my whole life, and really, you do something different, you do something different, but I don't expect anybody to do anything different along these lines. Like, we all do it naturally. And I have looked at my world, and I have had certain role models in my life, but I did not copy what they sang. I didn't copy what they wore. I didn't copy every single aspect of them. I appreciated equality, and that's why I kept paying attention to them. And so I said, that's a good quality, and I applied that quality as much as I could. And then there was someone else I was liking for a while. I'll follow, I'll watch them all the time. I grab a quality from them. And so what created me was a plethora, many role models, not just one. So in that we wind up encouraging each other. I recognize that my existence truly has been encouraged by a multitude of others, and in that allows for a lot of good stuff to pop up. So I just share that bit. Thanks. So that's a very kind thing to put there. I really do appreciate that. RQBTM. Is that Robert? Is that supposed to be Robert? He said, I'm going to need that portal ASAP. Oh, Jim. What's up, Jim? Oh, I gotta think of the name before I speak. I can't think of his name. Uh, uh, I could say that much. Yeah, I got it. Dr. Stephen Greer. Okay. Um, Jim put, he said, disclosure day sounds like a brainwashing method. Now, great topic. Great topic. So, there are things on disclosure that are just like, oh my God, that is such a freaking scripted piece. Okay. So, on my own notes, on my own research, on my own looking into whatever I don't look at other people's junk, but I make certain calls of how I feel, and I will say certain things. And when I say that out loud, if it's wrong, the spirit will correct me. There will be something will happen. I'll feel off. I'll be like, oh, I'll get a video. I'll see something on TV that'll correct me, and then I know I'm wrong. I'm not necessarily looking into their stuff, but I'll have an idea, a calculated idea, and we're going to see if that calculation was correct by speaking it. My environment's going to let me know about that. And I will say that as far as disclosure goes, Dr. Stephen Greer is one of the awesome good guys. He's I don't know I can't vouch for anybody on that dude. The spirit testified on his account to me personally. Like him and Dr. Joe Dispenza, lighthouses, lighthouses, lighthouses. Like, because you can see what people are actually releasing. You can see the information they're actually sharing. And when you hear somebody talk about certain things, you know they're taking a risk with their safety. That's why other people play safe in this world. And that's that whole disclosure panel that looks fake as shit. You can tell that a million miles away. They probably got some fucking prompter up there telling them exactly what to say. There are both sides of every coin out in this world. There's realities all the way around. They know that they can't stop the truth from coming out, the ones that have been in power. And so the only thing that they can do at this point is throw a lot of confusion, mixed information. And that's why looking at technical data is much more important than listening to some opinion. I don't know how many AI videos that I watch. I don't watch them. I've seen. I should say I don't know how many I have went across my screen before. But when I see an image or a complete AI depiction of something, not what somebody crafted, not what somebody drew and designed and put together, digitally or otherwise, but when I see an AI work with an AI voice with a story that got no backup for nothing, no source material, no reality check, no, I ain't listening. I ain't watching. I ain't interested. I don't care what you're sharing. Like, now there's certain verbiage I pay attention and I hear, and I'm like, now that's some real shit right there. You don't need to give me a fact check on that. I don't need a fact check on that. My spirit and experience vibe with that instantly. I'll listen to that AI little bit. I'll watch that little dealio. I like that. I'll pay attention. I'll pay attention. There's some things they look real nice. They'll hide something real bad in it because you got the bad guys sharing a good message, but they implement a bad ingredient. And it's like, oh, rotten apple spoiling the bunch. That's interesting. That's interesting. On the phone, my birthday is December 23rd. On the phone, it rolls down and it said happy birthday exclamation point. Not a message from anybody. I have my messages turned off for like everything, or else it'll go all day long. So all that's all, but pops up, it's a happy birthday on it, exclamation. It's not my birthday. No. Yesterday, this is where it gets interesting. Yesterday, this is why I mentioned it yesterday. I don't know why. But I was like, it's my birthday. But it was like, I can't remember what I said exactly. But I was like, It was that was a system message that popped up. Anyways, but I was like, happy birthday to in the year infinity. That's interesting. That's interesting. All right. So a happy birthday, a new birthday. We if you've been following the channel for a bit, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and we were talking about rebirth, resurrection. However many days ago, that was the main topic for the entire day. It was like rebirth and resurrection, divine mother, rebirth, resurrection, getting our childhood self back, that innocent self who we were before. We didn't care what people were thinking, all that, bringing that childhood self back into who we are and being able to let them live again. I don't care. Do I got a stuffed bear? Do I look all cute? You want to call me something funny? I could care less. I do got my stuffy over here. I got my leopard guy, this is Pinky. And then I got this guy over here, the alligator. He's the crocodile from Peter Pan's The Hook. We got the hook because me and the crocodile we teamed up, and then we went to Captain Hook and we got his hook. So he ain't gonna do no more bad to nobody because I team up. That old saying. I don't know. It's forget the old. I don't care about the old saying so much, but this is one thing I saw and I really liked it. And it was at the end of the movie, and this guy he's been giving the other guy crap the whole time. General, major, whatever guy, whatever top rank, giving the other guy crap the whole movie, treating him like garbage, man. Just not cool. Not cool. That's just the way he is. It's the way he sees him. It's how he's doing it. And at the end of the movie, the dude who's been at the bottom, he's doing what he wants. And this dude that's been treating him like crap, he comes in at the end of the movie and he says, I'm gonna help you. And the dude at the bottom, he's like, why are you gonna help me? And the other, not general, but the other, he's like, well, I don't like that guy. So by him helping him going, but by him helping him, well, he gonna get his what he wanted on him. So I'm gonna make a bunch of friends. And you know what I found? You got more friends. Well, shoot, especially invisible ones that nobody can touch. Well, life just starts getting a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better each and every day. And sometimes it's just there for a while, and you're like, man, I've been tired of the way things been. I want them to get better. I'm used to things getting better, and they're just, things are, and then all of a sudden they boom pick up better, and things just shift better, and you're like, okay, cool, all right, I can move with this energy shift. But I love you, and I'll thank you, and I appreciate you being here and jamming out with me. And we'll be back live again tomorrow at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That should be -2 GMT to this normal time of wherever it is that you are. And if you have enjoyed the program, if you're able to make a donation, I will greatly appreciate it. A couple $100 for rent and some money for food. I got 300, so that's there. Anyways, my GoFundMe is connected from my profile page. And if you want a copy of my book, if you want to go on the shamanic journey, shoot me an email, etc@yahoo.com. Those things are free. And the book is published. That's on Amazon if you wanted to buy it, but you don't need to buy it. I can give you a free PDF copy, free digital copy through email, cetra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA@yahoo.com. Much love, many blessings, and until tomorrow, Donna De Hawaii.